Volume 1. 37 Most Beautiful Exchange. When the three of us arrived next door, we discovered Jiao and Gao Qingju silently facing each other. Dressed in a school uniform, Jiao looked like a stiff SD doll one. Gao Qingju stood on the other side of the room, similarly cold and still. I walked in, and seeing them standing there, upright and motionless, like mannequins, I didn't quite know how to start the conversation. So, I turned to Jiao and asked, "Where's Guan Ye?" At the mention of Guan Ye, Gao Qingju's eyes trembled, and he turned to look at me. His long, narrow eyes carried a strange expression. I didn't want to look him in the eyes, so I continued to watch Jiao. Jiao turned her neck a bit. He went off to who knows where, and disappeared before you guys returned. He never reports his plans to me. But Li Shen, what were you thinking, going into the border forest, just the three of you on your own? Even I've only passed by, and never traveled too deep inside. Gao Qingju sneered. So you know then, that our southern district doesn't welcome you. Jiao seemed unfazed by his hostility though. Lightly, she replied, "You killed one of the kids from my district, but you're still using such pointed language?" Her words seemed to have had an effect, as Gao Qingju's expression changed slightly and he didn't make a retort. After she finished speaking, Jiao's eyes shifted to Jiapa. Everyone's here now. Can you explain what you've deduced now, Dot? Jiapa pushed up his glasses and began calmly. It's like this. If I may be so daring, I believe that someone is plotting a scheme to kill others, without paying with their own life. What we know so far of the split zone is that as long as people protect their split symbol, no matter the harm that comes to them, they will not die. But if your physical body in the real world dies, then you will also end up dying here. My current suspicion is that someone is refining a poison that can directly bypass our consciousness and attack our physical bodies. With that, we lose our ability to heal in the split zone, and thusly, we'll die. I didn't quite understand. You mean to say that those who fused with the demon leeches will lose their ability to heal? But Song Lu has already healed, hasn't she? Jiapa shook his head. The poison may not come from the leeches, or perhaps there are many types of poison and the leeches were just used for one such experiment. As you saw, the girl with the mole and the bald boy were both unable to heal after they were attacked, they directly died. From that, we can deduce that they had another kind of poison in their bodies. I frowned. You mean that they were used for a different experiment? Jiapa nodded. Yes. Ms. Laurel was able to heal after Ms. Ashen's arrow struck her, so she was likely subject to a different type of poison. By the way, Ms. Ashen, during your exchange with Ms. Laurel, did you notice anything strange? I tried my best to recall the memory that I didn't want to remember. After a moment, I suddenly thought of something. When Laurel was strangling me, her strength was no joke. Nyazun couldn't pull her off of me either. And it wasn't just pure physical strength. When she attacked me, it felt like something was pressing down on my mind as well. Nyazun spoke up. Indeed, she was very strange at the time. My strength didn't seem to affect her at all, and when I grabbed her arms, I also felt a pressure on my mind. Jiao suddenly spoke coldly, whatever experiments there may be, the only thing we know is that these poisonous creatures don't originally exist in the split zone. There's probably only one person who could create the things you're talking about. With an unfriendly expression, she looked at Gao Qingju. If I'm not recalling incorrectly, the Southern District's soul snatcher, Rong Jin, has the very ability to bring animal and insect souls to the split zone. Gao Qingju, with all this evidence pointing to you guys, are you sure you don't want to let Si Luo show himself? At Jiao's mention of Si Luo, Gao Qingju's expression turned chilly. It's just speculation, but you're already insisting that Rong Jin is to blame? Is this how you two district commanders operate? I responded just as coldly, at the least, we can be certain that the Southern District can't be cleared of all blame regarding the events these past days. Gao Qingju glared at me, and without cowering down, I returned his stare. Just then, several knocks came on the door. The knocks came successively and quickly, signaling the urgency of the person waiting outside. After about 5 or 6 knocks, the person outside simply pushed open the door and walked inside. Jiaos, I only went out for half a day, and when I returned to find my pets, none of them are here. What's going on? Like a young woman complaining about their lover's later arrival to a date, Guanya fiddled with his long hair as he bounced in through the door. When he walked in, he looked up. He was a bit taken aback by the full room, and then his pampered smile returned. But then, when his eyes landed on Gao Qingjui, he paused again. The hair he'd been fiddling with finally dropped from his hands. Guanya stood gracefully, and the strands of hair floated down to meet the rest of his hair behind him. Guanya's long phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and his red lips curved into a subtle smile. At the same time, Gao Qingjui also narrowed his eyes. The two of them looked at each other for a while, as if no one else was present. The flow of air in the room even seemed to slow. Or maybe I was just imagining it. Subconsciously, I ended up holding my breath, my eyes flitting back and forth between the two strange men. Their attractive force was truly something. One had the cold yet radiant appearance of a reaper whom you couldn't keep your eyes off of. The other had a head of flowing white hair, dressed in a snow-white robe, with beautiful, sparkling eyes, looking like an immortal figure. The room was silent. And then, as if admitting defeat, Gao Qingjui lifted his hand and casually ruffled his hair, avoiding Guanya's gaze. Long time, Guanya. Guanya tilted his head, and his white hair streamed down from his right shoulder, like a flowing waterfall. His eyes narrowed more, the outline of his face beautiful and touching. His lips, tender and lovely as a flower, gently opened. Yes, it's been a long time, Gao Qingjui. I shamefully swallowed my saliva, unable to take my eyes off of Guanya's bewitching face. I sighed inwardly, the rotten pervert was seriously beautiful. Guanya's head remained slightly tilted. His figure, hidden beneath his white robes, was fair and graceful. Although those weren't words meant for describing a man. But he was seriously way too beautiful. Zhao's eyes suddenly turned, a somewhat sinister feel to them. Guanya, you'd better not bother me about not letting you know in advance. I didn't know they were going to bring him back. A light, as a burning flame, suddenly appeared in Guanya's eyes. He looked like a lecher who'd laid eyes upon a beautiful woman, or perhaps a starving ghost who saw a platter of sumptuous food. A slightly glistening tongue slipped out from his mouth and licked his lips. With an enchanting smile, he replied, "Don't worry. It's my pleasure to be able to see the person whom I spend all day and night wishing to tear their muscles and peel off their skin." His raging eyes locked onto Gao Qingjui's face, as if they had the power to entangle together with Gao Qingjui's person. My appreciation of Guanya's expression suddenly changed directions. His words really made my heart thump. Tearing muscles and peeling skin. This touching and ethereal voice uttering such words actually didn't sound frightening, but more like an unrivaled beauty fluttering her eyes that could charm a person in an instant, as she told you, "Give your life to me." Instead of being scared, you want to nod your head, "Yes, yes, take it." However, as I am a woman, through and through, I was unaffected by his spell. Instead, I started to ponder the relationship between these two. Was this a love and hate relationship? I started to imagine their story in my head. When I thought of how Gao Qingji always seemed to become unhinged at the mention of Si Luo, I brazenly supposed, had Guanya yearned for the legendary beauty of Si Luo, and so in the dark of night, snuck into the southern district to force himself onto Si Luo, causing Gao Qingji to erupt with anger and wage a grand battle against Guanya? Or perhaps the fair and graceful pretty boy heard that Si Luo was the most beautiful man in the split zone, and out of jealousy and resentment, he traveled to the southern district to murder Si Luo. But then he was righteously beat up by the protector, Gao Qingjui. Or maybe Guanya was attracted by the cold Gao Qingjui, and persisted in chasing after him to eat him up. My thoughts wantonly flew around inside my head, every possible link they might have popping into my mind. Suddenly a chuckle broke my thoughts. A bit indignant, I looked over at the guy with black gloves, covering his mouth like a naughty child. With a smile and a teasing expression, Nyazun, who didn't lose out to the others in looks, with his gloomy radiance, told me, "Li Shin, wipe the drool off your face." I felt my face instantly turn red. But that must have just been in my head, for my face never got red. I quickly wiped my mouth. Wipe. But I quickly realized that there was nothing there. Pfft, even Jiapa, who'd been quiet the entire time, couldn't help scoffing. Jiao S also glanced over at me. And then I finally realized that I'd bitten Nyazun's bait. I glared at him, but quickly my eyes returned to Gaoqin Zhui and Guanya, not wanting to miss a single second of their show. They continued to stare at each other, completely ignoring everyone else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38. Volume 1. 38. The culprit was Nyazun. Jiao's cut off their exchange. Guanya, why don't you two settle your accounts later? Let's first deal with the shocking matter that Li Shin and her pals brought back after rushing into the south-north border forest. Guanya's phoenix eyes slanted upwards. I'm not curious, nor do I care about any of that. Don't you know? Jiao's crafty eyes turned. If I told you that someone was trying to develop a method of killing in the split zone without the use of a split symbol and splitting key, would you be interested then? Then a light seemed to flood forth from her eyes. Locked on Guanya, she said, if there were such a method, then you wouldn't need to sacrifice yourself to kill Gaoqin Zhui. I inhaled a breath of air. Do you need to be so direct when Gaoqin Zhui is right in front of us? But it was clear that her words had an effect, because a spark of curiosity flashed across Guanya's eyes. Before Guanya could respond though, Gaoqin Zhui spoke to Jiao S, don't tease. His only motive is to get rid of me. As for his own well-being, he's never been concerned with that. But these experiments won't help him with anything. The problem now isn't whether he'll have to pay with his life after killing me, it's the fact that he's unable to kill me in the first place. As if putting on his haughty and ruthless outer coat, Gaoqin Zhui raised his head slightly, somewhat by habit. Instead of retorting, Guanya simply glanced over at him. Then he walked over to sit down at the desk, his long robes swaying along the way. He crossed his legs, and his soft, silk robes covered his inelegant action. He pulled his hair forward from behind his head, letting it fall to his legs. After pouring himself a cup of water, he drank it leisurely, as if he had nothing to say. The situation between the two of them was becoming more and more unclear to me. Jiao saw that Guanya wasn't speaking to Gaoqin Zhui, and that the latter was also simply staring at the former. So, Jiao spoke up, what should we do now, then? Jiapa suddenly jumped in, I'll check to see if Ms. Song Lu has woken up. Perhaps she'll be able to offer us some clues. At the thought of Song Lu, my chest tightened. The weak coward that I was, I didn't dare to check if she'd woken. I couldn't help closing my eyes when I recalled the hair-raising scene inside that stone room. The smell of blood and massacre seemed to linger at my nose, and I didn't dare to breathe too deeply. Jiapa, who had just stepped out to check on Song Lu in the other room, suddenly backstepped into the room. It seemed as if he'd seen something when he walked out. He pushed his glasses up on his nose as he backed into the room, one step at a time. We all turned to him. Without us realizing, Song Lu had already woken up, and she was standing in front of the door. She held a sword up to Jiapa as he slowly retreated. Wrapped in her sexy, black attire, she approached. Jiapa must have had someone change her clothes in the ensuing time. Her large curls of hair casually rested on her shoulders. Her breasts were beautifully outlined by her tight-fitting black clothes. She looked as sultry and beautiful as before, only her eyes seemed a bit sunken, her face a bit fatigued. Her spirit hadn't entirely been recovered. Her eyes were filled with a hateful, murderous intent, as well as a deep fear, mixed in with some pain. With her sword pointed at Jiapa, she approached. I quickly stepped forward and held up my hands, trying to placate her. Song Lu Jiejie. But Song Lu only glanced at me before looking around at the rest of the room. When her loathing eyes landed on Niazun, she exploded. With her sword raised, she flew past me over to Niazun. Niazun, you're going to pay. Everything came so unexpectedly that I could only stare blankly at the scene before me. Song Lu flew at Niazun with her sword, but he swiftly stepped out of the way, causing her to run into empty space. She flipped her hair and pressed her lips together, and then turned to attack again. I grabbed Piercer and caught Song Lu's sword. My hand wasn't as nimble because it was still bandaged, but I was still able to stop Song Lu. She clenched her teeth and pulled back on her sword. She pulled with more and more force as she glared resentfully at me. Li Xin, you had better stay out of this. Otherwise, even if it's you, I won't show any mercy. What exactly happened? I couldn't help shouting out loud. Tears suddenly appeared in Song Lu's eyes. Niazun. Niazun, he's the person who planned all of this. He killed Yu Liang. What? Taken aback, my grip on Piercer loosened. While my guard was down, Song Lu immediately pulled back her sword and lunged at Niazun. Niazun. I will kill you here today to avenge Yu Liang. Niazun easily dodged her attack, his expression seemingly unaffected by the sudden events. With his same carefree tone, he said, I don't know what you're talking about. Jia Pa moved to stop Song Lu. Miss Song Lu, please calm down. Tell us the entire situation. Perhaps there's a misunderstanding somewhere. Yes, Song Lu Jiejie, what exactly happened? I quickly asked. When Jia Pa reached out to block her, Song Lu paused, but her sword remained aimed at Niazun. The tears welling up in her eyes suddenly started to flow down. Ashen, that day, Niazun came to our room to seek out Yu Liang. You know about Yu Liang's ability, it's not something that just anyone can fight against. Moreover, his split symbol was activated then. But Niazun isn't just an ordinary person. Yu Liang hadn't suspected Niazun at all, and he didn't use his projection ability. But then Niazun ambushed us. He poured some type of inhibitor on us so that we couldn't use our mental force, and then we were brought to the pit. Then those two women kept torturing me with strange poisons. Some kind of poisonous bugs ate at me until they were absorbed into my body. But Yu Liang's body rejected them. In the end, to prove the viability of the experiment, Niazun stabbed Yu Liang with a sword covered in my blood. Song Lu grew more distressed, and continuous streams of tears flowed down her face. I gave a slight smile. That can't be. Niazun wouldn't do that kind of thing. Song Lu looked at me with tears in her eyes. Would I lie to you? I shook my head. You wouldn't lie to me either. So, there must be something strange going on here. Jia Pa nodded. Perhaps someone changed their appearance to look like Niazun? Song Lu shook her head, and a stream of tears slipped down her face. That can't be. To disguise yourself as someone else, you must have a very high mental force. To imitate Niazun isn't an easy feat, and they would have to understand Niazun's habits as well. It had to be him. Jia Pa took a step forward. Miss Song Lu, calm down. Where is Mr. Yu Liang right now? Maybe we can still save him? At his words, Sun Lu's expression tensed in anguish. He can't be saved. I don't know what kind of poison they put into me, but now whoever is harmed with my blood, they cannot heal. I saw Niazun stab Yu Liang in the heart with a sword covered in my blood. Her tears fell angrily, and she raised her sword to Niazun again. Jia Pa nodded profoundly. My suspicions were correct then. Someone is really trying to develop a method to directly kill others in the split zone. Jiao S suddenly stood up. Things are getting more and more complicated. Niazun, what do you have to say for yourself? Then, Wan Nie stepped forward. With a playful laugh, he said, although I don't quite understand all that you're saying, there's no need to suspect my pet yet. Gao Qingjui's brows raised slightly, but he didn't intend to speak up. Nia Zun replied lightly, "There's nothing in particular I have to say, but it wasn't me." Song Lu bit her lip, and a trickle of blood dripped down. Then she raised her sword with one arm and slit her other arm. A strange, pungent and irritating scent seemed to exude from the dark black blood flowing from her arm. Then she slashed the blood-contaminated sword at Nia Zun again. "You're going to insist on evading your wrongdoing. Don't blame me for disregarding our year's worth of friendship." Song Lu shouted loudly. An apprehensive feeling washed over me. Without hesitation or any questions, I raised my hand to stop Song Lu's sword. Because of my close proximity to Song Lu, I saw my bandaged hand get chopped off by her sword. Suddenly, the booming sound of an explosion sounded. Jiao's eyes tightened. Gao Qingjui raised his left hand, and the two of them started to control the airflow. Blocked by their air blades, Song Lu was pushed back. Nia Zun had already made his way over to my side. Song Lu landed on the ground. She looked up, warm tears rolling down her face. "Shen, are you really not going to help avenge Julien?" My chest tightened. With a frown, I replied, "Song Lu Jiejie, I understand what you're feeling, but you need to calm down right now. Nia Zun was not the perpetrator. I will vouch for it with my own life." Down on the ground, Song Lu's pain tears streamed down her cheeks. "How could I possibly want your life? But who will compensate for Yu Liang's?" I finally couldn't stand it any longer. Pushing aside Nia Zun, who was blocking me, I knelt down beside Song Lu and hugged her. "Song Lu Jiejie, trust me. I can't explain the specifics of it, but Nia Zun definitely didn't do that." Suddenly, Jiao, who had just helped me, spoke up, "Li Shen, if you're hiding something, it's best that you tell us all now. Everyone is here now. Though I don't know how it was for you before, but right now, it's not only people from your district who have died. A child from our district has also died. Even if it's Nia Zun, if there's any suspicion, I won't turn a blind eye to it." Gao Qingji must have some enmity for Jiao, for after she spoke, he was quick to mock, "You speak as though you're so righteous. Are you truly concerned for the kid, or are you just concerned that Si Luo may be involved?" Jiao fumed. Guan Ye yawned and his bewitching eyes jumped. "Must you mock Jiao? After all, are you truly standing here right now out of concern for the southern district? Aren't you also doing this for that Si Luo or whoever?" Gao Qingju's eyes turned cold. I finally couldn't stand it anymore. I turned and shouted, "Enough! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 39. Volume 1. 39 Points of Doubt. As I held on to Song Lu, I turned my head. I felt an indescribable anger, and my eyes were cold as ice as I looked over all their faces. I sneered, "What are you all pretending to be noble and virtuous for? If we're talking about motives, which of us here isn't acting for their own selfish reasons? Attacking each other like this. Will you only know your place once we've all been sliced up and served to the enemy on a platter? You all may want to die, but I, Li Shen, do not want to join you, I rarely get angry, and I've never spoken such biting words." Everyone was silent from shock. I turned back to Song Lu and made my voice as gentle as I could. "Song Lu, others don't know this, but Nia Zun and I are linked together. When I arrived in the split zone, the blonde men told me that Nia Zun had joined with my second identity, so Nia Zun and I must always remain within 500 meters of each other. That's why it always seems like you see Nia Zun when you see me. That's also why Nia Zun couldn't have gone to the pit to attack you, without me. If he were to try traveling more than 500 meters from me, he wouldn't be able to move." When I saw Song Lu's disbelieving eyes, I added, "It's true. If you don't believe me, we can show you. We must always remain within 500 meters of the other." So, he couldn't have been the murderer. If it had been him, then that means he would have had to plot together with me. You may not believe him, but do you not believe me either? Song Lu looked at me, and then she looked at Nyezun. I lowered my head, silent for a moment. Then I turned around again, looking over everyone's faces, to see what they were thinking after my speech. This is Nyezun's secret, as well as mine. I had to tell you about it to prove his innocence, but I hope that no one will use this information to harm Nyezun in the future. If you dare to divulge this information to anyone else, or if you try to use it to threaten us, whether you're a district commander or a high and lofty person, I swear that you will make an eternal enemy out of me. When Nyezun saw my imposing manner, a sliver of warmth crossed his eyes. But still, he spoke in a cynical tone, as if things were completely unrelated to him. Oh no, the secret's out. But no worries. Come find me anytime you'd like. He playfully glanced at Zhao S and Gao Qinjui. A devilish smile appeared on Gao Qinjui's face. Does this count as a weakness? Isn't it more like, if someone wants to attack one of you, they now have to face two people? However, he said, if one of you were to suddenly decide to play guardian angel, then I'm afraid that this would truly be quite the weakness. My heart sunk. Gao Qinjui suddenly pointed a finger at me and looked over at Nyezun with interest. Nyezun, this is the reason that you don't attack others and have never joined any groups, isn't it? You'd rather live this lazy life, because you're worried that this woman, who can't leave your side, will get hurt? I immediately raised my head and glared at Gao Qinjui. Gao Qinjui looked a bit taken aback by my cold look. He gave a slight shrug of his shoulders. Nyezun slipped one hand into his pocket, while he used the other to flip up his coat collar. In his casual way, he said, how could that be? I'm the one afraid of getting hurt, and I expect that she will protect me. Then he mischievously fluttered his eyes at me. I tried to maintain my cold, uncaring demeanor, but I quickly lost out and rolled my eyes. Gao Qinji narrowed his eyes, but didn't speak. Zhao S looked around and said, I have no interest in spreading this information. Guan Ni also complied, of course I wouldn't say anything detrimental about my pet. After everyone made clear their thoughts, I turned my attention back to Song Lu, lying in my arms. She'd already stopped crying. After looking at me a long while, she finally sighed and said, I believe you, Ashun. And then, as if all her exhaustion had finally caught up to her, her eyes drooped and she quietly mumbled, even if I can't trust anyone else, I have to at least trust you. Ashun, I've always thought of you as my little sister, you know? I bit my lip, raising my hand to gently pet Song Lu's hair. Song Lu finally dropped the sword in her hand. Her eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly, and then she collapsed in my arms. With a loud, tearful cry, she wailed, Ashun. Yu Liang. It was my blood. It was my blood that hurt him. The illusion I saw came true, and he really left me. Ah Shen. Is this really not a dream? Split zone. This damned place. Why does the split zone exist? Ah Shen, tell me. Her sobs felt like 1,000 knives stabbing into my heart. It hurt, but I couldn't escape it. Jiapa hurried over and crouched down. Miss Song Lu, you said that you saw someone who looked like Nyezun stab a blood-covered sword into Yu Liang's heart. What happened after that? Song Lu sniffled, not quite sure what Jiapa meant. And then, he stopped moving. Ever since I absorbed those bugs into my body, anyone who is harmed with my blood is unable to heal. He stopped moving, and then he was dragged off. Jiapa pushed his glasses up. That means that we can't be certain that Yu Liang is dead. You didn't see his body fade away, right? Song Lu seemed a bit skeptical, but she shook her head. Jiapa thought for a moment, and then picked up the blood-covered sword that Song Lu had dropped to the ground. He made a small cut on his palm. Blood flowed out as Song Lu shouted, ah! At once, I grew apprehensive. Though I didn't shout out, my eyes were glued to Jiapa's hand. His expression was solemn as he watched his bleeding palm that didn't immediately heal. After a while, he suddenly said, as expected, "Look. The wound doesn't heal immediately, but the wound doesn't continue bleeding either. That is, the body of my consciousness has become like a physical body. After being infected by Song Lu's blood, my body seems unable to heal, but this inability to heal is more like a slowing inability to heal, as if my body were made of the flesh and blood of the real world. That is to say, that if you want to use a blood-smeared weapon to kill someone, you must still deal a killing blow that would take out a real human body. Only then will that person die." It was clear that his explanation left me a bit confused, as the neurons fired off in my brain, trying to follow Jiapa's thought process. But then, suddenly, I recalled the day I found Jiao's lying on the ground, bleeding out. Jiao's physical body had been harmed, so her conscious body had similarly suffered. Ordinarily, when we're harmed in the split zone, our physical bodies don't end up injured, unless of course, we die from an attack on our split symbols. So, Jiapa was basically saying that Song Lu's blood can now break this barrier, allowing injuries on the conscious body to be transferred to the physical body? So, would Jiapa's hand in the real world also be injured like this? Song Lu was still leaning in my arms. Her eyelashes quivered again. Perhaps that's the case. But Yu Liang was attacked at his heart. The sword went directly into his chest. If our physical bodies were injured like that, would there even be a chance of survival? Jiapa pushed up his glasses. But you didn't see Yu Liang's body disappear? From what we know, if your body in the real world dies, your body here will disappear. This is the only method of verifying a death. Though it seems the person behind everything wanted to use this sorcery to refine a method for harming the physical body, there appears to be a limit to its abilities. If Mr. Yu Liang didn't disappear, then there are two possibilities. One is that his body hadn't been killed immediately. The other is that he may have been used in a different experiment, and his body has already been altered. A glimmer of hope slipped onto Song Lu's eyes. Yes, the bugs they used on his body were different than mine. But, I couldn't help frowning. They must have another laboratory space then. If they dragged Yu Liang away, they must have somewhere to take him to. And it wouldn't be too far away, which means it should be in the southern district still. Suddenly, my eyes flew over to Gao Qinjui. He seemed to have come to the same conclusion, and he also frowned slightly. Jiapa agreed. The faster we uncover the truth, the better. Our opponent remains hidden. If we are unable to discover their true motive, our 3 districts will not be safe. Guan Nie suddenly laughed. Goodness, with such a big ordeal happening, are you sure you don't want to contact the blonde? Guan Nie spoke my thoughts out loud. I couldn't help thinking about the fact that, if we hadn't decided to travel to the northern district to uncover the truth of the split zone, we might not have discovered these secret operations, and we would have certainly been in more danger. Gao Qinjui suddenly spoke up. It's no use. The blonde's gone missing. No one can contact him. Si Luo tried to call him out before, but he didn't appear. If you don't believe me, you can try calling for him. What? Although the method for contacting him was very dumb, as long as one of the district commanders called for him, he would certainly appear. If he didn't, could he truly have gone missing? I still didn't dare to believe it. I helped Song Lu up, and then I walked over to the window. I opened it and shouted outside, "The most handsome, invincible, cutest, strongest, and greatest leader, I'm your fan. Please meet with me." In the past, shouting this out had been embarrassing, but today, when Mr. Blonde didn't appear from the sky, I finally seemed to feel the graveness of the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40. Volume 1. 40. He's not Gao Qi. I tried shouting again. And again, there was no response. I'd never come across a situation like this before. Turning to Gao Qingjui, I asked, how long ago did Si Luo discover he couldn't make contact? Last month. Suddenly, a fear came over me. It wasn't because I was a coward, but all the events that had occurred seemed to hint at an imminent disaster. This disaster wouldn't just be a setback or a difficulty. This disaster would be an inevitable, unescapable punishment from the heavens that we would all be forced to bear. My intuition has always been accurate. Though I may not know what these bad omens mean precisely, I do know that I'm very frightened of what's to come. One day, many years later, I would recall this day, and I would regret it. I should have avoided the disaster when faced with it. Like I always had before, I should have avoided it, instead of charging forward bravely. But in that moment, I couldn't predict what lied ahead in the future. Instead, I said, so what should we do now? It seems our only option is to turn over all of the southern district to find any other experiment sites. But before Si Luo appears, it probably wouldn't be good for us to act unscrupulously, right? Gao Qingjui, are you truly planning to continue hiding Si Luo from us? A dejected expression appeared on his face. I cannot, no matter what else happens, I cannot bring you to Si Luo. That's enough, Gao Qingjui. Jiao suddenly shouted out, enraged. Without Si Luo, can we resolve this situation? Even if you can, do you think that by hiding him away like this, Si Luo will be safe? Gao Qingjui shot her a cold look. And suddenly, a deathly aura permeated the air. He shouted, Jiao, don't act like you're infallible. No matter how much you may know about Si Luo's situation, remember that it has nothing to do with you. I will protect Si Luo. You don't need to get involved. A ruthlessness showed in his eyes. Moreover, how can I be sure that all of this isn't part of one of your plots? Who knows if you're the one who planned all of this, just to draw out Si Luo? But I'm afraid you've wasted your efforts. Jiao, listen clearly. No matter what you do, Si Luo will never be attracted to you. It's impossible between the two of you. I couldn't help feeling shocked at his cold, resolute words. It's impossible between the two of you. Li Shen, it's impossible between the two of you. The words once spoken to me echoed in my ears again. I looked at the person before me, who looked exactly like Senior Gao Qi. Seeing the gentlest and warmest person I'd known suddenly speak so firmly, my body subconsciously stepped forward. I walked up to Gao Qingjui. The audience around me looked somewhat startled, as if watching a person who'd been possessed. But Gao Qingjui, instead of looking surprised at my strange behavior, continued to look at me with his chilly expression. When I finally stood in front of him, I raised my head and looked at his face, imagining that it wasn't stiff and cold. I imagined that there wasn't cruelty and ruthlessness in his eyes. I imagined that his lips, that spoke with the world's most enchanting voice, hadn't just sharply attacked another. I felt my eyes grow moist. Li Shen, you and he will never be together. The voice echoed in my head. Like a child praying to heaven, tears streaming down my face, I looked up at Gao Qingjui. He finally looked a bit shaken. Confusion and suspicion crossed his eyes. But there was also a kind of helplessness and sympathy? Was I mistaken? I continued to stare into his eyes, motionless. This was how charming he was. I couldn't look away, I wanted him to be completely mine. Mine? Why should you have him? You didn't have him enough yet? You killed him. No. He didn't die. Isn't he here, right in front of my eyes? There seemed to be another voice inside my head. Ha! Gao Qingjui, do you really enjoy tempting people this much? You must, don't you? While I'd been distracted, Guan Ya had walked over to me, his gown swaying with each step. His beautiful eyes were locked on Gao Qingjui as he spoke. Suddenly, I felt my thoughts clearing up. God, what was I just doing? How could I have been so entranced that I stared at Gao Qingjui like that? He's not Gao Qi. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I quickly moved away from Gao Qinjui. As I hurried away, I glanced at Nie Zun. There was a strange gloominess in his eyes that I couldn't understand. It felt like I was never able to understand his expressions. Gao Qinjui turned to the side slightly, as if unwilling to face Guan Nie straight on. Instead of answering Guan Nie's nonsensical question, he turned to Jiao S. I will, to my utmost ability, uncover the truth. However, I won't be allowing you to meet with Si Luo. I still hold my suspicions about you. But I will make things clear. His remarks seemed to be a move to wrap up this talk. He essentially agreed that situation was suspicious, and he offered to help us investigate. Jiao S had remained motionless since his jeering remarks earlier. Now, the crackling of her turning neck sounded. Since you refuse to allow me to meet Si Luo, we should start investigating these things. But you'll have to bring out the soul snatcher, Rong Jin. You can do that, at least, can't you? Seeing Jiao's compromise, I let out a relieved sigh. For some reason, I didn't like watching everyone make Gao Qinjui out to be the enemy. Even though we're not from the same group, in our situation, fighting amongst ourselves wouldn't help us at all. Gao Qinjui suddenly laughed without restraint. I rarely interact with that illusionist and soul snatcher, so naturally, I don't know their whereabouts either. I'm starting at the same point as all of you, so let's just search together. Jiao S was unexpectedly compliant. Okay. With how arrogant you are, it would be true that you don't end up interacting with many people. Then, for now, we'll remain in the southern district, and you'd best stay with us while we investigate, but... I suddenly thought of something, and I probed, speaking of. Gao Qinjui, do you know how to travel across the south-north border? Everyone was quiet, and everyone seemed surprised that I would ask such a question. Gao Qinjui scoffed. Traveling across the border? I don't know about that, but you shouldn't spend so much time worrying about impossible things as that. I don't care about the blonde's disappearance. I am only responsible for the southern district. Then he walked towards the window. You should stay here. I'll check the news going around. Before I return, I hope you won't make any moves. Since we've agreed to cooperate, we should discuss our plans together. It wasn't a request as much as a warning. After he finished speaking, he jumped out the window. Guan Nie's eyes lit up. As he watched Gao Qinjui's disappearing figure, he said, You all discuss. Same as before, when you've decided what you're doing, have my pet let me know. Seeing Guan Nie about to start tailing Gao Qinjui, Jiao grabbed him. Don't do anything to him. Got it? Guan Nie gave a sidelong glance. Yeah, got it. Jiao stared at Guan Nie's face, before finally releasing him. And then Guan Nie's white robe floated out the window. Ms. Ashen, you should rest. Your hand hasn't healed completely yet, so you should be resting more these few days. It won't be easy to uncover the truth here, and rushing will do us no good. We need to make sure that we're strong first, Jiapa urged. Jiapa was right. I nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I'll be sure to rest. Jiapa walked over to Song Lu. Miss Song Lu, I'll have to inconvenience you to stay with me for a few days. I can't be certain if your body will have any reactions, so I'll need to test your blood again. Song Lu nodded. I signaled to Song Lu, and after her eyes met mine, she left with Jiapa to their room. As Jiao left, she walked past me and glanced over. Her expression was unreadable as she said, Gao Qinjui is most definitely not a nice guy. You'd do well not to get involved with him. Her coarse voice was usually emotionless, but for some reason, I thought I heard some concern in her voice. So I responded with a slight smile. The room was empty but for Nie Zun and me. He leaned lazily against the wall, with his hands in his pockets. His eyes swept around the room, not looking at anything in particular. I felt a bit tired, so I returned to the bed and quietly lied down. Nyazun remained leaning on the wall. After everyone left, he hadn't spoken a word. I glanced at him and finally asked, What's going on under your gloves? You can't touch anything? I recalled the times that Mi Fu and the bald boy touched his hands. Their faces had been filled with terror. And then I recalled that when I fell down while we were in the stone room, he hadn't helped me with his bare hands. Nyazun's hair blocked his eyes from my view. Quiet and unhurried, he said, if that's the case, what of it? Nyazun felt a bit different today. I sat up and looked at him. What's wrong? I turned around to the window for a look, startled to see that the sky outside was already dark. Had I been in a trance for that long during the day? Nyazun's clear voice came from behind me. Li Xin, he's Gao Qingjui, not the Gao Qi you killed. My back was facing him. In the darkness, I bit my lip. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Volume 1. 41 Two Men. After a long moment, I finally released my gashed lip and admitted, I know. I know that Gao Qi is already dead, that I killed him. I turned to Nyazun. He was still leaning against the wall, having straightened his body a bit. Then why do you always look at him like that? I didn't reply. After a moment, he turned around, his resolute back facing me. Go ahead and rest. I'm going to look around outside. After Nyazun left through the door, I remained sitting in bed. My hands were still wrapped up with white gauze. Right, Li Xin. He's not Gao Qi. You already killed Gao Qi with your two hands. But why did he feel so much like Gao Qi? Well, aside from his appearance, he isn't at all like Gao Qi. Gao Qi's warmth was like the feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. All the places he passed would appear to light up, although that may have just been in my eyes. Gao Qingjui was different. Gao Qingjui was always cold and arrogant. His eyes carried a heartless aura, like he never wanted to get involved in others' affairs, like a reaper who would impartially punish everyone for their sins. I did my best to highlight the differences between the two of them. I tried to pinpoint all their differences, as a reminder, to prevent myself from falling into another spell. I thought about it, and with my unconstrained imagination, for some reason, I suddenly thought of Nyazun. I asked myself what Nyazun meant to me. He was the devil. Because my second identity lived within him, he was the devil. But, what else? Nyazun and Gao Qi were indeed very different. Nyazun was mostly cold, though it was a different coldness from Gao Qingjui's. His coldness was like his apathy, a shadow that others didn't see. Because he was carefree and unrestrained, his coldness was concealed. Nyazun was also a solitary person. I'd never seen loneliness in his eyes, but I could feel that he was solitary. His was a solitude that didn't require others' understanding, that didn't need others' sympathy. It was an undefeatable, honorable kind of solitude. What am I thinking about right now? I shook my head, unsure what exactly I was analyzing right now. Hey, Li Xin, you really are crazy, I muttered to myself as I sat in the darkness. Do you really enjoy talking to yourself this much? An arrogant and teasing voice came from the window. I quickly turned my head. Gao Qingjui had already returned and was currently sitting on the windowsill, watching me with his demonic eyes. Where's Guan Nye? It seemed he couldn't bear to be away from you. I raised my eyebrows. Gao Qingjui shrugged. I lost him ages ago. If I want to get away, no one can keep up with me. I couldn't help rolling my eyes. Truly arrogant. He seemed to have seen my eye roll, and then he jumped in from the window and walked up to me. Since I was sitting with my legs crossed on my bed, he stood much taller than me. His arms were behind his back as he bent down and stuck his head into the semi-enclosed space between the top and bottom bunks. His face stretched towards mine, until he was less than 10 centimeters from my face. I grew a bit tense at his sudden action. My heart also trembled as this face, that had once enticed me so, moved into such close proximity. I tried to breathe lightly, reminding myself that I'd already made it clear to myself that he and Gao Qi were two different people. He isn't Gao Qi. Li Xin, calm down. He looked at me with his piercing eyes, and an oppressive force seemed to overcome me. I suppressed my breathing. With his face so close to mine, I worried that my breath would land on his face. The room was fearfully quiet. I started blinking so rapidly that the flapping of my lashes seemed audible in the silence. A wicked and entrancing smile appeared on his face. Li Xin, does this Gao Qi person look like me? With his charming voice sounding so close to my ears, I should have nearly fainted, but when I heard the name Gao Qi in his voice, I suddenly felt a chill. I looked down, trying to avoid his gaze. Yes. Did you love him? Gao Qinjui teased. With my eyes still lowered, I replied, yes. Gao Qinjui's laugh grew frostier. So, the reason you're risking your life to get to the northern district, to find a way to leave the split zone, is because you want to return to your world and meet him again? To meet with that person who looks like me? He held my chin in his hand, and pulled me closer to him. My eyes widened, and his eyes shined. Now that you've seen someone who looks just like him in the split zone, do you feel that you can't bear to leave? Suddenly, I found it a bit laughable. I felt his strong grip on my chin as a smile appeared on my face. I looked at him, despair and hopelessness in my eyes. Sorry, I've never once thought of returning. What's the point anyway? I don't feel any desire to return and meet with him, because even if I return, I won't be able to meet him. Gao Qinjui hadn't expected my response. After a moment, he asked, is he dead? He still held my chin in his hand. I nodded and then smiled. Yes. And I was the one who killed him. Surprise and astonishment appeared on his face. It was the first time I'd seen Gao Qinjui so startled. In fact, it was the first time I'd ever seen him show any emotion. Surprise was an emotion after all. After a moment, he stood up straight and had a great big laugh, as if he'd heard the world's funniest joke. When he smiled, his eyes shined like no other. It even looked like tears were about to flow out. My chin was still in his hand. His laughter was exaggerated. Ha ha ha. How interesting. Too interesting. Li Xin, you're really very interesting. I stubbornly stared at him as he laughed, refusing to look away. Suddenly, the door opened, and the light from the hallway streamed in. There was Nie Zun's tall figure. When he walked in, Gao Qinjui still held my chin as he laughed. Nie Zun must have been taken aback, but as his back was against the light and we were a distance away, I couldn't see his expression clearly. Gao Qinjui finally released me. The same cold smile was on his face, but there seemed to be an added curiosity in his eyes now. He said to me, if that's the case, Li Xin, why not just continue living like this in the split zone? You can only have fun when you're alive, right? Like a reaper who'd just taken a life, expressing his enjoyment, he smiled cruelly, and then he left through the window. After he left, I could only stare at the still open window, motionless. Nie Zun had walked in quietly, his hands stuffed in his pockets. He walked over to the bed, and without a glance in my direction, he jumped onto the top bunk and lied down. I felt a bit agitated, so I got out of bed and headed over to the desk on the opposite side of the room. I poured myself a cup of water, and leaning against the wall, I looked up at Nie Zun lying on the top bunk. I lifted my cup, about to take a sip. But the moment the cup touched my lips, a gust of wind blasted my way. In an instant, Nie Zun flipped out of bed and landed on the ground in front of me. I froze, my lips having just gotten wet. From beneath his dark bangs, he glared at me, the dark billowing waves rolling in his eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed the glass of water from my hand, throwing it to the ground. He pressed his other gloved hand against the wall behind me, putting me between him and the wall. His face approached my face. Though Nyazun and I were always together, this seemed to the first time we'd ever been so close. I looked into his eyes, and I saw his gray, seemingly hurt and lonely eyes. I could feel his breathing on my skin. He turned his head and his hair seemed to sweep over my forehead. His hot breath and dark, burning eyes made mine feel like they were melting. For some reason, my heart was pounding in my chest. It wasn't like my exchange with Gao Qingjui. I wasn't holding my breath, but my heart kept beating faster and faster. If this continued, my heart would jump straight out of my chest and dance about in the air. Nyazun remained like that, his dark, burning eyes locked on me. But he didn't say a word. I didn't dare speak either. Instead, I frowned, as I couldn't handle the rapid beating of my heart. I raised a hand and pressed my palm against my own chest. My heart truly felt like it would leap out of my chest at any moment. When he saw me frown, anger flashed across Nyazun's eyes. His devilish voice sounded in my ears, "You happily let him hold your chin, but when I get near to you, you frown?" His voice was neither loud nor quiet, neither cold nor warm. Like that, his voice boomed in my ears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42. Volume 1. 42. Another incident. He leaned in closer to my face. His lips stopped at the corner of my mouth, his cheek rubbing against mine. He was too close for me to see his eyes, I could only feel his lips looming near my own. The bead of water on them seemed to be able to touch his lips. A dizziness overcame me, and my heart beat wildly in my chest. I cursed silently, but I didn't dare consider what this situation was. Nyazun's arm wrapped around me, holding me between him and the wall. He slanted his lips slightly and they touched the drop of water on my lips. Like a cloth absorbing water, his lips wicked off the water bead in an instant. My eyes widened, and finally, I lifted my arm. I held my hand to my chest, in the space between us, trying to calm my beating heart. My lips started to tremble, but he didn't seem to care. He continued to stare at me with his shining eyes, a warmth passing over them. I opened my mouth slightly to speak, and in that moment, his eyes dropped and his lips brushed past mine. They only brushed past ever so lightly, but a strong shock seemed to ripple out from my lips all the way down to my chest. I couldn't bear it any longer, and so I pushed him away with both hands and I fell to the ground. At my push, Nyazun took a few steps back, looking startled. And then he laughed bitterly, before slowly stuffing his hands back into the pockets of his black windbreaker. I ignored his laugh, still caught up by my beating heart that felt like it had been struck by lightning. I frowned, holding my chest with my hands, as if I'd finally found my breath. I inhaled, trying to wash away the aching, itchy feeling on my heart. As I panted, I looked at the smiling Nyazun. "You! Hurry over and help me up. And my heart feels like it's about to burst. Hurry and call Jiapa. Is this an after effect of my injury?" Nyazun froze and stared at me, my words taking him by surprise. I frowned and looked over at him like a fool. And then, finally, as if understanding, a look of delight crossed his eyes, wiping away the dim helplessness that had been there previously. His lips curved up seductively. I couldn't help rolling my eyes. With another frown, I said, "Have you gone insane?" I said, my heart's nearly bursting out of my chest. "Hurry and help me up." Nyazun sneered, the dark storm in his eyes calming. He walked over and helped me up. His scent floated into my nose again. I felt his arm around me and his gaze on me, and I quickly pushed away, stepping back. A bit embarrassed, I raised a hand and kneaded my red hair. Nyazun's eyes darted around and he coughed into his gloved fist. "So, why do you think someone would attack you, Liang, while disguised as you?" I tried asking. The question seemed to suit Nyazun, and his darting eyes calmed. "I wonder if, perhaps, someone is trying to incite discord between us. They want us to suspect each other. I frowned. Who could be behind a plan like that? What's his motive? Nyazun stuffed his hands back into his pockets as he replied, perhaps these evil doings go deeper than we're thinking. I nodded, my heart heavy, as I pondered the recent events. Bang, bang, bang. A strange banging sound suddenly came from outside the window. Nyazun and I exchanged a glance. And suddenly, a shadow flashed past the window. I'd been nervous, but when we made it outside, I was stunned. Nyazun and I were already on the first floor of the school building. We ran out from an exit, and as we stepped out the doors, a person fell from above us. I quickly tried to dodge the falling body, which then landed right beside me. Blood splattered all around, and the person died. When Nyazun and I looked up, we discovered that all the windows on the 11th floor of the building were shattered. Moreover, in the hundreds of broken windows were hundreds of corpses being tossed out. One after the next, bodies fell down, some nearby, some far away. One body looked to be healing as it fell. Could it be? A bad feeling came over me, but I couldn't be bothered with that right now. With a bit of mental force, I jumped up to a broken window on the 11th floor. Nyazun followed close behind. I ended up in some kind of classroom. Most of the rooms in the building were classrooms, only the first 10 floors were used for temporary stay dorms. The room was empty and very tidy. I ran out the door into the corridor, which was crowded with people running out of their rooms, screaming. Because the weak southern residents had never been faced with such a situation, some simply fell to the ground in despair. The building was divided into sections, separated by large doors every 100 meters or so. The bodies were being thrown out from windows in this section of the building, so I ran through the crowd, searching for the person who could be behind the ordeal. The frightened crowd made it difficult to get through the corridor, but I didn't dare use any mental force, lest I scare the residents even more. Nyazun and I checked room after room, until we arrived at the elevator at the end of the building section. Then I saw some people running past the elevator. Jiapa and Song Lu. When I saw Song Lu, I felt my heart drop with a thud. All I could think was that as long as Song Lu wasn't behind this, that's all that mattered. Her face carried an exhaustion, but when she saw me, she seemed to sigh a sigh of relief, a heartbroken look in her eyes. I also noticed that my expression wasn't good. I quickly turned to Jiapa and asked, "What's going on here?" Jiapa responded just as quickly, "Miss Song Lu and I were on the 12th floor, trying to analyze a blood sample." When we heard the cries from the 11th floor, we quickly ran down, but we don't know what's going on yet. Huh, what are you talking about? I pushed past them and ran towards the next section of the building. Past the elevator was another corridor, which was beginning to fill up with people leaving their rooms as well. I was trying to make my way through the increasing crowd when a figure passed by in the distance. Though there was some light, visibility was nevertheless reduced in the night. But when the figure passed by, I turned and happened to glimpse something. And then I froze. Standing frozen in spot, Nyazun caught up to me and shook me. "Lishan, what are you doing?" I watched the figure disappear into the distance, and I finally snapped out of it. I ran forward. The figure disappeared into a room, and so I followed behind into the room. It was another classroom. The windows weren't shattered, but they were open. I ran over to the window and looked down. It didn't look like anyone had been dropped out from the window. When I looked around some more, I finally spotted an all too familiar, graceful figure by the woods surrounding the school. My mouth dropped open in surprise as Nyazun rushed over. The figure below turned and slightly raised their head and smiled at me, promptly disappearing into the woods afterwards. Without too much thought, I jumped out the window. When I landed, I ran into Gaoqin Jui and Jiao S on the ground. Even Jiao S looked astonished. "What's going on here? Did you catch the culprit?" I raised my head and looked over towards the woods where the figure disappeared. Knowing that I wouldn't be able to find him under the current visibility conditions, I could only shake my head. Gao Qingji asked with extreme gravity. On our way over, there were more than 100 people who fell out from the building without healing. Jiapa and Song Lu had also jumped out from the window and caught up to us. Jiapa quickly added, then their blood must have been mixed with blood of a constitution like Song Lu's. My conjecture earlier wasn't right. I was testing Song Lu's blood earlier, and the reason that Song Lu's blood causes others to die is because when her blood mixes with another's, it causes that person's conscious body to become a physical body. That means it can be wounded, and those wounds naturally transfer to their physical bodies in the real world. Alarmed, I reminded him, you cut your hand with a knife covered in her blood. He returned a bitter laugh. Yes. My wound cannot heal as quickly as we would expect here. It can only heal like a physical body ordinarily would, slowly. I covered my mouth with my hand. That basically made you a cripple in the split zone. A deeply pained expression was on Song Lu's face. Jiaos asked, can you still use your mental force? Jiapa nodded. Yes. Everything is as usual, but I shouldn't get injured. This blood makeup is truly unparalleled. Song Lu's blood causes others to lose their ability to heal quickly, while conversely, her own ability to heal has increased in speed. Gao Qingji asked ruthlessly, who would do such a thing? Jiapa replied helplessly, if I'm not wrong, the culprit was simply testing things today. Since the test was successful, I'm afraid that the residents of the split zone will be in much danger now. Gao Qingji suddenly shot a cold look at Song Lu. But she's right here. From what you've told us, each of their experiments was different. How can they be utilizing her blood then? With a downcast expression, Jiapa replied, I'm afraid they must have a second successful experiment. However, the chances of integrating the demon leeches with the human body is very low. It's likely that Song Lu may have been their only complete success. I'm not sure whose blood they're using now, but it may not be as perfect as Song Lu's. In fact, it's possible that they're creating such a large disturbance now in order to reclaim Song Lu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43. Volume 1. 43. What you see may not be the truth. I trusted in Jiapa's reasoning skills. He'd always been logical and collected. I decided to speak up. Since the culprit remains hidden, we should first stay calm. Since those who have died may have been infected with blood like Song Lu's, let's have Jiapa collect their blood to examine it. If you're bothered by it, Gao Qingji, you can go along with him. And since the deaths are your southern district's residents, and Si Luo won't make an appearance, you ought to calm the residents' wary hearts. Niezun, Jiaos, and I will go search around the area where the supposed culprit disappeared. Gao Qingji glanced at me, and then agreed with my suggestion. I motioned for Jiaos to follow me. With a jolt of mental force for speed, I started running for the woods around the school building, Jiaos and Niezun on my heels. After getting into the woods a bit, looking back, the school was no longer visible. All I could see was layer upon layer of trees under the darkened night sky. I stopped walking. Jiaos looked a bit cautious. With large, flitting eyes, she looked at me. Niezun also stopped, a distance away, unsure of what I intended. I turned back and looked at Jiaos. Now that there's only you, me, and Niezun, I have something I want to say to you. Standing still, Jiaos fixed her gaze onto me and said, go ahead. Standing just as still, I returned her gaze. Guess who I saw when we were chasing the perpetrator? Jiaos rolled her eyes. Don't keep me hanging. Making sure to enunciate each word, I said, I saw Li Wan. Surprised, she asked, Li Wan? I scoffed, yes, the very one whom you injured and shamed in front of the Western residents, Li Qing's beloved disciple, Li Wan. Jiaos shook her head. That can't be. She disappeared before Li Qing died. And for the past year, I haven't heard of anyone spotting her in the split zone. I figured that she must have disappeared from the split zone, the same as Li Qing. At her words, I couldn't help thinking of Li Qing's death. Li Qing's death had been very different to everyone else's. She seemed to have known her death was coming, long before it arrived, even making arrangements for it. That day, on the roof of the Western residence, after entrusting everything to me, she suddenly closed her eyes and fell over. After Jia examined her, we found that Li Qing had indeed died. Her consciousness was gone, but her body hadn't turned to ash and smoke, and her split symbol was fully intact. We temporarily kept her seemingly comatose, unbreathing body. That is, until one day, when her corpse just vanished. We had a very strict watch on her, which meant that it was impossible for someone to have snuck her body out, and so, Jia Pa and a few other medical persons suspected that her physical body may have finally died. Instead of turning to ashes and disappearing as smoke, she had instead slowly evaporated. But no one had seen the event unfold, and so no one truly knew what happened. The blonde man hadn't mentioned a single word about the incident. He simply promoted me to Western Commander, and never spoke of the situation again. I'd been devastated at the time, but Li Qing had in fact told me about her leaving ahead of time. She said that she would die, and that everyone in the split zone would eventually die too. When she'd first brought it up, I hadn't really understood what she was talking about, but in the end, I had to accept that she was gone. But it was Li Wen's death that came strangely. One day, she just suddenly disappeared from the split zone, without a trace. I had suspected Zhao S, but the blonde man had a lot of informers spread about the place. He told me that Zhao S wasn't involved and to stop investigating it. I have to admit that, at the time, I was quite the wretch. What, with Li Qing's death and Li Wen's disappearance, as well as the dejection I'd been feeling since my arrival in the split zone, I grew very accustomed to letting things happen without getting involved. I didn't think too much about anything, and just lied around all day, eating and drinking. But I couldn't act that way anymore. Laurel's treatment at such a young age, turning into some strange monster. Song Lu, who always protected me, always thought of me first, the person I thought of as my real sister, she'd turned into something strange. Song Lu and Yu Liang, who had always been happy together, were now split apart. One's whereabouts were unknown, and the other had become some kind of science experiment. I couldn't act the same anymore. When I thought of all that, my glare intensified. Zhao S, tell me. Why did do that to Li Wen, back then? Zhao S was quiet a moment. Do you really want to know? I nodded. Zhao S exhaled, a trace of helplessness slipping over her eyes for the first time. I did it for Li Qing. I was shocked, but I didn't cut in. And she continued, you know, Li Qing was always an unwavering and capable woman. Though her mental force wasn't extremely high, she always trained. In order to protect the Western residents, she really sacrificed a lot. Not long after I became the Eastern Commander, she visited me, wanting to befriend me. At first, I simply thought that she wanted to maintain peaceful relations between the districts, but later, I realized that she was really a very charismatic and charming woman. I've never agreed with others' governing practices. You may all see the Eastern District as a violent and riotous place, but that's just a consequence of the weak being prey to the strong. In the East, everyone is forced to become strong enough to protect themselves. Sometimes, having an easy life isn't really a good thing. I've always hoped that my residents would become cruel demons, they just need to protect themselves. My heart quivered. Were these her thoughts? Although they were scary, could I say her method was wrong? In a place like the split zone, if you didn't eat others, you'd be the one eaten. Zhao S paused and then continued, while I didn't agree with Li Qing's governance, the Western District was indeed very comfortable and peaceful. The residents of the West weren't nearly as perverse or cruel as us, but neither were they as vulnerable as those in the South. Maybe it was Li Qing who was amazing, creating, in some sense, a genuine harmony. I felt pained once more. That's right, Li Qing's success. I'd nearly destroyed it all in one blow. Jiao S still looked upset, as if recalling a past she didn't want to remember. But Li Qing told me that all of that wasn't what she wanted. What she wanted was to go home. She once asked me why, when everyone came to this place, their panic would slowly turn to suspicion, before finally becoming acceptance. She couldn't understand it. It was always on her mind that someone was waiting for her to wake up, and she could never rest easy for a single day while she was here. She didn't know why everyone seemed to give up after they couldn't find their soul splitters, why they could just accept things and keep living here. I bit my lip. I'm just the kind of person she spoke of. When she handed the commander position to me, she even said that, because I didn't want to leave, I would make a good commander. Jiao S nodded. That was Li Qing's conflict. She couldn't stay and protect everyone's safety if she wanted to leave at every moment. She didn't know what the right choice was. I laughed bitterly. What right and wrong is there here in this place? Everything's topsy-turvy here. Lots of people don't want to return to the real world because life there will never be as good as it is here for them. At least here, there are no pressures. And if you live in a stable district, you'll be able to live all the more easily. You can enjoy life and do anything you want. Jiao S was quiet a moment before she spoke up. This was the selfish human nature that Li Qing spoke of. Perhaps life here may be better than reality, but isn't that just an excuse to escape reality? Also, think of the pain you're inflicting on your family, although some here may not have families in the real world. But the truth is that death is inevitable. Are you going to stay here and deceive yourself forever? My eyes dropped. That does sound like something Li Qing would say. Jiao S' eyes also fell. Yes. Though I admired and understood her, and I knew what she said was reasonable, I could never bring myself to be so enlightened. The split zone is like a cage, and I'm afraid that I'm like a prisoner who's very much willing to spend eternity in it. Suddenly, her eyes widened and her rough voice came sharply, but this admirable woman gave up her chance to leave because of that girl. I frowned, not understanding. A murderous aura filled her eyes. I guess you never considered it. Li Wen was no ordinary person. She was Li Qing's soul splitter. My eyes widened in surprise. Soul splitter? That word that always lingered around us and yet was ever so distant from us. How could it be used on such a warm and lovely girl? Jiao S closed her eyes, as if it was difficult to continue. When I found out, I was also very surprised, but it's true. When you saw me tearing her apart, I was verifying this matter. I saw it on her lower back, the same exact peach blossom that Li Qing had, in the same exact spot. When I saw it, I was engulfed with anger. Li Qing couldn't bear to hurt Li Wen. She would rather give up her only chance to return to the real world than hurt Li Wen. Jiao S' eyes widened again. So, I decided to be the bad guy. I forced Li Wen to go to Li Qing and kill herself instead. But she refused. Li Xin, you know how well Li Qing treated her. But she was the culprit who brought Li Qing to this damned place. She had no appreciation at all. I never thought I'd be hearing about Li Qing and Li Wen like this. My body felt like it had turned to ice, cold, frozen. Jiao's eyes were full of hostility. She refused, so I tortured her. She refused to speak about the soul splitters. She refused to speak, and she refused to die. When Li Qing died, she disappeared. I spent a year searching for her, to no avail. But no one can stop me. When I find her, I'm going to let her know what eternal pain feels like. The evening wind flipped through Jiao's uniform skirt. She looked like a student, but the look in her eyes was cruel, as if she were possessed by a demon. And yet, she didn't look scary to me at all. She had only thought of Li Qing as a friend, and for her, she hated someone else to this extent. Suddenly, I felt such admiration for the Jiaos in front of my eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44. Volume 1. 44 Nyezun's Analysis. Nyezun cut in suddenly, but why would Li Wen appear here today? Jiao S gave me a suspicious look. Are you sure you saw her? I nodded. I'm positive. It was Li Wen. You know how Li Wen has this different aura. The way she carries herself, I couldn't have been mistaken. Jiao S clenched her teeth, a dark force filling her eyes. I didn't expect that she would show up. Looks like all of this isn't just a coincidence. I couldn't help but wonder what awaited us. The events that had happened so far didn't exactly look to be related, and yet there also seemed to be some kind of underlying link between them. Could all of this have been a warning for a catastrophe to come? Nyezun suddenly asked, by the way, where did Guan Nye disappear to? But Jiao S shook her head. Don't bother asking me. His movements are unpredictable. Don't worry about him. Although I can't guarantee he'll be of any help to us, I am certain that he's not a bad guy. When the time's right, I suppose he'll make his appearance all on his own. I nodded. The night winds suddenly attacked, the chilling cold seeping into my skin. For some reason, whenever a cold wind came like this in the dark, nighttime forest, I would subconsciously look around me. My probing gaze must have caught Jiao's attention, for she also turned her neck slightly. The three of us were quiet. When I didn't notice any movement in the grass or air, I relaxed a bit. Li Xin, since we've spoken to this point, do you remember that I said I'd share a secret with you if we ended up working together? Jiao S asked seriously. Startled, I thought back to the Jiao S words when I first headed to the Eastern District. I nodded. I think it's time to tell you now. The secret. Before Jiao S could finish speaking, behind her, a dark shadow fled. When I looked closer, I realized that the shadow belonged to Laurel. Laurel had undergone great changes. She was on all four limbs. Her gaze was murderous, like a cheetah waiting to pounce on its prey. Be careful, I blurted out. Jiao's gaze tightened, and then the air behind her crackled, turning to blades, flying backwards. Laurel easily dodged the attack, her chopped-up blonde hair catching the light's reflection. On all fours, she leapt at Jiao, trying to grab her back, as if her hands had claws. Jiao felt an incoming pressure, so she turned to the right and avoided Laurel. After dodging her attack, she turned again, when suddenly, she stared ahead. As she moved, the air to her right fiercely vibrated and turned into a large vortex. The wind blew her hair high up, exposing her dark eyes. She stuck her arm into the vortex and pulled out the same sword she once attacked me with. Jiao quickly turned back and raised her sword. With a thunderous airflow, she aimed at Laurel's head, without any hesitation. I quickly grabbed my bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow struck Laurel's shoulder, pushing her to the side slightly, avoiding Jiao's sword. Laurel fell to the ground in pain. I took a step forward, and before Jiao could make another move, I pulled out Piercer and grabbed hold of her. I tightened my grip slightly. Don't move. Surely, you still remember what kind of pain Piercer brings. Seeing how set I was on not taking her life, Jiao simply looked me over, without a word. Laurel wanted to fight, but she also knew how powerful Piercer was, so she stopped. Her large eyes looked around, as if trying to find an escape route. Laurel, don't you recognize me? I'm a Shenjie. How did you become this way? I still held my weapon tightly, but my heart softened. Laurel stared at me. In a clear voice, she said, Shenjie, I haven't forgotten you, but what I'm doing right now is right. You've been wrong all this time. This is the life I want now. Suddenly, she laughed tenderly. And anyway, why are you getting angry at me, Shenjie? Nyezun Geje's the one who told me to do this. Didn't he tell you? As she glanced over at Nyezun, Laurel's once innocent face suddenly looked so cunning. I shook my head. That can't be. Niazun would never do something like that. Though I said that, I could already feel that Jiao S had turned her suspicious gaze to the indifferent Niazun at our side. Her grip tightened on her sword. I frowned. Laurel fluttered her pretty lashes. Shinjiajie, you should give Jiajie a call. Then you'll understand everything. Niazun suddenly spoke up, no. You cannot speak with Ji right now. Suspicion filled my face. Why would Niazun say that? Laurel chuckled, and her laughter was crisp and melodious, as it had always been. Niazun Gij, you shouldn't keep it a secret from Shinjiajie. A big incident happened in the Western District, but you still want to pretend to be a good person? My eyes immediately widened, and I turned to Niazun. His expression was dark. Taking advantage of my lowered guard, Laurel escaped from my whip and tried to get away. With swift eyes and arms, Jiao S raised her sword again. But then, Niazun's eyes tightened, and a ray of light shot forth from his eyes. Jiao S' sword had yet to strike Laurel, when Niazun's light ray grabbed hold of it. Laurel took this opportunity to slip away, and she disappeared into the dark night. Jiao S turned to Niazun, pointing her sword at him. What are you trying to do? Niazun's reply came evenly. I don't mean anything, but I can only prove my innocence with her gone. I left a chemical marker on her. Jiapa made it, and he'll be able to track her wherever she is. But how exactly are you going to explain her accusations towards you? Jiao S asked aggressively. I didn't say anything, but I was silently worrying about what could have happened in the Western District. Niazun smiled glibly. We've had this talk about our problems many times before. If we're going to suspect each other, neither of us are any better than the other. Jiao S, you're aware that a man previously died in the Western District after jumping off a building. We found that strange insects had eaten away his back, and the scent of those insects were found on your rank official, Muli. Moreover, when we were staying in the eastern dorms, you took away an assassin who targeted us, but have yet to give us any explanation. Don't you think we ought to have suspicions about you? Jiao S suddenly recalled something. Since you mentioned that, I'm remembering that, when I leave my district, my S-clan will have someone report to me. Though I don't like cell phones, at the least, I can always be reached. But recently, no one has come to find me. But, there are definitely no problems with Muli. None of my A-rank officials are bad people. As for what happened, I'll be sure to find out as fast as I can. I frowned. That's probably because they can't get into the Southern District, isn't it? Jiao S shook her head. No. The two B-rank officials were able to enter. Moreover, as if thinking up another problem, Jiao S quickly turned to Niazun. Just now, that girl said that something's happened in the Western District. Niazun, what's happened? At that, I also cast a doubtful look at Niazun. Niazun's eyes turned, and finally, he let out a sigh. He said to me, earlier, when you were passed out, Yuji gave me a call. She said that there have been some attacks on the resident floor managers. 7 of the 27 have died. It's just like what we encountered here. They didn't die via their split symbol, but instead, because their physical constitutions were altered. Why are you only telling me about this now? I shouted at him. Your injury hasn't fully healed yet. And telling you would have been futile anyway, since you can't go back right now. It's clear that the enemy is spread all over the districts. Jiapa also said that, aside from Song Lu, there was another with a similar constitution. If that was truly Liwen that you saw earlier, then I'm afraid she can't be rid of suspicion. Since she's in the Southern District right now, that means the Western District should currently be safe for the time being. And Yuji is there. Telling you it just 'cause you needless worry. While I had to admit that Niazun's words were true, I couldn't help feeling worried and distressed. But even if I had known ahead of time, what of it? With my current abilities, would I have been able to protect everyone? I can't even protect myself. For the first time, Niezun had a lot of things to say, and he didn't have his signature carefree expression. Seriously, he turned to face Jiao S and said, I admit that I never really trusted you before. But it looks like, now, there's something I can trust. Although the perpetrator is unknown, the things that have happened the past few days are connected. Since today, there's only you, me, and Li Xin, how about you let me share my observations? Jiao S looked at Niezun, and then finally nodded. Okay. I'll trust you for now. Li Xin said that the two of you must remain 500 meters from each other. I trust Li Xin, so let's try not to suspect each other. Jiao S words made me feel very honored. Niezun lifted a hand and adjusted his jacket collar. The evening wind blew at his short, black hair, exposing his shining eyes. His lips slowly opened. To sum things up, before we came here, there were 4 strange deaths in the Western District. Among them were Laurel's substitute, the female owner of a weapon shop, Awan, and the boy who killed her. Additionally, there was the man who fell from the school building. Ordinarily, because the man and the substitute had died via their split symbols, there should be an additional 2 dead. Of course, no one saw these 2 people, so we can't confirm whether or not they were Western residents. After a pause, he continued, among the 4 people, the boy was once a friendly kid in the Western District. But when he attacked Awan, he'd acted like Laurel did today. His mannerisms and actions were unusual. I suspect that he must have gone through some kind of experiment to change his temperament. As for the man covered in bugs, I'd originally thought that someone had killed him for their own personal gains and fun. But after these recent events, I had a discussion with Jiepa. We think the man may have been an experiment as well, but because the experiment failed, he was disposed of. An apprehensive feeling overcame me. When had he investigated all these things so thoroughly with Jiepa? Why hadn't anyone asked me about it? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45. Volume 1. 45 Target of Criticisms. Niezun seemed to have gleaned my inner thoughts, but he simply glanced over me. He continued with his analysis. I know that Jiepa has been carrying on his own investigation. Jiao S, you should know that Jiepa's intel has always reached far and is trustworthy. At the time, we didn't know there were such experiments going on, or that the insects on the dead man's body were a failed experiment. That's why Jiepa's investigation hadn't yielded any results, that is, until we came to the Southern District, where everything seems to have become clear. Now I have a question for you. How exactly did the 5 B-rank members of your clan die? A deep pain flashed across Jiao's eyes. It disappeared quickly, but I know I saw it. The first 4 died at the same time that you first came to see me. And the 5th, you were witness to his death yourselves. The deaths of the first 4 were all the same. Their bodies were chopped to pieces and arranged into the word death. When I recalled that someone had died just upon my arrival to the Eastern District, I felt my mouth twitch. Since she suddenly brought that up, Jiao S didn't mean to point her sword at me and ask for recompense now, right? Niezun nodded. If I'm not recalling wrong, you'd sent 3 people to find Gaoqin Zhui, but they were unsuccessful. Then, one of them died the day we checked into the eastern dorms. Correct? Jiao S nodded solemnly. Niezun narrowed his eyes a bit. On that subject, I have to bring up a few things. I hope that, in the future, both of you commanders will listen well. After seeing Niezun's expression, I exchanged a glance with Jiao S. Then both of us waited for his next words. His carefree nature seemed to have made a partial return. Among the people we've met so far, there are a few we must be vigilant towards. You cannot forget this. A radiance suddenly flashed in his eyes. First, there's Gaoqin Zhui. Jiao S, although the two of you seem to use a very similar, if not the same, air control technique, I don't plan on investigating that further. That said, I'm sure you know that Gao Qingji isn't someone benevolent. The black sword at his waist is a weapon I've never seen before in the split zone. And though I've never seen him use it, I would wager it's not to be treated as a plaything. The way Gao Qingji manipulates his mental force, in addition to his persuasion ability, means that he won't have any troubles in any situation or battle. A person like that is someone we cannot not fear. Jiao S looked around. Nie Zun's lips curved into a smile. Then, there's the illusionist, Huan Cheng. He clearly gets along with the people of the Southern district. From what you've said, he guards the border forest between the southern and eastern districts. But for that girl, Mi Fu, he left the forest. Why would that be? And if his illusions were truly perfect, how could there be so many strange creatures in the southern district now? He holds secrets that we don't know about. As for the girl, Mi Fu, I've never heard that the southern district had a goddess or anything like that in it. I found myself getting a bit lost. I've never known Nie Zun to take anything seriously, let alone analyze anything so seriously. He passed his days in the split zone by chasing after me as I ran, lazing about in the day, and occasionally having a drink with Jiepa. I'd never seen him take anything to heart or mind like this before. So, I listened intently. Nie Zun suddenly yawned. Actually, a lot of things seem to be pointing towards the as of yet unseen spirit snatcher, Rong Jin. But instead of suspecting someone I'd never seen, I preferred to look at those around me. Last, there's Guan Nye, whom you brought along. When you had us meet on the 30th floor to talk, you weren't guarding against the blonde man, but rather Guan Nye, right? From what I've seen, Guan Nye's sorcery wouldn't lose out to Huan Cheng's. But the question is, why would you fear him? You said that Guan Nye is trustworthy, aside from his dispute with Gao Qingji. And I believe that. But have you considered, if the two settle their differences, then the problem lies with Gao Qingji? How will you deal with that? You keep Guan Nye under your service because of his animosity with Gao Qingji. From what I've seen, his hate for Gao Qingji stems from past feelings. If they resolve their problems, what will you do? I felt my heart chill. Although I've long noticed the messy relationships between everyone, I've never analyzed them or laid out their pros and cons. Nie Zun. I couldn't help lifting my head and looking over at his easygoing expression. Nie Zun, have I been mistaken in thinking I understood you? Then I turned back to Jiao S. She rarely had such an uncertain expression. The light flickered in her eyes as she looked at Nie Zun and asked, "Why are you saying all these things to me?" Nie Zun gave an honorable smile, like an immortal who was above eating mortals' food. "It's nothing, just a certain feeling I had. You're rather quite dependable, compared to the two of them. I'm bringing this up today because I want to make sure you're thinking over things carefully. You have to be careful with these people. The reason you kept those 3 protectors, who pledged themselves to you, was because you didn't trust others, wasn't it? I hope that you'll think this over clearly. Li Xin and you are in the same positions now, and only if you two work together, without any suspicions for each other, will we be able to change the tide. And you know about the people in the southern district. You can't trust even the best of them. Just like your feelings for Si Luo, if you cannot restrain them, you're very likely to fall into a trap." Jiao S was quiet a while. Suddenly, she sighed and said, "You're indeed Nie Zun." Her eyes went back and forth between me and Nie Zun. Finally, she looked into my eyes and said, "Li Xin, you're truly very fortunate. There are always so many people around you, willing to protect you." I glanced over at Nie Zun, and then I lowered my eyes. A lot of people were willing to protect me? I laughed bitterly inside. Was that the reason I didn't want to leave the split zone? Because I was afraid of returning to the real world, where there would be no one to watch over me? Nie Zun looked at me, and a gentleness seemed to pass over his eyes. Or maybe I was seeing things. Then, he stuffed his hands back into his pockets and said, "In any case, I hope you two will trust each other wholly. There have been incidents in both the western and eastern districts now, but feeling anxious won't solve any of our problems. Let's first investigate here more. It's night, so we'll rest first. I trust that Gao Qin Zhui and Jiepa will resolve things on their end well. When morning comes, we can go after Laurel." Jiao S nodded. There was a sparkle in her eyes, and then vortexes appeared beside her again. She raised her arm and returned her sword inside. She waved to me and then turned to go. "Let's get some rest then. I'm sure they're already forming suspicions since we've talked for so long." After Jiao S walked away, I looked over at Nia Zun. "Nia Zun, how many secrets have you hidden from me?" Nia Zun laughed. "Regardless of how many secrets I have, haven't I always protected you? What are you afraid of?" I was a bit taken aback. I'd never heard such words from him before. He turned, about to return in the same direction of Jiao S. But before he walked away, he turned back to me. In the darkness, a strange, unfathomable warmth enveloped his face. "Let's head back." I bit my lower lip, and then hurried to catch up. When Niezun and I returned to the school, I saw Gao Qinji confronting Huan Sheng. "This is how you've protected the southern district?" Gao Qinji asked Huan Qing, pointing to the broken glass shards and the bloodstains that remained after their cleanup. Huan Sheng's threatening face didn't seem to carry any excessive emotions. "My job is simply to protect Mifu and guard the southeast border forest." "Mifu? Ha, then you'd best protect her well. I won't argue with you about all the garbage that's made its way into the southern district. But Huan Qing, if anything happens to her, even as the #1 illusionist, your road will have reached its end." Gao Qinjui was as arrogant and callous as ever. Huan Qing's amber eyes sparked with a cold light. "Gao Qinjui, don't be so arrogant. There's really no reason for you to treat me in such a hostile manner. I'm not Rong Jin, after all. I have no desire to fight over the commander's position with you." "Ha? What and what now? Gao Qinjui, your enemy really isn't an ordinary person." I savored the moment. But quickly, my face darkened, because after seeing us, this pair didn't seem to acknowledge my or Niezun's presence at all. I stepped forward. Only when I was nearly at his side did Gao Qinju spare me a glance. As for Huan Sheng, he didn't look at me, but he was glaring at Niezun. Niezun's lips curved. "We meet again. I trust you've been well and have had good fortune since we last met. Lady Nifu still doesn't dare to walk around freely." A dark ruthlessness crossed his eyes. "A lot of people will be happy with her off the streets, unable to harm anyone else." Niazun squinted as he smiled. Then he raised an arm to cover his yawn. "And besides, she's your goddess, not mine." After yawning, he suddenly grabbed onto my shoulders, his actions fast as lightning. I flinched. I turned to look at him, but he seemed to be looking at Huan Qing and Gao Qinjui. An unignorable smile appeared on his face. My goddess is right here. For some reason, my face started to burn a bit. Niazun was an apathetic person, though occasionally seemed rather wanton. It was something I'd long grown used to. He had a double-sided personality, like me. But I'd never seen him so nefarious as today. Gao Qinjui's eyes darted between Niazun and me, an inscrutable expression on his face. I lightly shoved Niazun off. A carefreeness filled his eyes. "Top illusionist of the Southern District, I trust that you'll be able to take care of the aftermath here. How about you let us borrow Gao Qinji for a few days? We have some things to look into." The meaning behind his words was, you, Huan Qing, should do well and protect your goddess and the Southern District, and stay out of our affairs. Huan Qing stood tall, looking like a storybook hero. With a cold expression, he said, "Don't worry. Since we've already agreed not to interfere with each other, I won't go back on my word. Investigate as you please. So long as you stay away from Lady Mifu, I will ask no questions of you. Well, you ought to ask some questions. At the least, with something like what happened today, we both have a tad bit of responsibility. Gao Qingjui really didn't seem to be friends with anyone. Huan Qing glanced at him and replied, "Not an easy feat, the word responsibility coming out of your mouth. Investigate your matters as you'd like. I'll finish taking care of things here." Then he laughed. We can't compete after all. See, Luo's favorite has always been you, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Volume 1. 46. A different poisonous insect. After Huan Qing left, I asked Gao Qingjui to join us to the laboratory to find Jiapa and Song Lu. When we entered the lab, Jiao S was also present. I placed the chemical agent that you gave me on Laurel. So, can you locate her now? Niazun asked as he walked in. Jiapa's expression was stiff. He said, "We'll get to that later. I've discovered something else." "What is it?" Jiapa exhaled and replied, "I've examined all the corpses, and as I suspected, the perpetrator today was likely a failed experiment. But I also discovered that Song Lu's blood carries another kind of poison." "What does it do?" I asked curiously. With a grave expression, Jiapa said, "The flow of her blood seems to be able to stimulate her split symbol, which is how she heals so quickly. Although her abilities aren't as strong as someone who's physically inserted their splitting key into their symbol, like Niazun or myself, they're certainly not weak. As you're all aware, using your split symbol may stabilize your mental force, but it comes at a cost. So with this type of blood inside her, there must be some kind of side effect. I just have no way of discerning what that side effect may be." He paused and then continued, "I also suspect that Ms. Song Lu isn't a finished product. If she's also a failed experiment, then there must be a corresponding price to pay. I'm not certain of it, but I'm very worried." I felt my chest immediately tighten. Jiapa was very rational and cautious. If he said he was very worried, then I could only imagine the worst. Song Lu stepped forward. She looked exhausted. Her eyes were sunken, and her expression looked distant. She grabbed my hand and said, "It's fine. There aren't any major problems right now, so don't worry." Her gaze dimmed. "I don't know whether Yu Liang is dead or alive. If he's still alive, I don't know what kind of pain he must be suffering. Aside from him, there's nothing that could worry me. For as long as I knew her, although Song Lu simply appeared like a sexy, warm woman, I knew that she was very strong. A lot of the women in the Western District were very strong. Whether it was Li Qing, Yu Ji, or Song Lu, they were all stronger than me. I felt disgusted with myself. But looking at how haggard Song Lu was now, I knew that being upset or sad was pointless. Living in a place like this, it was best not to get too emotional. Because what were emotions and good feelings worth in the end? What we had to consider, first and foremost, constantly, was how to continue living on. So I grabbed her hands in mine. "Don't worry. Jiapa's already found some clues. We'll be able to find Laurel soon, and we'll definitely find Yu Liang and bring him back to you. I knew that I wasn't exactly a competent commander, but I will work hard. I will work hard to protect the people of the Western District who have always been by my side." I looked at Song Lu firmly, and I saw a glimmer of hope start to appear in her eyes. I wanted to embrace her, to try to get closer and comfort her. She reached out, to reciprocate, but just as she was about to hug me, she suddenly frowned. "What is it?" I asked anxiously. I watched her face twist with confusion, as if she were feeling uncomfortable. She shook her head, to show that she was okay, but then she suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, as if she had to vomit. She bent over, her long curly hair falling, both hands now covering her mouth to suppress her nausea. I reached out to pat her back, but seeing her hair covering her face, I decided to move it out of the way. Jiepa asked with concern from the side, "Are you having any adverse reactions?" Song Lu was still bent over, 2 hands covering her mouth. Her body trembled, but she didn't speak. I gently moved her hair to her back, holding it with one hand, about to help her up with my other hand. I looked at her face. She bent over more, falling to the ground, her hands tightly held to her face. I sensed something was amiss. While I held her hair with one hand, I motioned for Jiepa with the other, asking him to come help. He hurried over, wanting to help Song Lu up. But she didn't want to stand up, bending over even more. Finally, I saw her back trembling greatly as she pressed her hands to her mouth. I grabbed a hairband from my right wrist and tied her hair, and then I crouched down to look at her. I looked up at her face, and Jiepa stood at her side, patting her back. But when I saw her face, I froze. Song Lu's face had turned completely red and her eyes were open wide. Her hands were pressed tightly to her mouth, almost like she were trying to stop a demon from pushing its way out. Her hands had turned white and her eyes were bloodshot. "Why you? Song Lu Jia, what's wrong?" I asked. Song Lu didn't look at me. With wide eyes, she stared down at the floor. The knuckles on her fingers creaked from the pressure she exerted. Hearing my words, Jiepa immediately crouched down on the other side of Song Lu. He looked carefully at Song Lu's face. Suddenly, he stared at her fingers, as if he'd seen something between them. "What's wrong with her?" I looked at Jiepa anxiously. Jiepa's eyes were still on Song Lu, but I saw his lips tremble slightly. He opened his mouth, and then he finally said, "MMSashun, everyone needs to step back." As he said that, he'd already leapt back a distance. I was still mulling over his words when Niazun grabbed my dress from the neck. He pulled us back and away from Song Lu. On the other side, Jiaoes and Gaoqingjui didn't quite understand why, but seeing all of us move away, they followed suit and distanced themselves from Song Lu. As Niazun pulled me back, my eyes remained on Song Lu. I started to shake my head, unable to believe what I was seeing. Song Lu's hands loosened around her mouth, like she'd already used up her strength. She was still bent over, but I couldn't see her face clearly at this distance. All I could see was her hanging hair. And then, something started spilling from her mouth to the floor. Pitter-patter. Pitter-patter. One after another, creatures as hard as beetles gushed forth from her mouth, falling to the floor, wave after wave. These weren't the same as the black, poisonous bugs with pincers that had previously fused with her body. They were something else entirely, something else I've never seen before. They were about the size of a fist, red-violet in color, and shimmering with light. They were shaped like a semicircle with feet underneath, slowly rising from the ground. Song Lu grabbed her stomach with both hands, looking in pain, as these large creatures climbed out from her. Her once gentle, beautiful, and sexy eyes now looked sinister. She whimpered. At first, I was stunned by what I was seeing, but I quickly recovered and tried to get away from Niazun's hold to help Song Lu. "No! Let go of me!" When I tried to pull away, Niazun suddenly wrapped both his arms around me, holding me still. He slipped his 2 arms under my own and held me at the waist, his gloved hands clasped together, unwilling to let me move forward. Anxiously and angrily, I turned back, yelling, "Let go of me! Song Lu! She! Just let go of me!" Niazun was silent. Jiepa stared at the red-violet beetles on the ground, crawling slowly, and he raised a hand to signal us to stop. "Calm down. I don't know what kind of pain you'll feel if these bugs get onto your bodies. Please keep a distance from Miss Song Lu. You must be kidding me. Jiepa. How can I just watch idly by as Song Lu's in such pain?" I shouted out, and I felt Niazun's hold on me tighten. Jiepa's initial fright from the bug seemed to have resided, replaced by his ever-calm demeanor. He spoke solemnly, "Ms. Ashen, don't act rashly. I'll do my best to help Ms. Son Lu. Don't worry. Then he turned to Jiao S and Gao Qingjui. Can you two freeze things with your control of air? Gao Qingjui also seemed a bit taken aback by the turn of events, but he nodded. Yes, but when I freeze things, they will shatter. Jiao S looked at Gao Qingjui with a complicated expression. Then she said, mine as well. Jiepa considered things for a moment, and then he said, then, destroy those bugs now. Just leave one behind. Although Jiepa was currently commanding two people who weren't exactly known for their benevolence, Jiao S and Gao Qingjui weren't the type to fuss over such a small matter. So, the two of them activated their mental force. Crackle, crackle. The red-violet beetles were whipped up into their vortexes, frozen, and shattered. Soon, they disappeared from sight. Jiepa quickly captured the last beetle escaping Son Lu's mouth into a glass jar he'd taken from the laboratory. Then he tied a strange knot and said, trap. The jar closed and tightened, until finally the struggling beetle inside slowly stopped moving. Son Lu had stopped vomiting. I undid Niezun's arms around me and ran over to her. Son Lu looked like she'd aged several years. Her expression was haggard and depressed, and then she passed out. There were dark, greenish marks around her eyes. I clenched my teeth, trying to hold back my tears. I held her, and with a touch of mental force, I picked her up. I'll send her back to rest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47. Volume 1. 47 If She's a Demon. With Jiepa's permission, I carried Son Lu back to her room and laid her on the bed. Jiao S had followed along, and she said, her face gained such rough wrinkles. I'm afraid those things must have taken a great toll on her. I remained silent, as grief rushed through me, submerging me in sorrow and guilt. Once you arrive in the split zone, your appearance doesn't change unless you use your mental force to change it. Or unless your spirit has suffered great distress, which could possibly cause your form in the split zone to become unstable and appear to age. Right now, we can't bring Son Lu along to find Laurel. We don't know what kind of other changes may occur, so Jiepa has to stay with her. But Jiepa's body has also become as vulnerable as a physical human body, so he shouldn't be in danger's path. That means that one of us has to remain behind to guard them. I looked at Gao Qingjui, Jiao S, and then Niezun. Even if we can find Laurel, without Jiepa, we may not be able to deal with her entirely, Jiao S said. But there's too much risk in bringing him along. I can't do it, I said, my eyes drooping. It's okay. After Jiepa activated his split symbol and studied enchantments, even if he hasn't perfected his skills, it should be sufficient to protect himself. But the best option would be if Guan Nie stayed behind to protect them. As for Laurel, the four of us should go, Niezun proposed. I sighed. But even Jiao S doesn't know where Guan Nie's gone off to. How will we find him? Gao Qingjui's eyes sparkled. I can find him. Tell me when we're going, and I'll have him back before then. Jiao S scoffed, indeed, you are Gao Qingjui. After so long, you're still that confident about Guan Nie? He didn't reply. He was able to accomplish what he promised though. We rested for a few hours in the night, and after we greeted Jiepa in the morning, Guan Nie returned. He still carried that feminine aura, and hung around as he liked. When he returned, he didn't say a word to Gao Qingjui. Instead, he simply stood at the side and played with his floor-length white hair. Jiepa touched some kind of medicine under my nose. After applying this, your sense of smell will be heightened for the day. This will allow you to easily smell the scent I had Niezun leave on Laurel's body. Take a smell. I took a whiff, but I didn't smell anything. Turn to another direction and smell again, Jiepa said. So, I turned and took another whiff. Still nothing. Then I turned to the window and took a whiff. Suddenly, a light fragrance drifted into my nose. I smell it. Smells nice. This way. I pointed out the window. Jiapa nodded. So, you can just follow Ms. Ushin's nose. You'll have to be directly facing Laurel to smell the scent, but you should be able to find her this way. Huh? So, you mean to say that I'm going to be like a dog this whole trip, sniffing every which way? My face twitched. Why did I have to let Jiapa apply the medicine on my nose? Anya, I'll leave Jiapa and Son Lu in your care. Nyazun smiled solicitously at Guan Nya. It seemed that way to me anyway. Guan Nya's eyes shined, like a lamb who'd seen a wolf. No, a wolf who'd seen a lamb. How could I not put all my effort into it when my pet asks me to? And then he glanced at Gao Qingjue ambiguously. Ms. Ushin, don't worry about us. I don't know if you're headed to another testing site, but I won't need to worry either, with all four of you going together. I'll stay here with Ms. Son Lu so that I can examine her when she wakes up. And I can also analyze the insect that came out from her. If you make any discoveries, Nyazun can call me at any time, Jiapa said calmly and clearly. I nodded. Okay, then we'll head off. Before we left though, I couldn't help turning back. Jiapa, well Son Lu, I bit my lip. Jiapa's calm eyes looked around. He said to me, Ms. Ushin, don't worry. I'll protect her. After the four of us left the school, the other three were clearly waiting for me to sniff out and point us in the right direction. A bit embarrassed, I turned around and started sniffing. Zhao's eyes wandered, and it was obvious she was trying to keep from laughing. And even with his cold exterior, a teasing smirk sat on Gao Qingjue's lips. Well, fine. I finally got a trace on the scent, but why was it coming from the direction of the southeast border forest? I showed the way, and then all of us headed to the forest as quickly as we could. As I ran, my red hair danced in the wind. I turned to the side and looked at Gao Qingjue. His cold and arrogant expression paired with his bright sports outfit made him look both sunny and icy, creating a sort of contradicting beauty. Zhao's dark bangs paired with her schoolgirl uniform made her look like a student in a race, minus her lifeless expression. When I thought of races, my mind drifted back to the year I first met Gao Qi. My eyes grew heavy and I glanced at Gao Qingjiu again. He seemed to notice my eyes on him, as a sneer appeared on his lips and he cast a mysterious look my way. I felt my heart jump, and I subconsciously looked away. And then my eyes happened to meet Nyazun's. With his black, high-collared windbreaker, his ink-black medium-length hair, and those dark eyes that no one could ever understand, even in the middle of the day, he looked like a silent reaper come for you in the dark of night. Nyazun was often quiet. Although he occasionally seemed indifferent or dissolute, he was mostly just quiet. Just like when I first met him when we arrived in the split zone. Back then, he hadn't spoken a word. He'd seemed like a person alone and abandoned by the world, but his eyes never looked like they were praying or asking for anything. At the time, I always felt like Nyazun was someone just living in his own world. But when I thought of it later, I found the thought a bit laughable. After all, wasn't I also someone just living in my own world? I've always remembered the Nyazun from back then. When we first met, he wore a high-collared black shirt, and he didn't speak a word. And at the time, I'd hated him. I detested him. Even when the blonde man brought us to meet Li Qing, Nyazun hadn't said a single thing. I asked him back then, since that demonic identity of mine lives within you, if I told you I wanted her dead, would you help me? Nyazun had simply looked at me, his dark as ink eyes roaming around. The first time Nyazun spoke was at the end of that first month. He and I had to remain together every day, and when I wasn't not looking at him, I only gave cold stares. Until that one day, that is. I still remembered the incomparably dark night sky. For some reason, the light reflecting from his eyes made them look like stars. With his shining eyes, he said to me, Li Shin, I really hope that your demonic identity stays with me forever. I looked over and scoffed. Demons are truly demons. It's not unusual that you'd like her, since you're both the same. Devils without a heart. Nyazun hadn't seemed affected by my pointed words though. He just replied, if there's someone who'll stay with me forever, even if she's a demon, that'd be okay. You say she's a demon, but she's also a part of you. If she remains with me, you'll also remain with me forever. I swear, I'll never forget that day. I'll never forget the words Nyazun said then. His eyes were so deep, you'd find yourself unable to get away, and yet there was a loneliness that you were completely willing to give yourself to. I admit, from that day forward, my hate for him disappeared. Despite the fact that he'd resonated and merged with the horrifying part of me that had killed Gao Qi, I still found myself unable to hate him from the bottom of my heart. What are you thinking about? Nyazun asked, looking over at me. His voice carried that carefree tone that was like a slow poison, gradually making its way to my heart. Oh, and nothing. I shook my head and looked forward, focusing on finding the scent on Laurel. As we approached the southeast border forest, for some reason, the air started to feel strange. It was different from the first time we passed through it. Though we'd been sent into an illusion at the time, there had also been a sense of safety at arriving in the southern district. But this time, as the forest came into view, my apprehension increased. While Jiao's ran, she asked, do you guys feel like something's wrong? Gao Qingjui frowned. Ordinarily speaking, aside from Huan Chang and his grand illusions to protect the forest, there are also 13 hunters. So why have there been so many strange occurrences and outsiders recently? Hunters? I've never heard of them, Jiao inquired curiously. Gao Qingjui shot her a chilly glance, but in an unexpectedly good temper, he explained, aside from the grand illusion you all entered, there are also 13 hunters that Si Luo arranged for. If anyone comes into the forest with ill intent towards the southern district, then these 13 can handle them as they see fit. As for where someone gets taken, I don't know, but no one's ever reappeared. That's why they're called hunters. Jiao's interest was piqued. Oh? There's actually something in the southern district that Gao Qinji doesn't know about? I thought Si Luo didn't keep any secrets from you. Gao Qinju smiled. It's true he doesn't hide things from me, but that's not information I care to know about. Jiao's excited face suddenly stiffened. The air between the two always seemed tense, so I interrupted, the forest is just up ahead. Then I looked at Gao Qinjui. Gao Qinjui, what are the stipulations for these hunters you mentioned? If the recent strange events were caused by outsiders, then why haven't these hunters made a move? Gao Qinjui's eyes darkened, as if he'd thought of something. He was silent a moment, and then quietly, he replied, I don't know. Before I could ask him any more, I realized that we'd arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Volume 1. 48 Final Defense. When we walked into the border forest, it felt like the ground was turning beneath me. I looked up to discover that my 3 companions had disappeared. Shit, is this another illusion? I muttered as I put my hands on my waist. The bow on my right shoulder swayed slightly with the motion. Then, I heard Gao Qinjui's chilly voice fall from the sky. This is a space-shifting illusion that Huan Qing set up as a final defense. It makes you feel like you're walking on a puzzle piece that's constantly being moved, but it's just an illusion. However, it was meant as a final defense, which means something happened to Huan Qing. We can't escape from the current situation, so each of us should search for traces of Huan Qing where we are. Hey, that's all you have to say? We came to find Laurel, not that illusionist in a white suit. I shouted angrily towards the sky. Was he kidding? Find him? Shifting puzzle pieces? Nyazun always leads the way because I already get lost on land that doesn't move. After my shouting, I waited a bit, but no reply ever came. Ha! I was left speechless as I cursed inwardly. And then suddenly, I felt my body being dragged to the right. My body wasn't actually moving. It just felt like there was some kind of large magnet pulling me to the side. As my body shifted involuntarily, I stood still. Then I quickly realized that this meant that Nyezun was 500 meters away to my right. His body was moving to the right, and both we had to remain 500 meters from each other. I was being forcefully pulled along. I felt like a crab being picked by some kind of shapeless hand, flying through the air, unable to move my limbs. I really wanted to just turn and run after Nyezun instead. But then another thought came to mind. Why bother using up my mental force when I could just sleep here and get pulled along? If you were there, you'd have seen a faceless woman in a red dress flying past you. Faceless, because my hair had been blown over my face by the fast speed. I rolled my eyes as I was dragged along. Nyezun seemed to be running, for some reason. I couldn't see anything but trees as I was pulled. I didn't see an end, and of course, I didn't see Nyezun. I felt myself moving faster and faster, and then I couldn't help turning and running along, lest I end up running straight into a tree. Nyezun, where the hell are you running to? As I was muttering my grievances, I suddenly realized that the scene around me didn't feel quite right. It looked like two portions of forest were overlapping. The images in front of me were distant, fuzzy, like a mirage. Slowly, my eyes widened. The forest seemed to be turning. The scene spun, like a Bagua trigram array. As the forest spun clockwise, everything blurred, and I was pulled forward. Is Nyezun not the one running? What the hell is happening? I shouted as I watched myself being pulled towards the spinning forest that couldn't possibly be real, while I remained completely unable to stop myself. I'm dizzy. I cried out helplessly, trying to adjust to the situation. With a face full of misery and grief, I headed into the spinning forest. Then, suddenly, the magnetic-like pull disappeared. My head was filled with conjectures and complaints, so I forgot to pull the brakes with my mental force. Without the force pulling at me, I fell forward to the ground in my red dress. With a crash, I felt my chin smash into the rock-hard ground of the split zone. I think I broke it. Lying on the ground, I reached to touch my teeth. It hurt a bit, but this kind of pain was more like an itch than anything else. I waited for my teeth and face to heal. My limbs were a bit sore from the fall, and since I couldn't be bothered to move, I just lied there, sprawled out. As my skin was healing, I heard that familiar carefree drawl float down from above. What are you getting at, kissing the ground in such an ecstatic posture? I lifted my head slightly, to see an amused expression on Nyezun's face as he looked down at me. I immediately jumped up, somewhat embarrassed. Were you running just now? I asked as I pat the dust of my body. Nyezun nodded. I heard Gao Qingju's announcement, and I figured that this final defense illusion must be breakable. Ordinarily, each person will be placed into their own illusory space, and these spaces can't be intruded. Those without a strong will won't be able to escape them either. So, I decided to make use of the bond between us instead. I kept running in one direction, forcing you to break through your illusory space into mine. I exclaimed, what if you failed? What if the two illusions met and then I ended up twisted to shreds? Nyezun pouted and smiled like a little boy. Well, then you'd be in pieces now. Wow, you're truly a demon, Nyezun, I remarked casually, no heart to mock him further. But his expression darkened briefly. Just as I was about to fall for it, his eyes lit up again as he said, but if I have to become a demon to protect you, I'd gladly do so. Hearing those words in such a magnetic voice, I felt myself stagger. With an unruly expression and a wanton smile, he said, I was just kidding. Did you think I was being serious? I immediately rolled my eyes in annoyance. But how was Gao Qingju's voice coming down from the sky? I asked. It must have something to do with his persuasion ability, Nyezun replied casually. I looked around us. We were still in the border forest, the same place I was at previously. So, he wanted us to find Huan Chang, but Huan Chang might not be in this illusory space, right? Niezun also took a look around. This isn't exactly an illusory space. Reality's just been warped somewhat. He must be somewhere. We can't escape, but if he's here, we just need to find him. I frowned. Where do we look for him? Niezun considered it for a moment. See if you can smell which direction Laurel is. I turned and sniffed around us. Yes, that way. I pointed. Let's check that way then and see if we can find another distorted space, Niezun suggested. After the two of us walked a bit, I discovered a figure lying beneath a nearby tree. Niezun, look. Is there someone lying there? I pointed towards the tree. Niezun squinted. Let's check it out. And so, we quickly walked over to the person at the tree. As we approached, I looked at the person lying on the ground. A bit startled, I asked, "Isn't that Huan Chang? What happened to him?" The person lying on the ground was indeed Huan Chang. But his spotless, white suit was now stained and bloodied. His handsome face was covered in scars, and although he looked to be healing, it was happening very slowly. His maroon hair was plastered down with blood, his eyes were tightly closed, and his lips were pressed flat. Without a word, Niezun crouched down to inspect him. Then, he said, "Turn around." I'll have to remove his clothes to find his split symbol and verify my suspicions. With a disgruntled expression, I replied, "Do you think he's worried about that now? He's passed out. Just do it." But the look in my eyes and the drool at my mouth gave away my true intentions. "Hurry and take the clothes off this handsome man." Niezun helplessly rolled his eyes, and then he started searching for Huan Qing's split symbol. Unexpectedly, he quickly found Huan Qing's split symbol on his forearm, in what appeared to be a fox-tail shape. Niezun placed his hand over the split symbol to try to get a read on Huan Qing's mental force. "What is it?" I asked curiously, but I couldn't help muttering inwardly that of all places, his split symbol was in such an easily discoverable spot. Niezun seemed wary. Then he checked the splitting key that still hung around Huan Qing's neck. Our splitting keys are hung around our necks with our mental force. Each person's key is only useful to themselves. To others, it's simply a useless piece of metal. Moreover, a person can't take someone else's splitting key, for it's linked to the owner's split symbol. The key will simply return to their owner. We can remove our splitting keys without worry of losing them, for they always reappear around our necks. After a long examination, Niezun finally said, as I expected. His body no longer holds any mental force. What? None at all? How can that be? I asked with surprise. Niezun nodded. Did you forget? Jiao S mentioned it before. After unlocking your split symbol with your own key, your mental force will disappear for an entire month. In order to create an illusion that can cover the entire border forest, he presumably unlocked his split symbol. At some point though, he must have been attacked and had his key removed. I flinched. Who could it be? If it's someone from Laurel's side, at least, we can be sure that Li Wen's not there. If she were, then he wouldn't even be alive now. If it's not Li Wen, then maybe they took away his ability to use his mental force because they were unable to take his life another way. A dim light passed over Niezun's eyes. That's not the important part. What's important is that, as far as we know, Huan Chang and the Soul Snatcher Rong Jin, and also Gao Qingjui, are the most powerful people in the southern district. With Huan Qing, though he may not have a high attack power, his defensive abilities are surely enough to allow him to escape. This distorted space is his final defense. That means that, even if he's lost consciousness, his illusion will not be easily undone. It will continue to conceal him. My heart sunk as I took in his meaning. Niezun finished by saying, So, the most important question is, who in the split zone would be able to injure him to this extent that he would put up his final defense? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49. Volume 1. 49 Mysterious Offender. An uneasiness crept over me as Nyazun spoke. "Give me one of your arrows," he told me. Although I wasn't sure what he planned to do, I grabbed an arrow from my back and handed it to him. He took the arrow with his gloved left hand, and then he stabbed it into Huan Qing's arm. "What are you doing?" I shouted in alarm. My arrows were coated with a pain amplifier. Most people wouldn't be able to stand the pain, and Huan Qing was already injured. Nyazun didn't reply, but Huan Qing suddenly woke up in a bout of pain. Nyazun pulled out the arrow, leaving the blood to start spilling from Huan Qing's arm. Huan Qing opened his eyes, his amber irises filled with pain. After tossing aside the arrow, Nyazun said, "Sorry, I had to get you to wake up, since there are some things I just can't understand. You were unconscious, but fortunately, the lack of mental force in your body meant that you'd feel this pain." Huan Qing's eyelashes trembled, likely a side effect of the pain amplifier. I nearly couldn't bear it as I recalled his once spotless appearance and his proud, honorable demeanor. Trembling, he glanced over at Nyazun. His chapped lips opened to say, "It's fine, fortunate in fact. You have to go get Lady Nifu back. You can't let them take her away." Nyazun asked, "Who are they?" Huan Qing's eyes shook. "The soul snatcher Rong Jin and a very scary woman." A bit incredulous, I asked, "How scary is very scary?" Huan Qing gasped in pain, and Nyazun quickly pulled out a small vial of what looked to be hemostatic powder. He poured it over Huan Qing's arrow wound. Huan Qing gasped again, and then slowly said, "I've never seen her before. She had purple hair, and she wore a fox fur coat. And she only had one arm." "A severed arm?" I turned to Huan Qing in surprise. Most wouldn't choose to only give themselves with one arm. Unless perhaps, she'd only had one arm while she was alive. "Where did they come from?" Nyazun asked. Huan Qing shook his head. "I don't know, but they came through from the eastern district. They must be in the southern district by now. I don't know why Rong Jin was with her, or why he was in the eastern district to begin with. Has Rong Jin made a move yet?" Nyazun continued his questioning. Huan Qing laughed. "You two don't know, do you? No one has ever seen Rong Jin. Anytime he appears before Si Luo, there's just a shadow on the ground and his voice in the air. But no actual person to be seen. Earlier, it was that same familiar shadow as well. He likely hasn't made a move." I grew more apprehensive. Shadows? We didn't have shadows in the split zone. Sometimes a dark haze would appear when the light was weak, but that was because our visual field made things unclear. Within our sphere of vision, though, there wouldn't be shadows at our feet. Because there's no sun in the split zone, and the sky is always grayed, and moreover, our bodies are formed by our conscious. Of course there wouldn't be shadows. How could someone have a shadow here? I looked down at Huan Qing, who still looked to be in great pain, and I could only swallow my doubts. Huan Qing spoke up, "Logically speaking, Rong Jin wouldn't betray Si Luo, so I don't understand why he would be with that strange woman. In any case, please, you must contact Gaoqin Jui. You can leave me here, but you must tell him that Mifu's been taken. Please, you must do that. It was the first time I'd seen such a look in the cold and arrogant man's eyes. A kind of desperation. I nodded, agreeing to help. "Sure, we can do that. Gaoqin Jui is here now. You just have to undo your final defense. Right now, we can't escape this distorted space, and we don't know which area Gaoqin Jui is in." Nyazun said. Huan Qing panted, "No. They must be outside this place right now. The final defense is keeping them from entering here. I came in after I was injured. They seem to be searching for something in this border forest. If I undo it now, everyone will be in danger. Then he looked at me. Trust me. You won't be able to beat her. He was speaking of the one-armed woman. But his words piqued my curiosity. What kind of woman was she that Huan Qing was so sure that we wouldn't be able to beat her? And what would they be searching for in the forest? It can't be. Niazun and I exchanged glances, both of us suddenly thinking of the same thing. Laurel. They were searching for Laurel. That meant that they hadn't found Laurel after the stone room incident. Laurel was an experiment who'd fled, so she was now being hunted down. But why had Laurel said that night that this was what she wanted? If she truly wanted it, why was she running away? I looked at Huan Chang and respectfully said, Huan Qing, they seem to be searching for the missing girl from our district. Her name is Laurel. Trust me when I say that I want to save her just as much, if not more, as you want to save me Fu. So help us figure out a way to get out of this final defense and find Gao Qinjui. It's true that Niezun and I aren't enough to fight them, but if we can't find Gao Qinjui and Jiao S, then we have an even smaller chance for success. Huan Qing sighed. His voice was a bit hoarse as he said, okay. But I don't have a single ounce of mental force in me right now. I can't use my abilities to help you find them. I can undo the defense system, but once it's undone, there will be nothing protecting this forest anymore. You promise me. If you meet those two first, you must get away and find Gao Qinjui. Okay, I promised. Then, he closed his eyes and recited a string of words that I didn't understand. As he spoke, a sudden wind flew by. Huan Cheng's words grew softer, and then, he fainted again. Niazun examined him and then said to me, his injuries are very serious. And without any mental force, it's unsafe for him to stay here. From the looks of it, he's undone the final defense. But the border forest is enormous. If we don't have a way of finding Gao Qinjui quickly, then we can't bring him along. Impatiently, I told him, but we can't just toss him away either. And we can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to find Laurel before they do. Niazun lowered his head as he hesitated. It was clear that he didn't have a plan either. What are you two doing here? Was the protection lifted? Jiao's rough voice suddenly sounded behind me. It was the feeling of finding a piece of straw that, although couldn't save your life, was still a pleasant surprise. I immediately turned around. But there was only Jiao S. I hurriedly walked over to her. Have you seen Gao Qinjui? No. Jiao S shook her head. Then she looked down at Huan Qing lying on the ground. Her already large eyes widened even more. What's wrong with him? I shook my head. I'm not even sure how to explain it. But from what he said before he passed out, a one-armed woman crossed the east-south border together with Rong Jin. Huan Qing also said that the woman's abilities are far greater than we can go up against. We suspect that they're here to find their missing experiment, Laurel. They also took away Mi Fu and did this to him. Jiao's eyes widened still. It was a bit frightening to see actually. What? They took away Mi Fu? I was a bit surprised that she was most concerned about that issue, but I simply nodded. Where are they? We must stop them. Because we were in a precarious situation, I didn't want to overstep and ask too much. As long as we were united in our goals, I didn't care what her motive was. I said, Huan Cheng said it would be best to first find Gao Qinjui. Perhaps we'll have a chance of succeeding if all four of us are together. I paused. Right now, Huan Qing's mental force has been depleted, but we can't leave him by himself here either. Do you have any ideas? Jiao S immediately raised her right hand and a large whirlwind appeared. We'll put him in here. But this space is currently sealed up by my airflow. If my mental force is depleted, I won't be able to maintain it. If the enemy truly is that strong, we'll have to pray that I'm not beaten. Then, with her other arm, she swept Huan Qing inside the whirlwind with a blast of air. Before she closed the vortex, she pulled out her sword. They're looking for Laurel. We can't find Gaoqing Jui right now anyway, so why not search for Laurel? We'll take it one step at a time. If we run into them first, well, what can you do about it? I said. Zhao S nodded. So, I mobilized my nose and sniffed around for Laurel. To the right. Sniff. Nothing. To the left. Sniff. Nothing. What was going on? I frowned. Putting aside the fact that I looked like a dog, I turned in a circle and started sniffing. But after turning around and around, I felt my heart drop. I looked at Zhao S and Niezun with a confused expression. I can't smell it. Niezun's pretty brows quickly knit together. How can that be? I'll call Jiapa to ask him. Niezun pulled out his phone, but before he could dial, a figure ran over towards us. It was a very familiar figure. She ran towards us, crying out loud, "Shen, be careful. Don't trust any of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 50. Volume 1. 50 Unexpected Betrayal. My eyes opened wide, unable to believe who I was seeing before me. It wasn't just anyone who'd come, no. There was that head of green hair and swiftly sweeping serpent's tail. "Why Yu-ji, what are you doing here?" I asked with a fright. I couldn't understand why she would be here right now. Yu-ji arrived at my side, looking flustered and panicked. She grabbed me and her green hair swished in the air. An aroma wafted up to my nose. "Shen, I just got here. Something's happened back in the Western District. 7 of the 27 floor managers are dead." Yu-ji was very anxious. "I know." I nodded, unsurprised. Yu-ji turned and glared at Niezun. Then she turned back to me and said, "It was Niezun." I immediately shook my head. "That's impossible. Yu-ji, a lot of things have happened in the Southern District these past few days. I can't explain all of them to you, but trust me, Niezun has been with me the whole time. He couldn't have gone back to harm you guys. Someone must have disguised themselves as him. And no. Shen, listen to me," Yu-ji immediately denied. She pulled me away, putting a distance between us and Niezun. "Shen, although I don't know what's happened to you guys here, I have to ask you this first. Where are Yu Liang and Song Lu?" Recalling the missing Yu Liang and Song Lu, I replied dejectedly, "Yu Liang is missing. And Song Lu," with a sigh, I said, "she's probably still unconscious, but..." An expression appeared on Yuji's face that seemed to say, "Then I'm right." She glared at Niezun again and then told me, "Shen, you might not know this, but from the investigations that my 7 subordinates have been conducting, it seems that Niezun's hands have a special ability. He can shroud another's mental force for a time. That is to say, he can temporarily seize another person's mental force, as long as the abilities that they wielded." I was perplexed. I looked over at Niezun, who was calmly listening as Yuji spoke, seemingly having no intention of refuting her claims. Yuji quickly added, "If Yu Liang's gone missing, maybe Niezun shrouded his mental force. You know what he can do. He can project another instance of himself. Though I don't know how Niezun was able to turn Yu Liang's invisible projection into something that could be seen, I'm sure he can do it. In other words, we didn't see someone pretending to be Niezun, but rather, Niezun split himself in two." My eyes widened. Though I couldn't really believe it, the image did appear in my head. When Niezun took off his gloves and grabbed onto me Fu and that other kid, they'd looked incredulous. And just now, if that were the case, Could Niezun have taken Huan Qing's mental force when he was examining him? Could he have also used Huan Qing's ability to create the illusion of our conversation? I was frightened by these sudden thoughts. I quickly turned to Niezun. Jiao S was also frowning. Though she hadn't quite understood, with so many people suspecting Niezun, she couldn't help but also turn to Niezun with suspecting eyes. Seeing our suspicious looks, Niezun suddenly smiled. His smile was somehow even more beautiful than Guan Nie's. With a dim, gray light in his eyes, he said, "Yuji, you came all this way from the Western District just to say that?" Yuji immediately stepped forward. Eyes locked on Niezun, she said, "Stop pretending. Old Fan has gone missing. 4 members of my team have suddenly died for no good reason, and the other 3 have left me. Your projection is in the Western District right now, lying to the floor managers, trying to recruit them, saying that I killed Ashen." I frowned. "He said that you killed me?" Yuji nodded. She grabbed my hand, a sad look in her eyes. "Since he dared to say such a thing, I suspected that he might really try to take the opportunity to kill you over here. Although I don't know how he can kill you and still keep his own life, I was still really scared. I quickly hurried over here, but their people pursued me. Jiapa's working together with him. Those people used some kind of medicine on me so that I was unable to fight back. In the end, my last 3 members disappeared before I got here. I came to tell you that you can't let him succeed. You have to return with me right now, otherwise all those floor managers will be swayed by him." My thoughts were flying all over the place. Of course I trusted Yuji. She'd always been my friend, even back when Li Qing was the commander. But Niezun. How could it be him? I turned to Niezun when I heard Jiao's laugh. "It's all clear now." Niezun knew that if he had you killed by sacrificing another's life, the blonde man wouldn't let him off the hook. So he came up with a plan to come find the soul splitter. They would start an experiment to try to kill you, so he could become the Western commander. I listened to her words, but I was watching Niezun. He still had that smile on his face. His expression was one of indifference, and he wasn't speaking up for himself at all. "Ashen, I know that it's hard to believe. But please forgive me for investigating you. I know that you and Niezun must always remain 500 meters from each other. It's because he's trapped to you that he's trying to kill you now, so he can escape. Although I don't know what's happened here, I'm certain that he's the one who plotted it all." Yuji looked at me, an incomparable worry on her face. I felt my insides chill. Niezun had a light smile on his face and his eyes sparkled. "Well said." I walked up to Niezun. Standing in front of him, I looked into his eyes that could suddenly light up on any random day. I sighed inwardly. "Niezun, I'm really very upset right now, you know? You must understand me. You must know how much I hate betrayals and how much I hate exposing lies. But what can I do? In this numbing and inhumane split zone, what can I do? Sometimes I would rather not know anything. I would rather be lied to, or feign ignorance, so long as I didn't have to make a choice. But can I continue this way, so weakly? Even if I don't face the betrayal, does that mean the betrayer is no longer there beside me? No, I can't. No, it doesn't." I raised my head and looked into Niezun's eyes. They were bright as stars, and I felt my heart sinking into an ocean of sorrow and pain. Then, mustering up all of my mental force, I quickly grabbed Piercer and slashed at Yuji's eyes. Yuji hadn't expected my attack at all, otherwise she would have certainly been able to avoid it. She was known for her speed after all. Her eyes widened in surprise. That's why she was hurt even more when Piercer landed its attack. The spines on Piercer's tail pricked her eyes. She cried out in agony as blood gushed forth from them. Ignoring the wide-eyed, startled Jiaos at the side, I turned to Niezun. In a cold voice, I said, "Hurry, trap her." As if having understood me, simply from the tone of my voice, Nyezun grabbed a piece of paper from his pocket and stuck it onto Yuji's face. On the paper was a single word, sealed. The paper blocked her face, so I couldn't see her eyes. But the blood gushing from them had already dripped down to her chin. Bright red, conspicuous, clearly seen. Her body had frozen the moment the paper was pressed to her face, and her tail had also stopped slithering. I scoffed as I looked at her. Yuji, you must be wondering right now, what's going on? I slowly put away Piercer, stroking the soft purple leather at my hands. I smiled enchantingly, my eyes shining like a victorious queen. I looked at the motionless and silent Yuji before me. The day that Nyezun told me something happened in the Western District, we contacted Old Fan. Did you think you could confuse everybody? Jiapa has long suspected you, otherwise he wouldn't have followed us to the Eastern District to tell us about Laurel. Jiao S looked utterly confused, her eyes flitting back and forth between Yuji and me. I glanced over at her and signaled for her not to be confused. Just listen. I smiled. With a final touch, I finally put away my whip. My gaze landed on the statue-like figure in front of me, at the red lines streaming down Yuji's delicate, pale neck. There was a coldness and a mercilessness in my eyes. Yuji, I never suspected you. I trusted you all along. I even left the Western District in your hands. Despite Jiapa and Nyezun's suspicions towards you after Laurel's disappearance, I told them it wasn't the case. None of this could be related to Yuji. In order to find the truth and to prove your innocence, we came to the Southern District. Our original goal was, of course, finding a way out of the split zone, but we were also testing you. To see if you would impatiently give yourself away. I gave a deep sigh. I didn't want to continue, but I had to finish speaking. You must be feeling very anxious right now. But I'm not going to give you the chance to speak. Before we came here, Jiapa coated my whip with Sonlu's blood. Your injured eyes may never heal. I don't know what your end goal was, nor do I know if you truly wanted to kill me, but I do know that you're still worried about Mr. Blonde. You won't kill me, because everyone knows what kind of punishment one gets for killing a district commander. Zhao has suddenly cut in. Li Shen, she looked at me, her expression on guard. I shot her a harmless smile. But I was confirming Yuji's betrayal right now, so the sadness I felt made the smile somewhat unnatural. Listen to me first, I told her. Her expression was complicated, but she didn't try to continue. I turned to Yuji and continued, you knew that I suspected you. You knew that Nyezun and Jiapa's brains would have found a way to stop you. And because you fear Mr. Blonde, you won't immediately kill me. But you had the confidence to come to me and give all these arguments, to make me suspect Nyezun. That way, I would reveal to you how he told me to protect myself, right? My expression hardened as I spoke. You spoke so well, and your method was good. If I were someone else who had known you so long, I might have hesitated between you and Nyezun. And that hesitation may have been the death of me. It's too bad though, that I'm not someone else. I know a secret that you don't know. I gave an incomparably emotional smile. A gentle, yet vicious light circled in my eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51. Volume 1. 51. Who's the main character here? Speaking briskly, I told her, here's my secret. Not only is it true that Nyezun and I must remain within 500 meters from each other, because he houses my second identity, our lives in the split zone are tied together. A sudden breeze blew past. Jiao S had been startled numerous times this day already. Her widened eyes no longer seemed very frightening to me. Thanks to the paper talisman that Jiapa prepared for us, Yuji now stood frozen in front of me. I looked at her and gave a heavy sigh. I suddenly felt exhausted. But I wasn't done with my speech yet. Because his life and mine are tied together, if he lives, I live. If he dies, I die. And vice versa. If either of us wants to leave the split zone, not only do we have to kill our own soul splitter, we must kill the others as well. Only then can we both return to the real world. Finding a single soul splitter is hard enough, let alone finding two. That's why we're searching for other methods. So, it's very interesting that you'd suggest that he wants to kill me to get rid of me. If I die, he dies. So why bother? In that moment, I didn't want to say any more. To be honest, Nyezun and Jiepa had both warned me that Yuji may betray me. I simply didn't want to believe them at the time. When Li Qing was still here, I loved hanging out with Yuji the most. Because I liked snakes when I was alive, and Yuji also adored them. She liked to make herself look like a snake, and she liked having green hair. The split zone may be a place full of strange-looking creatures, but still, there weren't many with green hair. She insisted on keeping her own style though. Yuji wasn't like Songlu. She wasn't gentle and kind. She was wise, rational, methodical, and thorough in all things she did. I always envied her, and I relied on her a lot. That's why, after I became the district commander, knowing that I would be unable to protect the Western District, I left all matters and concerns to Yuji to take care of. She never expressed any interest in becoming the commander. If all that she's done up until now has simply been for that position, then I'd be even more upset. Because Yuji, if you'd just told me. If you'd told me, despite Li Qing's wishes, I'd have resolutely let go of it all and given you the position. Why did you have to betray me? My heart ached. And ached and ached. The life in the split zone was comfortable. I'd long ago become accustomed to the fact that people in the split zone were much more cruel and merciless than those in the real world. I've been betrayed many times before, and yet, my heart still ached now. Yuji, you tried to use the bond between Nyezun and me to incite animosity between us. But you never once suspected that Nyezun and my lives were bound together. At that thought, I glanced over at Nyezun. The entire time, he'd stood at the side, silent, watching as I revealed this great betrayal. And the entire time, his expression had remained unchanged and unaffected. Ha ha! This demon-like man. This unpredictable man. Although I wasn't certain about any of this, although I didn't understand any of this, although it seemed I'd never know quite what Nyezun was, I'll always remember those words that the blonde man told me. Whenever he spoke to me, his eyes were always teasing and yet incomparably serious. That day, after explaining all the unchanging things about the split zone, he said to me, "Ashin, you can be wary of everyone else, but you have to trust Nyezun. No matter how much you hate him, you have to trust him. Because the one you hate, the one who lives within him, is part of yourself. He and you and he, can never part. No matter how unwilling you may be, after coming to the split zone, your life and his are bound together. That's something that no one can change, not even you." As I thought of the blonde man's words, and of all the things that I'd once thought were impossible and yet, had now occurred, I felt an unbearable pain in my chest. Brows furrowed, I looked up and over at Yuji. Another strange breeze blew by. It gently lifted her green hair, rustling as it brushed past the paper stuck to her face. Her lips curved up strangely, and then her hand moved. Her entire body loosened up, as if it were coming back to life. I recoiled slightly. She lifted her arm and ripped the paper off her face. There were still bloodstains trailing from her eyes in 2 red streams. Against her pale skin and green hair, it made her look like a witch. Seeing her suddenly start moving, Nyezun quickly stepped forward. He stood silently beside me, ready to attack. Then I noticed that her eyes had completely healed. An enchanting light reflected from her eyes. Her red lips opened to say, "But you're not smart enough." She laughed and added, "Betray? You? You're not even on my level." The look in her eyes turned vicious. "In all aspects, I am not inferior to you. I really don't understand what Blonde and Li Qing both saw in you. What is it about you that's worth waiting for? You hardly even have the desire to leave this place, so what kind of protection could you possibly provide? She scoffed. You were right. I've been involved in it all. I didn't know about your bond to Nyazun. But so what? Did you really think that my end goal was you? She laughed. Who do you think you are that I would wage a war for you? She lifted her hand and wiped at the blood stains on her face. The somewhat dried blood smeared across her pale skin. She didn't seem to care though, and she continued wiping and wiping, smearing and smearing. Nyazun hadn't yet made a move, and Jiao S and I watched Yuji vigilantly. As far as we knew, with Jiepa's talisman and Son Lu's blood, she shouldn't be standing before us thus. Even if she were involved in the experiments, even if she had the antidote to counter the effects of Son Lu's blood, what of Jiepa's talisman? She couldn't have undone it so easily with just her mental force. Because we didn't understand the situation fully, neither I nor Nyazun dared act hastily. Yuji sighed lightly. Li Shin, you're always so confident like this. A shame really. What if I told you that I was simply a small participant in this experiment? That I'm not the one running it? What would you do then? Without waiting for my response, she simply continued, now, the Western District is in my hands. Did you really think that 27 floor heads would devote themselves to you with just a few words? Ah, well, 7 of them were indeed devoted to you. Of course, I've gotten rid of them now. Also, she pointed at the paper seal she'd pulled off, now on the ground. Don't pull out trinkets like that. It's beneath me. And the others, they're even less interested in playing those games with you. She narrowed her eyes. The Western District is mine now. Then she turned to Nyazun. Nyazun, did you think that those few people you and Jiepa left behind were enough to hold the district until you returned? Now, you have nowhere to go. You'll just have to stay with Jiao S in the Southern District, running from the big plan. It's really a shame. None of you here are main characters in this game. Really, you're all nothing. Yuji laughed coyly. She turned away, her back to us, and walked away with her tail swishing back and forth behind her. You guys just stay here and slowly take in your complete lack of relevance as creatures not even worth being playthings. Then, she suddenly seemed to have another thought. She stopped and turned back to us. She said to me, oh, I nearly forgot. Though I don't know the details of your connection with Nyazun, when I tried inciting some discord between you two, I hadn't really expected it to work. I just wanted to know what was going on with you two. And then, she laughed. Her eyes glistened. Who'd have thought that my silly comments would reveal such amazing information? It was the first time I felt my heart drop so far. As if seeing through my worries, her smile grew wider. Don't worry. This isn't your weakness. Rather, it makes you too interesting. You'll likely live longer than her. She pointed at Jiao S. Jiao S sneered, her own malice flashing across her eyes. I most abhor women like you. Look at you, putting on such airs, like that bitchly one. Do you really think that if things go according to your plan, that you'll become the master of the split zone? At that point, Jiao S raised her sword and pointed it at Yuji. She continued, though I have no interest in you or your grievances with Li Shin, your opinion that you're infallible. You're rather looking down on us too much, aren't you? A ray of light suddenly burst forth from the tip of her sword, headed straight for Yuji. Yuji's laughter was enchanting, bewitching. As the light of the sword flew at her, the air around her started to vibrate and crackle. Just like Jiao S and Gaoqin Ju's abilities. Jiao S cried out in surprise, that can't be. How can you use this ability? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52. Volume 1. 52 Forest Showdown. The air around Yuji started to condense to shards, and the light from Jiao's sword was shattered before it reached its target. Yuji covered her mouth and laughed. You mean to say that this move was taught to you in Gaoqingji by Siluo, and that no one but you three should know it, right? At the mention of Siluo, Jiao's expression completely changed. A storm raged in her eyes. And then the air around her started to tremble. Just like when Gao Qingji used this ability that day in the stone room, I lost my footing. I grabbed onto Niezun with one hand, and with the other, I blocked my red dress flying up in front of me, lest I miss this scene. Yuji's green hair danced around her head as the air shook. Her face was covered with smeared blood. She smiled evilly, looking like Medusa of Greek lore. Don't get anxious. I don't plan on fighting with you, and I don't plan on answering any of our questions. So, just step aside, and let me find that Laurel girl. My eyes widened now. I released my hold on Niezun and quickly grabbed my bow and arrow, aiming straight for Yuji. You'd better not touch a single finger on Laurel. And then Yuji just laughed. Me, touch her? That girl's no ordinary girl. If she continues running wild out there, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to touch her anymore. You guys should stop letting your feelings lead you. Do you really think she's the same Laurel that you once knew? I really don't have time to play with you anymore. Yuji's smile slowly disappeared. The air around her started to shake again, and then it condensed into a thick gaseous wall, with us on one side and her on the other. She turned to go. The storm continued to rage in Jiao's eyes, her hair started to fly wildly. She raised her long sword, her rough voice rippling through the wind, twisting death, thousand blades. The blinding sphere of light around the sword suddenly glowed much brighter. She jumped up and struck with her sword. The blade sounded, and the sky filled with dust. Yuji must not have expected her perfect barrier to get hacked up so easily. She turned and glared angrily at Jiao's. Her hair was lifted into the air, curling, and her serpent's tail slithered on the ground. It grew longer and thicker, winding up on the ground like a python. Not good. I quickly rose into the air and immediately shot 10 arrows. Whoosh! All 10 arrows landed in Yuji's tail. Her face stiffened, and she was clearly in pain. But still, her serpent's tail slowly slithered over to Jiao's. Jiao's, be careful of her tail. Don't let her wrap it around you. I shouted loudly. Upon hearing that, Jiao's leapt into the air. And then, Yuji's tail chased after her, into the air like a pillar rising from the ground. Her tail grew longer, but it didn't slow down. In fact, it sped up, and Jiao's was quickly captured. Niezun! I shouted as my dress flew. Niezun immediately flew over to Jiao's side. He moved so swiftly, he just looked like a flash of black. He stomped down on Yuji's chasing serpent's tail. There was a flame at his foot as he stepped down. I'd always known that Niezun was very strong. Though he always looked idle and carefree, he was very demanding of his body. He may not engage in much combat, but he trained enough to be able to utilize his mental force in attacks. When he stomped down on Yuji's tail with his fiery foot, the flames spread to her. Yuji clenched her teeth and glared at Niezun. You're just as vexing as before. I pulled out Piercer to attack her. With the twisting winds formed by Yuji and Jiao's on either side, I ran forward like a speeding bullet. Piercer was very long, so before I got too close to Yuji, I raised my arm and flicked the whip at her. It glowed in a violet light, and with my added mental force, it straightened like a sword. I swung at Yuji's face. Yuji looked back, a vortex of air forming. She wanted to block me. As if Jiao's would give her that chance. Her eyes also widened as she conjured a flurry of air to knock out Yuji's vortex. I took this opportunity to strike Yuji with my violet sword. Though it looked like we were ahead, I didn't let my guard down yet. I grabbed 10 arrows from my back and aimed. Armed with years of combat experience, Jiao's didn't give Yuji the chance to resist either. Even as she was forming her vortex, Jiao's held up her sword. On the tail of my violet sword, she charged. Yuji's lips suddenly curled up in an eerie smile. I looked at her strange smile and aimed for her face. Suddenly, a howling sound echoed. 3 large wolves descended from above. Yuji was caught between 2 blades when the wolves appeared before her. The wolves roared, furious, as a dark aura escaped from their mouths onto the swords. When the dark stream touched the light of the swords, explosive popping sounded and the blades shattered to smoke. With my vision now clouded, I couldn't easily aim my arrows. The alarmed Jiao's and Niazun quickly returned to my side. When Jiao's landed on the ground, she started raising a storm, immediately dispersing the darkness. As the smoke disappeared, the 3 large wolves stood proudly beside Yuji's tail. Their eyes were fierce, and together with Yuji, they stared at us. Yuji looked around and laughed. Goodness, looks like my reinforcements here. Even these wolves are here, won't you show yourself, Rongjin? My brows furrowed at her words. A wave of worry rushed over me as I recalled what Huan Qing had said. If the soul snatcher Rongjin was here now, did that mean the one-armed woman who defeated Huan Qing was also here? But even after Yuji spoke, no one appeared. Then a voice suddenly floated over from behind her. I didn't help you so that you'd sit around here wasting time. Or are you wanting to see what it's like to be dog food? I shivered. The voice sounded like a ghost. It felt like a male evilness, calling from the depths of hell. It made one feel entirely uneasy. Yuji's expression remained unchanged as she heard this voice though. She didn't even turn. But her voice carried some restraint as she said, I was on my way. Just help me take care of them. Again, like an evil breeze, the demonic voice came again from behind her, go. As if she'd just been given amnesty, Yuji sighed in relief and glanced at us with a smile. She collected her tail, which returned to its original size, and then she turned and fled into the forest behind her. Jiao's and I wanted to chase after her, but the 3 large wolves, creatures I'd never before seen in the split zone, watched us like hunters waiting to catch their prey. As the dark aura escaped their mouths, we both stopped in fear. Niazun also motioned to us to act cautiously. By then, Yuji's serpent tail had already disappeared into the forest, and I could no longer pursue. I clenched my teeth. Laurel, wait for me. I'll definitely save you. Yuji may have disappeared, but the wolves still stood in front of us, darkness at their mouths, like they'd been poisoned. Whatever demon hides there, show yourself if you can. Why simply leave these animals here to act savagely? I brushed away my skirt as I angrily shouted towards the forest behind the wolves. It's enough that you caused my dearest friend to betray me, but you even kidnapped a girl from our district and did some strange things to Yu Liang and Song Lu. There were just too many things going on here. I glared at the darkness ahead as I fumed with anger inside. The smoke dispersed and a clear wind blew, carrying the evil, ghostly voice. Who's this foolish girl who's so unaware of the rules? Goosebumps covered my body as that strange voice uttered the words foolish girl. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beneath the paws of the 3 wolves. I nearly jumped back in fright. A large and tall, ordinary-shaped man's shadow extended on the ground. It appeared here, in the forest, under the gloomy, ashen sky. I exchanged glances with Jiao's and Niazun. We all looked to the mysterious shadow on the ground. I stared at the shadow and said, this foolish girl is the Western commander, Li Shun. Soul Snatcher Rongjin, are you betraying the Southern District by engaging in these dubious affairs with my district's Yuji? The shadow on the ground shook, as if he were laughing. The ghostly voice came again, I don't know of any Western commander. And I'm entirely uninterested in the dubious affairs you speak of. Whatever I do, it is for my own enjoyment. Ha ha ha. The goosebumps on my body returned as his frightful laugh echoed. Just as we were about to make a move, another chilly voice came from behind us. Is Si Luo aware of all the fun you're having too? The three of us turned to see Gao Qingjui, arms crossed over his chest. He walked over to us, his bright yellow sneakers stepping on the ground, a wicked smile on his lips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53. Volume 1. 53 Sudden change in the situation. It was a bit of a pleasant surprise, but I still frowned as I said, "Where have you been? If you'd have come earlier, at the least, Yu wouldn't have been able to slip away." Gao Qingjui raised a brow. Yu? That snake woman from your district? MMH. She betrayed us and is colluding with that soul snatcher of yours, plotting these experiments. And it was like you guessed, Huan Cheng's mental force was completely depleted by them, I explained as clearly and succinctly as I could. Unaffected by most of the information, Gao Qingjui simply turned to the ghostly shadow. Having fun? Were you the one who injured Huan Cheng? His voice came, no. I can't injure a disciple of the same master, so I didn't do anything, but I added, supposedly it was him and a one-armed woman. They even took me fu. Gao Qingjui's eyes narrowed at the mention of a one-armed woman. I flinched. Gao Qingjui stared at the shadow. But instead of asking about Nifu, he said, "You didn't mention that she was here." Suddenly, I was thrown into a flurry of confusion. What's going on? Was Gao Qingjui one of them? What the hell? Niazun shook his head at me, signaling for me not to say anything yet. His bright eyes put me into a bit of a daze momentarily. After seeing Gao Qingjui, Jiao's once again stood still as a statue, only her wide eyes jumping back and forth. The ghostly voice came again, faintly, "She didn't come here with the intent of going after Si Luo, so what would I need to say?" Gao Qingjui's gaze was cold. "Why did you two take me fu? Where is she now?" The shadow laughed. "She's taken me fu to see Si Luo. Since she's here, she might as well visit and reminisce about old times a bit." His laughter would have made my hair stand on end, if it wasn't already. Without even a second thought, Gao Qingjui glared and then the entire forest started shaking. I couldn't help thinking to myself, are you serious? Again? This border forest sure is resilient, what with this group of air manipulators shaking things up like there were earthquakes every day. Gao Qingjui's eyes were still fixed on the shadow on the ground. And as everything shook, so did the shadow. I heard the crackling of the air, but noticed that those three wolves stood firmly, their eyes ferocious. I couldn't help silently appreciating, I'd really like to grab one for a pet. Passerby, long time no see. So you want a wolf as a pet? What tyranny do you want to send upon the split zone? I unhesitatingly kick away passerby. The laughing shadow on the ground flickered with the shaking air. The longer you listened, the creepier it felt. It was like a tape that got stuck. Gao Qingjui, your tricks aren't at all fun. Why don't you just take me to see Si Luo? And meet with her too, while you're at it. Gao Qingjui suddenly froze. His expression darkened, but then he withdrew his mental force and the air around us returned to normal. Let's go, Gao Qingjui finally cast two words. Who knew he'd be so compliant? I was about to step forward, but Jiao beat me to it. She took a great big stride and said, I want to see Si Luo as well. Gao Qingjui immediately turned and glared at her. Hardly scared, Jiao returned his glare. The ghostly voice floated over, Jiao, Si Luo's already told you before. He never wants to see you again. Don't turn this into something difficult. Finally, I stood up and said, Gao Qingjui, don't forget about our goal. Yu has already taken Laurel. If you're going to follow that damn shadow, you ought to at least take us along. Without hearing Gao Qingjui's reply, the demonic voice laughed sharply. Silly girl, who are you calling a damn shadow? Ha, how entertaining. Truly, what fun! His laugh nearly pierced through my ears. I rolled my eyes at him. Gao Qingji gave a chilly laugh, his expression blank. Jiao S, I cannot possibly take you to see Si Luo. As for Li Shun. He paused a moment and then turned to me, a cold yet mysterious look in his eyes. I will step out from your matters now. Things have changed. Moreover, I was never interested in the lives of those from your districts. Whether you continue investigating or not, I can't be bothered now. But I'll leave you with some final words. Make sure to watch out for your own life. I always knew that he was cold and unfeeling, but I hadn't expected that he'd change colors this fast. I scoffed and glanced at him. Gao Qingjui, looks like it's true that you don't care for anything but Si Luo. I glanced at the shadow, and then I said, do as you wish. As for Si Luo, whether or not you take us along, Jiao S and I will still find him. I wasn't certain at the start, but it seems now that Si Luo can't be rid of suspicions. If you must act this way, then don't blame the eastern and western districts for lacking manners. Jiao S appeared surprised that I was so firm. She smiled and gave me a praising look. Her stiff smile wasn't all that attractive, but still, I accepted it. Gao Qingji said, do as you'd like. I suppose that you hid away the cripple Huanqing, Jiao S? You both should just protect the people here and let things run their course. Turning to me, he said, and you're right, Li Xin. The only thing I care about is Si Luo, and nothing else. He pointed at my face and smiled. Yourself included, dot. I glared at him, looking at the face that had me so infatuated and yet brought about such a great change in me. Suddenly, Nie Zun walked forward leisurely. His eyes were tranquil as water. He raised a hand and pressed down Gao Qingju's pointing finger. Some things are better left unsaid. When spoken, some will wonder if perhaps you're being ironic. Nie Zun was calm and unhurried. Gao Qingju glanced at him and then at me. He raised his head slightly and narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he laughed. He turned away, walking towards the three wolves. Goodbye, everyone. Without looking back, he followed the wolves and the ghostly shadow, disappearing into the distance. I stood still, my teeth clenched. I glanced at Nie Zun and Jiao S. They were also still and silent, and after a moment, I could only sigh. I knew that it would be pointless to chase after them. The three of us didn't have a great chance at defeating the two of them. When Gao Qingju's figure disappeared entirely, Jiao S finally spoke. Li Xin, you can't smell laurel anymore, can you? It seemed to be more of a statement than a question, but I still nodded in reply. When this situation started, I lost her scent. I'm almost positive that they've already found her. What do we do now? Nie Zun, who'd been quiet a while, finally said, as it stands, there are three opponents we're up against. Yu Ji, the soul snatcher Rong Jin, and the one-armed woman we've yet to meet. If Laurel was captured, then Yu Ji and Laurel will be together. The one-armed woman took me food to go find Si Luo. They probably won't go searching for Laurel. They seem to have a vested interest in her, but she's clearly not the end goal. The question is, where is Si Luo? I frowned. Suddenly, I had a thought. Could he possibly be at the 30th floor of the residence? Jiao S shook her head. He wouldn't be somewhere that easily found. I looked at her a bit doubtfully, then asked, speaking of Jiao S, why are you trying to find Si Luo? I didn't expect her to give an answer, but she actually replied without hesitating, because I like him and want to pursue him. Put. I choked on a puff of air. I stared at the woman before me. Dressed in a school uniform, a pair of large eyes, long, black hair with bangs, and a face with a heavy, deathly aura. This strange woman with a domineering attitude in battle, who's never displayed an ounce of tenderness, who had great interest in bloody deaths and no interest in anything else, was telling me right now that the reason she's been chasing after Si Luo is because she likes him? My lips twitched. The split zone was indeed no ordinary place. Jiao S seemed rather unaffected. Didn't you ask me? So I answered you. What's so surprising? Weren't you too curious why they always brought up Si Luo in my conversations? This is why. 3 years ago, Si Luo visited the Eastern District. I fell in love at first sight. He made me promise that I wouldn't step foot in the Southern District for 3 years. So I respected his wish until this year, when I came here with you. Jiao S spoke the same way she always had. Her face was calm. But for some inexplicable reason, I seemed to feel a kind of pain from her. 3 years. In the split zone. I knew that she'd been in the split zone for less than 4 years. Not long after her arrival, she was made a district commander by the blonde man. In 3 years, she'd acted swiftly and resolutely to make the laws of the Eastern District known far and wide. She never hesitated to turn away anyone she deemed weak, keeping only those who were strong. Her actions were cruel and firm, and the impression she gave had always been one of an unfeeling woman. But, in this moment, hearing her so calmly divulge that she liked Si Luo, I truly believed that she loved him to her core. In that moment, somehow, I understood her love. Although I don't know the story between them, considering how Si Luo had made her keep her distance, and how she then turned the Eastern District into something completely different to the Southern District, I suddenly just understood her. I understood her. So, I asked no more. I simply said, then let's go find him first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54. Volume 1. 54. The Heart in Chaos. Cut it out, Li Shen, Niezun interjected, there's no way we'll be able to find them. Besides, I'm worried about Jiepa and Song Lu. We should go back. We can't just keep Huan Qing out of sight, out of mind either, we'll need to get him out of the airflow. What Niezun said was true, but I was still reluctant to leave matters as they were. Stuck in a dilemma, I looked towards Jiao S. Niezun is right. Jiao S conceded, unexpectedly calm. We should head back first. Under such circumstances, not only should we return to Jiepa, we'll also need to get back to our respective districts soon. We can't even be sure if our districts are in jeopardy as it is, rushing in blindly will only get us killed. Retreat back to the Western District? That's right. I wonder how Old Man Fan and the others are doing, but what about Laurel? And Yu Lian? I clenched my teeth. Just imagining the countless sorts of peril the Western District could be in had me nodding my head in agreement. Retreat was the only option. They weren't under any sort of attack during the time we were gone. Everything was as per normal when we got to the Academy's lab, with the obvious exception of Song Lu's state of unconsciousness. Hence, I had no other choice but to convey everything that happened to Jiepa and Guanya. Guanya was the first to speak up, and for the first time, I noticed a glint of harshness in his almond-shaped eyes. So you're saying that Gao Qinjui returned to Si Luo's side just like that? I nodded. Guanya burst out laughing with a hand over his mouth, as if I'd just told the funniest joke of all time, but the mirth did not reach his eyes. Gao Qinjui. Ha 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 ha, truly splendid. You really would do anything for Si Luo. Nizashun, Jiepa spoke up, pushing up his glasses. If the situation is as you described, then I suggest we leave Southern District for now. Since the last time Old Man Fan had reported to me on his suspicions about Mizuji, Niezun, and I have not been able to get in contact with him. Moreover, we don't know what is going on there. In my opinion, returning to our own districts should be the main priority. I'm worried about Song Lu's condition too. We don't have much MF left for combat. It certainly would not be enough to fight against those people you just mentioned. I pursed my lips tightly together, repressing the reluctance in my heart. Jiao S exhaled a long sigh. I know the idea of turning back after coming this far is hard to swallow, but we may lose our lives if we don't. Most importantly, even Mr. Blonde is unreachable now. Who knows what kind of conspiracy lurks behind all these incidents? Before she could go on, Nyezun turned to her and interrupted, regardless, it's as I've said before. You and Li Xin should at least trust and cooperate with each other. I exchanged eye contact with Jiao. Somehow, the demon I had once feared and hated was now my only trustworthy ally. Let's start planning the journey back to our districts then, I directed my words at Jiao. We'll settle matters at our own districts and decide who to bring along the next time we return. We'll get to the bottom of this. Jiao rolled her eyes, but eventually gave a nod. She handed me something that looked akin to amber, its core wrapped around what seemed to be a drop of blood. This scarlet compass was made from my own blood, Jiao explained in her usual hoarse voice. I don't have a phone or anything like that, but I'll be able to sense it if you break the compass during the most critical moment. Through my subordinate's scarlet compass formation, I can get to you within 10 minutes. However, these things are difficult to craft, there are only 3 in existence as of now. Use it only when absolutely necessary, otherwise, it would be best if you can come find me personally or have Nyezun contact Tao Lai. Sharply dipping my head in acknowledgement, I took the amber from her and placed it securely behind the waistband of my red skirt. In that case, Nyezun started, let's head towards the border before dark. With those words, Song Lu instantly came to mind. I turned to Jiapa. Will you be able to estimate when she'll wake? Jiapa shook his head. Song Lu was badly injured. We can't wake her up by force, all we can do is wait. For now, I can't do anything about the insect either, I'll need to return to the Western District and inquire about them with those who possess the necessary competency. But a wave of helplessness crashed in my heart, but I still managed to nod. Without warning, Jiao widened her eyes. There's someone we've forgotten, Huan Cheng. You're right. Quick, let him out. My hand smacked against my forehead. Following the motion of her left hand, the whirlwind began to appear beside Jiao. With a whoosh, she dragged Huan Cheng out the airstream and flung him to the ground. She just flung him to the ground. I was speechless. Huan Cheng had already been reduced to such sorry state, yet it seems that Jiao still didn't spare the slightest bit of sympathy. Jiapa looked down at Huan Cheng's motionless and haggard body. Is this what happens when you've completely exhausted your MF? I nodded. Jiapa crouched beside Huan Cheng, wrapping a white handkerchief around his hand before checking up on the unconscious man. Jiapa, you seem to have a slight obsession with cleanliness as well, just like that perverted Nyezun. I asked with interest. Jiapa adjusted his glasses and flashed a small smile. Indeed, just a little. How is he? I pointed at Huan Cheng, who was still on the floor. Jiapa kept his handkerchief. It's nothing serious. Seeing as he had sealed his symbol before, his MF is temporarily depleted. Going by what you've mentioned, he maintained a last illusion in this condition, which must mean that he exhausted every last bit of his MF in order to do that. It seems like he will remain in a catatonic state, just like Song Lu. It will probably be a while before he regains consciousness. It's less than 10 hours until nightfall and we're still in the academy, Jiao noted. Furthermore, we haven't had much rest over these past few days. At this rate, our MF will be compromised. To make matters worse, we now have 2 comatose casualties on our hands as well as another who absolutely cannot get injured. Venturing out at night in this state isn't a good idea. I suggest we stay another night before heading out for the boundary lines in the morning. I thought over it carefully. She was right, we haven't slept in days. On top of the extraordinary amount of strength exhausted today, our MF had suffered as a result. Besides, I have not activated unrestricted control over my MF. Under these conditions, an attempt to make it to the border at night would undoubtedly be a terrible idea. With that in mind, I nodded in consent. Noting my agreement, Jiapa and Nyezun didn't voice any objections either. Let's return to our respective rooms and rest for the night then. Jiapa, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you again in taking care of Song Lu and Huan Cheng. I said wearily. Jiapa nodded. Nia Zun turned to Guan Nia. Since Jiapa can't be in harm's way, and both Song Lu and Huan Cheng are in coma, can you stay with them for now and protect them with your illusion? As the words tumbled out of Nia Zun's lips, his eyes gleamed with tenderness. Guan Nia caught his gaze and gave a coquettish grin. Whatever my pet says, goes. This is a piece of cake, leave it to me, At. Surprisingly, Jiao S was the first to twitch at the scene in front of us. I've never seen you this submissive even towards me, your own district commander. Guan Nia pouted and whined. Ah, but this pet is my lover. Someone just kill me now. Even in the presence of two unconscious bodies and an extremely vulnerable gentleman piled haphazardly above the mess we recently found ourselves in, my exhaustion triumphed my concerns. I felt the accumulated fatigue from past sleepless nights flood through me at the thought of finally being able to rest. I took lead in leaving the lab, but not before informing Jiapa and his companions about taking the room opposite ours, and to notify me immediately should any situation arise. Nia Zun followed quickly after me, as did Jiao S. Let's sleep in the same room tonight. I turned and posed the suggestion to Jiao S. Jiao S must not have expected those words to come from me out of the blue. Her usual wide, hollow eyes had a fleeting glimmer of something different, but it was gone just as soon. She didn't refuse the offer, so the three of us returned to our room on the first level. The room is big, but every dorm in the split zone is limited to a single bunk bed. One of us will have to make the supreme sacrifice in this case. With a hand thumping against my chest and an expression of awe-inspiring righteousness, I continued, since I'm such a kind-hearted person, I'll take the lower bunk. Nia Zun, you'll sleep on the floor. I ignored them thereafter and went straight for my bed before shutting my eyes. I could hear the sound of movement once my eyes were closed. Perhaps it was the sound of Jiao S clambering up to the top bunk, or maybe it was Nia Zun getting a cup of water. Regardless, I kept my eyes shut. I was too exhausted to care about anything else. Except I couldn't fall asleep. After all the events from the past few days, my mind was in chaos. It was when I could finally stop the gears in my body from turning, that I finally had the time to digest the imprints left upon them. Even though I'm neither human nor ghost here, but I'm still alive in a sense, and as long as one is alive, they end up pondering. No matter how terrible the situation was, I still needed to calm down and think through everything properly. The first person who came to mind was Gao Qingjui. I have no idea why he was the first person I thought of, but I did know that there was no stopping this train of thought. In the darkness, I pressed my eyes tightly together, as though I could hide from my own tremors this way. I could still remember his abrupt appearance by my window not that many nights ago, the way he walked straight towards me. Gao Qingjui, no matter how many times I reminded myself not to expect anything of you, I still can't help but wonder. Are you really a cruel and ruthless Grim Reaper? Do you really not care about anyone else besides Si Luo? And Si Luo. This is the first time I've felt such insatiable curiosity towards a person. What kind of person must he be to have people like Gao Qingjui and Jiao S throw all caution to the wind just to chase after him? Still, Si Luo did not linger long in my cluttered mind. In the end, my thoughts went right back to Gao Qingjui. Actually, it's not like we have known each other for a long time either. Why is it that meeting you made me think of Gao Qi less than before? Hadn't it been your striking resemblance to him and that same charming voice that swayed my emotions each time? With all these similarities between the two of you, exactly why do I find myself forgetting him because of you? Gao Qingjui, you really do look like him. No, you're exactly alike, like two peas in a pod. I have always been aware of my feelings. I have never denied my love for Gao Qi nor my yearning and longing for him. I'm not the kind of girl who would conceal her feelings. I knew clearly throughout my college life that I loved him. Even after arriving at this treacherous place, Gao Qi, there is not a shadow of doubt that I still miss you, that I still love you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55. Volume 1. 55 The Return Journey. I know I'm not fickle-minded, but, Gao Qi, neither have I ever forgotten that I was the murderer who killed you. Even if I have no recollection of that moment, I could still remember the wave of panic and helplessness when I first saw Gao Qinjui. I can't define it exactly. Just like how I feel towards you, Gao Qi. Those numerous meetings atop our school roof when you, the popular you, who captured everybody's attention, would willingly give me the time of day just to listen quietly as I recited Faust. I was barely audible even to myself. The demon Mephisto said, "This world is an abyss of misery and it will never change." Gao Qi, if you're still here. Would you remember that day? You tilted your head and all the warmth of the sky melted in your eyes. You smiled at me, then said, "Ashun, if this world's really just an abyss of misery, what do you think is the most miserable of all?" I don't blush, not even when you looked at me with that smile of yours, but I would drop my gaze timidly, as though direct eye contact with you was enough to swallow my sight. It was why I had the tendency of lowering my eyes and the habit of talking to you in whispers. That time wasn't any different either, when all I could manage was a soft mumble. "I guess, it'll be loneliness." And as always, you said, "That's a great answer." I used to get tired about the definition of time and love in romance novels, but I believed in them nonetheless. Throughout countless meetings with you by my side on that roof, I had always hoped for time to freeze into eternity. Instead, I ended your eternity, and in that, I've ended my own. Now, I'm faced with another you. Actually, Gao Qi, what do I have to complain about? Wouldn't I be able to share my forever with you if we're both here? Even if Gao Qinjui isn't really you, I could tell myself that it was fine. Murdering you isn't something I could convince myself that it's fine, but what if the split zone was really giving me the opportunity to start over? Whatever 4 districts of this world, there will still be no one better than you in my heart. Except. Is there really no one else? Loneliness. If loneliness is truly the most tragic in this abyss of misery, then who is the loneliest out of us? Is it me, the ostracized, mentally ill loner, or you, the popular senior who felt like no one understood despite being surrounded by thousands of others? Or perhaps it is. Somehow, during the serene darkness of tonight and the rare chance I had to reminisce about Gao Qi, the moment was inadvertently interrupted by another. Perhaps it is. Niazun. As expected, you are the loneliest, right? Unable to understand my true feelings, unable to comprehend the bond one have with Niazun, I slowly opened my eyes. As it turns out, Niazun wasn't sleeping at all. His lean but strong body was slouched against his favorite wall with both hands tucked into the pockets of his windbreaker, and his gaze was cast towards the ground. I wondered what was on his mind. In the dark, I scrutinized the silhouette of Niazun from head to toe. His fine bangs drooped over his forehead, covering the idle, indifferent eyes of his that seemed to coat with loneliness. His head was lowered and the collar to his windbreaker was pulled up high, hiding his sharp chin within its confines. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the longer I looked at him, the more foreign he felt to me. It was like watching a stranger I've never met. An surreal sense of solitude surrounded him, blurring into my vision. Niazun, if the world is an abyss of misery, would you need to be saved? Why do you always act as though you don't need saving? Why does that other identity of mine resonate with you? No matter how much I've searched for an answer, we still have nothing in common apart from our loneliness. Could it be that you were once ostracized too? Even so, you're so much stronger than me and I'm truly envious of you. I'm jealous of the way you don't seem to care about anything. I really want to know if you have something you care about too. As I stared at Niazun in the dark, that question rippled in my heart. While I couldn't explain the reason behind this sudden curiosity, it felt strangely logical at the same time. At that moment, as if he had heard the words spoken in my heart, Niazun lifted his head suddenly. His bright and indifferent eyes swept over to me casually yet seemingly deliberate. He met my eyes, which had widened in shock by his abrupt movement. It was as if everything went without saying, like he understood all of it. Looking at me, a corner of his lips lifted slightly, an indecipherable smile spilled, flowing into my sight. "What are you thinking about?" His eyes seemed to question. Then I averted my gaze. "What about you? What are you thinking about, Dot? What are the two of you doing, exchanging affectionate looks instead of sleeping?" The hoarse and deep voice of Jiao sounded from above me. Startled by the intrusion, I was yanked back into reality. I tilted my head up to see Jiao hanging down from the edge of the top bunk, her straight hair cascading down from the side of the bed, a pair of hollow eyes flitting from me to Niezun. "Can you not scare others like that?" I rolled my eyes and straightened my back, trying to get into a more comfortable position. Jiao actually smiled for a moment. That rigid face of hers was still strange, but she seemed to be smiling a lot more these days, and I'd begun to grow accustomed to them. "Seriously though, the two of you better get some rest. We don't know what awaits us tomorrow. Eastern District may be faring better, after all, I still have the S-Clan. Western District has already fallen into the hands of the enemy, and you are still awake? Hurry up and rest so you can head back to regroup." Looking towards Niezun, she continued, "You too, Niezun, get some rest soon." Niezun was surprisingly compliant. Nodding his head, he laid on the floor with a simple, "All right." I was taken aback. My gaze drifted from Niezun, who was already lying on his back with his eyes closed, to Joas, who still had the slightest hint of a smile on her face. It has been a long time since I felt a rush of affection, and for some reason, the sight warmed my heart tonight. I smiled back. "All right, I'm going to sleep now, Dot." I managed to have a peaceful night of sleep without dreams and had just woken up when Jiepa knocked on our door. Jiao and Niezun were both awake. "There are still 3 hours till daybreak, should we hurry on to the boundary lines?" Jiepa asked while he made his way in. "What should we do about Mr. Huan Cheng though? Do we bring him along? Is Guan Nia watching over them now?" "Neither of them woke up?" I asked, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. Jiepa nodded. "They are still unconscious, and from what I can tell, they probably will be for a long while. Mr. Yu Liang is still missing, so it may be better that Ms. Song Lu doesn't wake. She will be devastated if she finds out that we are retreating without searching for him." Sitting on the bed, I couldn't help the slight jerk of my fingers when I processed Jiepa's words. It will definitely be a difficult task heading back to the district. Niezun and I will have to protect Jiepa, along with the unconscious Song Lu and Huan Cheng. Once Jiao and Guan Nia part with us at the Eastern District, the two of us will have the sole responsibility of keeping the three of them safe. I'm afraid that our ability may fall short of our ambitions, but if we don't try, then I will never know what is going on in the Western District. Besides, Old Man Fan is missing too. Jiao lowered her head in deep contemplation before speaking up. "How about this, Li Shun? Seeing as the current situation has made both retreat or advance difficult, why don't we adopt a tactic of neither? While I'm sure my Eastern District must have lost quite a few lives as the situation stands, I can still trust in S-Clan's loyalty towards me. Since we are allies in this, I won't just sit idly by you and your companion's plight. So, how about this? Come back to the Eastern District with me. I will gather the right people and we will decide what to do from there." Noting my silence, she continued, "I know you're worried about the Western District and all that you hold dear, but your district may be suffering persecution by now. All around us are pitfalls waiting to drag us down. We really have no other option. We'll be worried if you return to the Western District too. Li Shin, you know what kind of place the split zone is. You don't have time to take care of everyone. This is not the world we came from. Here, you have to learn to abandon them when you must, because even if you don't, they won't survive in the long run if they don't learn to protect themselves. You don't even have time to protect yourself, much less there forever." Niezun looked at me, his eyes flowing with an ink-black radiance. "She's right. I know you're worried about Old Man Fan, but you can't even save yourself now." In a baffling way, I felt dispirited by their words. It wasn't like I had thought that much about it, but could it be that I had made my concerns this apparent? Burying my face in my hands, I conceded. Fine. I'll listen, I'll do whatever you think I should do. Jiapa cut in, Ms. Jiao S., will you be able to use your whirlwind to transport both Mr. Huang Qing and Ms. Song Lu at the same time? Jiao S. didn't answer his question immediately. Instead, she asked, why do you address everyone so formally? My lips curled upwards at once, my eyes held a teasing glint. No, Nye Zun's the only exception to that. Jiapa straightened up, lifting his hand to adjust his glasses, then spoke in his usual, respectful manner. That's because I'm a gentleman. PFFTT. Though Jiapa was indeed a gentleman, but I couldn't help doing a spit take as I watched such a composed person sing their own praises. Jiao S smiled rigidly, but I have learned by now that these smiles came from the bottom of her heart. She waved a hand. I'll go ahead and place those two unconscious people in my whirlwind, but this means that I'll need your protection on this journey back. After all, I'll have to spend a lot of MF to support them. TCH. Jiao's coquettish behavior was honestly unsettling. Eventually, our discussion concluded and we left the academy in preparation to depart for Eastern District. Before we left, Jiapa carefully stored a bottle with the huge beetle in his bag. Walking along the Southern District in broad daylight, it was only natural that we would attract quite a bit of attention. After all, we have a beauty like Guan Nye Zun in all his Dark Lord glory, along with Jiao's Sadako cosplay. Of course, if one must attest that I am equally attention-grabbing, then it must be due to my beauty and not those bright red hair or skirt of mine. Passerby flew backwards from the impact of my kick before he could get a word in. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56. Volume 1. 56. Long time no see. We saw the silhouette of a man hurrying towards us from a short distance, not long after leaving the academy. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the person as Ku Fei, the young guy we met at Southern District's tea shop when we first arrived. The cuffs of Ku Fei's sleeves were rolled up high, revealing his muscular arms. His thick and sharp brows were tightly knitted together like he was perturbed. His eyes shone when they met mine and he rushed towards me immediately. I heard from the others that you're the Western District Commander, Li Shun. Do you remember me? He waved both arms at me, his speech seemed a little slurred. Noting his nervous disposition, I smiled and attempted to calm him down. That's right, I'm Li Shun. Of course, I remember you. What's wrong? Why are you so anxious? Ku Fei blushed faintly, raising a hand to touzle his own hair. The last time. I heard from the neighbors that you came to look for me one of those nights, but I have no recollection of what happened then. Recalling the night I was torn to pieces after falling down that pit, my lips twitched slightly. It's a good thing he doesn't remember. A good thing indeed. He continued hastily, his eyes seemed to reflect his apprehension once more. Actually, I figured you and your companions must have been pranked by Ms. Mi Fu that night. And I know you hate her, but she really is a good person, she didn't mean anything by it. I asked around about the child you were looking for. She wasn't the new toy that Ms. Mi Fu had acquired, so can you please not hurt her? His last sentence was spoken with even more caution than before. I frowned. Hurt her? Why would we hurt her? Nye Zun was the first to unravel the situation at hand. Emerging from the group, he flashed Ku Fei a smile as well. Are you worried because Ms. Mi Fu hasn't been seeking you out these days? Ku Fei nodded his head fervently. She hasn't come by in a long time, and I heard that no one has seen her or her illusionist on the streets of Southern District either. I'm a little worried that she might be in some kind of danger. He stole a glance towards me as he trailed off. I choked back on my boiling anger. Do I really look like someone who would hold grudges over petty matters like this, to the extent of kidnapping a little girl? Passerby interjected, you do. I rolled my eyes, but witnessing it how ill at ease Kufei was, I replied patiently. We didn't hurt her. Th then, Kufei grew even more anxious upon hearing that. Then do you know where she and that illusionist went? We exchanged a look, at a loss for a suitable response. Eventually, it was Niazun who spoke up. Kufei, calm down. Mifu shouldn't be in much danger, you should head back and tend to your tea shop. Perhaps she will return soon. Disappointment filled his eyes. Do you really not know where she is? I couldn't bear to tell him the truth, but Jiao replied before I could, we don't. In fact, we are returning to our respective districts now. You should head back as well. Jiao's voice had always been cold and hoarse, with her face clear of any emotions, but I knew she had Kufei's best interests at heart. After all, seeing how worried he is, there was no way we could delve into the stranger things that has been happening in the split zone. Alright then. Do come back if you have the chance, and be sure to drop by my shop for some tea. His smile was strained, yet his words were filled with sincerity. Perhaps it was because of his overwhelming concern for Mifu that he looked glum even with a smile. Of course. Niazun gave him a pat on the shoulder before gesturing for us to leave with a shift of his eyes. As I walked by Kufei, I couldn't help but glance sideways towards his young and energetic face, now filled with such a dispirited expression. I told myself to stop looking, and just like that I walked right past him. It was a short distance before Kufei called out to us again. He caught up to us, swiping his gaze over the group. Before, you mentioned about wanting to look for the commander? Did you manage to meet him? I shook my head. Kufei furrowed his brows tighter. Have you tried? I nodded. We tried, but we couldn't find him. If at all possible, his frown seemed to deepen even further. If that's the case, that means it's really. Without waiting for him to finish, Jiao waved her hand impatiently. That's your district's problem, whether it's your commander or that alleged goddess. Whatever the case, you should stop meddling with it. It's not something that is within your power anyway. Once she was done, Jiao reached for my hand and pulled, indicating that we should leave. There was nothing I could do about it. Following the others, we continued moving towards the boundary lines. From time to time, I would look back to the sight of Kufei standing at that same spot with his downcast eyes, and I would feel the urge to let out a long sigh. He had been such a young and energetic boy. What a pity, why did he insist on being so kind towards that stubborn and vicious Mifu? At that thought, I recalled the old lady who claimed to be Kufei's grandmother, and nudged Niazun hurriedly. Do you all remember Kufei's grandmother? She said that Mifu was a soul splitter. Do you reckon that's the reason Rongjin and the others took her? Niazun did not say a word, but the expression in his eyes told me he was considering the possibility. Jiao answered instead. But didn't Kufei say he didn't have a grandmother? I wonder if she was one of Huan Qing's illusions. Why would he feel the need to show us that? Jiao shrugged. We'll only get the answer to that question once he wakes. I sighed inwardly but nodded. The group returned to the boundary forest between Southern and Western District. Walking into the forest, the betrayal of Yuji was still vivid in my mind. I took a deep breath but didn't think the air within Southern District felt all that fresh. As we walked on, Jiao came to an abrupt stop. What's wrong? Perplexed by her actions, I looked over at her. Her eyes grew gradually wider. I feel a familiar aura, but I can't put a finger on it. Somehow, I have a feeling we've left out something. My heart jolted at her words. Indeed. Something feels amiss. But what was it exactly? It's getting nearer. All of a sudden, Jiao's eyes snapped open. Meanwhile, I could feel a headache coming on. Must something always go wrong whenever we enter the boundary forest? Seriously, did the boundary forest exist with the sole purpose of being our battleground? I secretly shook my head. Jiao stretched an arm out and gave me a light push. Don't let your guard down. I really did sense an aura, a sort of familiarity I haven't felt in a long while. Niazun piped up, she must have a keen sense of intuition. Nevertheless, if there really is someone in close proximity, then who could it be? Who could conceal their whereabouts when we've already sensed their presence? I observed my surroundings and did not find anything unusual, at least within the circumference of visibility I had in this boundary forest. With such dense forest all around us though, it was hard to tell. Guan Nye yawned, bearing an air of indifference. What's there to be afraid of? From what you've mentioned, those weirdos should be gathered at Si Luo's by now. Unless Si Luo is hiding in here, which I highly doubt. If those people aren't here, then there's nothing to be worried about with our numbers. Is this the theory of strength in numbers? For some reason, I couldn't sense anyone approaching us, but I did feel like we had forgotten something. This uncomfortable feeling of not knowing was akin to feeling a pea under those 18 layers of mattress. When Guan Nye brought up Si Luo, he looked towards Jiao vaguely, but she did not react. Her eyes was staring wide, frowning while she turned her stiff neck around to sweep the area around us. Perhaps you're too sensitive? Just as Guan Nye said, there's no reason for any of them to be here. I tried to adopt Niazun's method of comfort and moved to give her a pat on the shoulder. However, just as I lifted my hand, my heart sank sharply. I remembered what we had forgotten. My eyes widened in gradual realization. At the same time, Jiao seemed to have made a connection about the owner of that unnerving aura. She turned swiftly with a creak in her neck and looked at me. When our eyes met, I knew. We were thinking of the same person. She appeared before either of us had the chance to speak. She hadn't been hiding. Rather, she had always approached things from afar and in an unhurried manner. She drifted in from midair, at a slightly higher altitude above where we stood. She always loved floating around like this since a long time ago. I could still remember her beautiful smile when she said to me, "Shen, the split zone is actually pretty nice. Look, you can float like this, just like a flower." She really did look like a flower. Not the stereotypical, cheesy type of flower. More like a fusion of beauty and pureness from all the flowers in this world, like the Queen of Flowers. And at this moment, that was exactly what she looked like. Smiling that beautiful smile of hers, whirling around and floating like the wind, slowly drifting towards us. Her black hair was coiled gorgeously into a bun at the top and flowing down her chest on the lower half, strands of it framing her face, lightly fluttering with the breeze. There were also those limpid eyes of hers. Where Guan Nye's beauty was coquettish, hers was soft and gentle. Just as I've said before, she was someone who could make others feel good simply with her presence. She had always taken a liking to dressing herself in ancient costumes, and she suited them well, looking much like the beauties in those tales of old. If she could travel back in time, she would have looked even more beautiful than she did in modern clothes. Right now, she wore an ancient garb and a yellow yarn dress. I recognized her, of course I did, but before I could call her name, Jiao was already ahead of me. Her eyes were slowly flooding with a complex loathing, her raspy and heavy voice sounded. "Li Wen. So it's true that you are still alive." Li Wen smiled gently, then glided to a spot not far away from us, landing light on her feet. A pair of plain, white cloth shoes softly touched the ground. "Shen, Jiao, long time no see," she chimed, her voice drifting towards us along with her moving gaze. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 57. Volume 1. 57. I'm a soul splitter. I suppose I must have looked rather bewildered at that moment. I wasn't able to gather myself on such short notice, nor could I put on an appropriate expression to face situation before me. What was even more awkward was that even Jiao had fallen silent. At the sight of that smile tugging along the corners of Li Wen's lips, the few of us stood under the gray, overcast sky in stillness. I swear, this was the exact type of scenario I loathed the most. With a turn of my head, I attempted to seek Niazun's help but came to a halt at the unexpected sight of Jiepa. With a push against his glasses, he made his way to Li Wen and extended a friendly handshake towards the gentle but stern woman. "Long time no see, Li Wen. You've been missing for so long, where did you go? You didn't even pay us a visit." Jiepa spoke naturally, as though there was nothing abnormal with this interaction, but what he said was indeed true. In Western District, Li Cheng once thought very highly of Li Wen. I don't know how close Jiepa and her had been, but to me, she and I were close enough to be sisters. Still, I didn't know what to say. Not when so much time had passed. Not when Jiao had told me about Li Wen being Li Qing's soul splitter. Not when above all of this, there was the lingering speculation that she might have been related to yesterday evening's incident. Li Wen's lips moved slightly, her voice still soft. "Jiepa, we've known each other for a long time now. If the intention behind your handshake is to sense my body constitution and compare them to that of Song Lu, then don't trouble yourself. That's precisely the reason I'm here today." Jiepa grew a little embarrassed, but he calmly retracted his hand, nodding with a smile of his own. Li Wen stroked the hair along her cheeks elegantly, her limpid eyes directing their gaze towards me. "Shen, you must have a lot of questions, right?" My lips moved as it attempted to search for all the right words to say, but it was futile. I didn't breathe a word. Jiao's hoarse voice resounded instead. "If you have something to say, then spill it. What's with the suspense?" Li Wen's gaze swept across to Jiao. It was as though she had no memory of being stripped bare and humiliated in front of everyone by Jiao. There was not a single trace of hatred or disgust in her eyes. In fact, she didn't even appear to pay Jiao any mind at all. She merely swiped her gaze over to her leisurely, as one would to a bird up in a tree. I turned my head to look at Jiao. Her big eyes were staring once more and I could feel her dismal mood rising slowly. "Shen, I was the person you saw that day. I'm also the one who flung all those innocent people out of their windows and to their deaths." Li Wen's voice was smooth as water, and her tone light and casual as if this was just a casual heart-to-heart talk between girls. Except this wasn't whispers spoken in confidence between teenage girls but an admission to her heinous crime. I finally found my voice. "How could you talk about them like they were nothing, Li Wen?" Li Wen lowered her eyes gently, then lifted them again with a smile. "Sometimes, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing the redundant in exchange for what's necessary. The purpose of my visit today is to warn you to stay out of it and stop meddling in this affair. I know about Yuji's betrayal. Western District is now in her control." She stepped forward as she spoke, moving that slight bit closer to me. "Shen, how could you be so careless? You gave Yuji so much time to prepare for her betrayal. All three of us survived under Li Qing's care and guidance, and after all that time together even I could see her for who she truly is. Why is it that you just can't seem to do that?" There was no a hint of hesitation in my response this time. I parted my lips and looked at her without fear. "After all this time, neither have I seen you for who you really are, isn't that right?" There was a flicker in Li Wen's eyes. Jiao scoffed. "What right do you have to mention Li Qing? If it wasn't for you, she would have been able to return to the real world a long time ago." It was as though Jiao's words had gone unheard. Li Wen's gaze remained fixated on me. "Shen, Li Qing left the Western District in your care. If that's your attitude, then perhaps Yuji should continue running the district. So you're on Yuji's side now?" I smiled, my eyes never leaving hers. She reciprocated the smile. "How could I be? I'm just telling you that it's time you snap out of it, You used more than 100 innocent lives, just to tell me that?" I was still smiling, yet there was an increasing hostility with every sentence. Li Wen's soft eyes flickered once more. When did you get this critical? With a slight lift of my head, I narrowed my eyes, my sardonic smile deepening. Li Wen, I have always been like this. After such a long time, haven't you seen me for who I am? That's right, I have always been like this, Li Wen. Li Qing knows, as does Niezun, and even Yuji should too. But, do you? In reality, I'm a weirdo with mind-splitting disorder. I'm that kid who couldn't gain the acceptance of others. Did you think I would be soft-tempered and beautiful like you? I'm afraid I will never be that. Li Wen. I guess you never knew how envious I was of you. I was so envious of you, and still, I liked you so much. Even through my jealousy, I adored you. You were such a perfect person. I used to watch as you stood alongside Li Qing with that gentleness of yours against Li Qing's valiance. I imagined it countless times. If I could be just like you with that untainted disposition, could I then be worthy of Gao Qi? But I can never be like you. Not even in my wildest dreams. I am a strange woman filled with darkness and cracks. Before the split zone, there was practically no one who liked me apart from my parents. I admit that I'm trash, one who would envy the happiness of others. I had once been jealous of you too, yet somehow, when I saw Jiaos torturing you that day, there was a gnawing pain in my heart. It was so painful that it rendered me useless. All I could do was clutch my chest and kneel on the ground. That part of me, that is someone you would never understand no matter how long it took, right? So, why do we even bother playing the blame game? Ah Shen, you've changed. Li Wen whispered. Her voice was as gentle as before, but her smile was beginning to fade. Her eyes were smeared with an indiscernible sorrow. See, this is how easily you were able to touch a person's heart, even if your only weapons were those subtle gaze and gesture. It's too boring to talk about that now. My smile mirrored hers, fading gradually, and I let my eyes relax. Let's talk about what's going on with the recent incidents instead. Li Wen sighed. All right. Let me tell you about it then. Then, she grew more grim. All the incidents you've encountered recently were led by a broken-armed woman named Du Yu. Du Yu is from Northern District, and none of you have ever met her because you don't know the secret to that district. However, I can't tell you much about that either. The only thing I can tell you is that Du Yu came to Southern District for a massive experiment. If she succeeds, then many lives would be compromised. Jiaos and I were unusually in sync, both without any questions. Li Wen continued with a sigh. Now, her main subordinates executing this are Yuji and Rongjin. They are planning to have two perfect body constitution to be used as the most powerful weapon for murder. One of them is the type of blood within Song Lu. Without exception, any damage caused by the blood-stained weapon could be fatal, even if it was the body of our consciousness in the split zone. I frowned. But it lost effectiveness when I attacked Yuji with the blood-stained piercer. Li Wen's lips parted again. That because Song Lu wasn't the perfect specimen for experiment, just like me. Once her blood has left her body for more than 10 minutes, it will no longer have the same effect. I'm the same, we are both failed experiments. Jiepa seemed to have reached an epiphany. Which means to say, while your blood may be used to kill someone, it has a time restriction? Li Wen nodded. That's exactly right. I've been observing all of you in the dark. That is the reason for Song Lu's regurgitation of those poisonous insects. Those bugs with the same fuchsia color as the beetle, they are the offsprings of those leeches that fused with us. Ugh! A sense of nausea rushed towards my chest. Offspring? Those beetles were the offspring of that long, oversized, and repulsive centipede-like creature with the two pincers? Did it have to be this disgusting? And they were reproduced within Song Lu's stomach. Li Wen seemed to notice my repulsion. That's right, those things originated from the soul snatcher. Rongjin snatched the souls of centipedes, leeches and crabs, and forcibly brought them into split zone number 13. Through methods that even I have no understanding of, they refined them. Still, the abilities of a soul snatcher have limitations. They were unable to force the souls of organisms into this world unrestrictedly, which is why they thought of using the female body to conceive them. Of course, the body in the split zone cannot conceive, but they are trying to devise a way. After all, only bodies projected by consciousness exist in this world, and they are the most realistic form of a body, so there's always a way to make the people here a subject to their experiment. Song Lu and I are among those people, but I was the first to fail. Not only does my blood lose its effect within 10 minutes of leaving my body, I was also unable to conceive those creatures. Jiao S looked at her firmly. Why? Li Wen returned her stare. You should know. It's because I'm a soul splitter. Even though Jiao S had already told me this, even though I believed her all along, hearing Li Wen acknowledge the fact was still enough to startle me. There was an actual soul splitter standing right in front of me. Even those at the sidelines, and Ye Zun, who had been casually leaning around, and Guan Nye, who was fiddling with his hair, froze. Without moving, they glanced up at Li Wen. Li Wen's lips arched into a smile again, her beauty enough to cause the fall of a city. Yes, you heard that right. I'm a soul splitter. I'm Li Qing's soul splitter. Following that, she turned around slowly, lifting up her yellow dress as she revealed the back of her snowskin waist. Her slender waist was displayed so casually, but what captured my attention was the split symbol on it. The back of her waist was imprinted with Li Qing's peach blossom-shaped symbol. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58. Volume 1. 58. Don't even think about taking Song Lu. After revealing her symbol, Li Wen rearranged her clothes unhurriedly before turning back around. This is the truth. I am a soul splitter, and so is that broken-armed woman. I don't know with whom her symbol corresponds, only that you won't be able to defeat her. The soul splitters we've been pursuing for so long have never made an appearance in the split zone, and now, out of nowhere, there are two? Jiao S scoffed. How do you expect us to believe it? Li Wen smiled. It doesn't matter either way. This is the truth. Every single person here has been to the Hall of Northern District. Do you recall that there isn't a ceiling over it? At her words, the image came back to me at once. That's right. The hall had been almost 1,000 square meters in size, surrounded by 4 slabs of snow-white porcelain walls. With the exception of the screen which could show real-time snippets of the real world, there was nothing else there. Looking ahead, the only thing you could see was a flood of blinding white light. However, if you did look up, you would realize that there was no ceiling over it. The top of the hall was nothing but an infinite black hole. I had once pondered over it too, but did not pay it much mind. Since the sky in the split zone is gray, I didn't bother dwelling on any other strange phenomenon that happens here. Back then, I had only lifted my head slightly. The hall looked as though it had been built at the bottom of a pitch-black pit, seemingly running endlessly deep. Even if you did lift your head to its full extent, you would not be able to spot the end of that tunnel. All you would be able to see is total darkness. That black hole you saw is the habitat of soul splitters. Mr. Blonde can't reach it either. No one knows the secret to split zone soul splitters. It's mere conjecture even on Mr. Blonde's part. Li Wen's gentle voice was strong and forceful at the same time, slapping us with these words of reality. I deepened my frown. If there is truly such a secret, then why are you telling us? With a faint smile, Li Wen replied. I didn't say anything, and I never will. I'm a soul splitter after all. The only thing I can tell you is that, if Du succeeds with her experiment, then a bloodbath in the split zone will not be far away. My eyes widened. What exactly is this experiment about? There are 2 segments. One of them is the body constitution that would allow reproduction of these diabolical leeches and seamlessly infuse them with the body at the same time. Their blood will carry an eternal ability to damage those who come in contact with it, and the offsprings of those leeches will be the perfect specimen to continue on to their next subject. This is where Song Lu and I failed. Then, there's Laurel. Her experiment is on mental strength. Children have greater potential in honing their mental strength due to their young age, and they are easily manipulated and controlled. They want to create a child with high MF. Laurel was the first experimental subject who was near success, but the specific details aren't known since she ran away. I clenched my fist, my mind preoccupied by the words, experimental subject. Experimental subject, how could they? Laurel is still so young. Why would they choose a soul splitter like you to conduct the experiment? Isn't that claim too far-fetched? Jiao S sneered. Li Wen shook her head in resignation. I'm just their sacrificial lamb. They wanted to find out if a soul splitter's body was any different to a regular body of consciousness. In any case, I can't say anything more than that. The reason I'm here is to take Song Lu away. At her words, I firmly and immediately shook my head. Don't even think about it. Li Wen, after all that you've spouted, your real motive had been to take her away? Li Wen stopped smiling, and looked me right in the eye. Shun, I know this is upsetting, but you must hand Song Lu over to me. I'm still one of them, which means two things. 1, I have to bring her back to them, and 2, you will only end up getting her killed if she continues to stay by your side. Her body is imperfect. I suppose she only regurgitated those worms once? Did you think that will be the end of it? I trust you saw how she looked then, and it's going to happen again for a second or a third time, but never more than that. After the third, there's no doubt that she will die. Even if it's to continue the experiment, the only way we can save her is for me bring her back. No. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. I was practically screaming those words. I can never forget about that day outside that stone wall. Because of my hesitance and cowardice, I saw for myself the torture they put Song Lu through. Apart from Li Qing, Song Lu was the one person who was kindest to me, who treated me well. I will never condemn her to that hellhole again. As I screamed, a wisp of red hair swept across my face and stuck itself to my quivering lips. Song Lu was still here, right by my side, yet for some reason it felt as though I had just been robbed of my dearest treasure. The image of Song Lu covered in blood that day, her sunken eyes, her flesh relentlessly torn apart by those poisonous insects to such an extent where she was unable to even let out a proper cry. That image. For the past few days, I hadn't even the strength to recall them. No. I will not allow that to happen again. I bit down on my bottom lip harshly and the taste of blood spread across the tip of my tongue. Li Wen looked as if she was caught between a rock and a hard place. It doesn't matter if you believe what I've said or not. Regardless, you'll have to return to your own districts now. As far as I'm concerned, they're still lacking something and will not be able to complete the experiment immediately. Please stay united no matter what. Only with the alliance of the western and eastern districts will you have even a glimmer of hope at winning. All of a sudden Guan Nia, who had thus far stayed silent, stopped toying with his hair and directed his words at Li Wen. If everything is as you say, then I'd like to know more about that broken-armed woman, do you? Why is she looking for Si Luo? The look in Li Wen's eyes shifted at the mention of Si Luo and I grew alert as well. Why is everyone connected to Si Luo in some way? As I was stuck in my musings, Li Wen had already started her response. I can't answer that. I can only tell you about the things you have to be on guard against. There's not much time left, please hand Song Lu over to me. Without warning, Jiao S started laughing hysterically. Li Wen, I see you're still as cunning as ever. When all is said and done, aren't you just afraid you'd get decapitated by the broken-armed woman if you don't return with Song Lu? Li Wen, who had always been gentle and pure, suddenly let out an alluring laugh. Decapitated? I'm a soul splitter, Jiao S. Have you forgotten? Only Li Qing's split key would be able to kill me, but Li Qing. As you know. Before she could even finish her sentence, Jiao was already glaring. I won't allow you to sully her name. A sudden storm surged, the influx of air howled and columns of whirlwind charged towards Li Wen. I have grown so accustomed to the unpredictable attacks of those with control over airflow that by this time, no matter how much I swayed unsteadily against the storm, my expression remained relaxed. For some reason, I had a random thought, gust and gale however they pleased, the boundary forest was sturdy enough anyway. Perhaps I was trying to conceal my worries about our situation. Whether it was Li Wen trying to take Soam Lu away, or the fact we may be forced to fight Li Wen at some point, and either was a scenario I was willing to confront. Somehow, since arriving at Split Zone No. 13, I've always been forced into this type of situation. Just when I was feeling a little down, Jiao pulled out her sword with lightning speed and sprung towards Li Wen. Don't even think about taking any of us. Jiao's shout was unusually loud, and with her hoarseness it sounded almost gruff. I was taken aback for a moment, not because of the harsh tone of her voice, but that she had used the word us. Even in face of Jiao's attack, Li Wen was unperturbed. Her black hair fluttered loose in the wind and danced in the air, her cheeks tugged with the hint of a smile. As Jiao rushed at her with sword in hand, Li Wen's plain shoes tapped the ground below and, lithely, she leapt. In mid-air, Li Wen's red lips parted and she spoke easily. Since you chose to fight with a sword, then let me show you mine too. Just as the words left her, she reached back with her right hand and pulled out a slender sword from thin air. Her expression was graceful and calm, as though what she's holding wasn't a sword sharp enough to wound but a peaceful dove. We spent quite a bit of time together in the past, but I have never seen her wielding a sword. A feeling of unease filled my heart, but I couldn't be bothered with worrying any longer. Holding up the bow that was slung on my back, I set my sight on Li Wen with the 3 arrows. Li Wen, if you insist on fighting her, then don't blame me for this. Just as I was about to fire, Jiao's sword had already struck. Li Wen ignored me. Instead, her gentle lips were curved into a cold arc. With light movements, her slender sword sliced in both horizontal and vertical strokes, drawing the shape of a plus sign. Following her strikes, something akin to a cross materialized in the air, and like a shield, it blocked the razor light that came from Jiao's attack. Jiao reeled backwards as it deflected the attack back onto her faster than it had before. Jiao arced her body backwards in haste, the light just grazing the tip of her nose. From the impact of the contact, Jiao fell back onto the ground. Stumbling a few steps back, I could see blood gradually flowing from her nose, but the arrows in my hand never left. I clenched my teeth, watching Li Wen, who had floated way up high. Li Wen was never able to fly this high in the past because that would exhaust a great amount of MF. Yet, seeing her now, I realized that even as a soul splitter, she must have been hiding her real potential all this while. She didn't give me extra time to think either. With a smirk, she lifted the slender sword again and drew another 3 crosses in the air. Then, along with the first giant shield from before, those 4 shields fell from the sky without warning. Sensing the threat that rang in my subconscious mind, I immediately pulled out the piercer with my left hand. The first cruciform shield which attacked Jiao had seemingly gained sight as it adjusted its direction like a homing missile and began charging towards me. Crack! I waved the piercer with immense strength and a flash of violet light shot forward. Thump! Deflected by the shield, the violet light ricocheted towards me again. I jumped away from attack and the shield leapt along with me into midair. The other 3 giant shields seemed to come alive too, starting their attack towards Jiao, Niezun and Guan Nye respectively. No matter how I dodged, the cruciform shield followed closely at my heels without slowing down. I didn't know what would happen if I collided against it, and any attack will only be deflected. All I could do is to keep evading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Volume 1. 59 War at Sea. In the midst of dodging, Guan Nye leapt, his white hair flowing behind him. With a glance, he overflowed with grace. I hate fighting and the like, they are not beautiful at all. You're very beautiful, yet you chose to do such unbeautiful things, so don't blame my beautiful self for being discourteous. His words went right over my head. Forget about that tongue twister. Did he really have to refer to himself as my beautiful self? Guan Ye squinted his almond eyes and shouted, "Sleep." What? What is he playing at? Sleep. What sleep? Sleep where, with who? To hear such a ridiculous cry coming from him in the middle of this constant evasion, at such a time of confusion, it was a moment before I suddenly realized our surroundings had changed drastically. In an instant, the boundary forest disappeared and was instead replaced by the vast ocean. Countless rocks lined upon the sea, and each of us stood upon a different piece. I haven't seen the ocean in such a long time. It was with uncontrollable awe that I stayed stupefied by the sight. Could it be that this is an illusion? If it truly is an illusion, I suddenly wished to never wake up. Swoosh! A wave crashed against the rock underneath my feet. The giant shields were gone. Just as the rest of us, Li Wen was standing atop a rock not far away from me. The slender sword in her hand had vanished. I looked around me. Except for the absence of Guan Ye, everyone else was in the same position, each standing on a different rock. Above us the sky was still gray, but the water beneath us was a sea of dark blue. Li Wen stopped smiling, her eyes taking in the new surroundings with a cursory glance. An illusion? It seemed Xiao S didn't intend to dwell on that possibility, nor had she planned to give Li Wen a breather. She narrowed her eyes, and waves after waves of airstream surged from the surface of the sea. Roar! Caught between the drastic tumbling of airflow, I wobbled on my spot. From a distance away, I could see Jiepa balancing unsteadily as well, and grew worried. If it was true that you could get hurt even in an illusion, then in Jiepa's vulnerable state with the body of a regular person from the real world, there was no way he could fight this battle at sea. Before I was done fretting, Niezun had already begun jumping his way towards Jiepa along the lined rocks. He grabbed onto Jiepa with an outstretched arm, and the latter immediately flashed a grateful smile. With Niezun by Jiepa's side, there was not much left to be anxious over. Securing my piercer back into the waistband of my dress, I took aim at Li Wen with my bow. Jiao's airstream had raised giant tides which were now charging towards Li Wen. Billows of water vapor hissed in the air. There was simply no way I could take aim. Li Wen curled her lips. Combining the power of illusion with your air manipulation? He lives up to his reputation indeed. I have long heard rumors that the skill of Eastern District's Guan Ye is on an equal footing with Southern District's top illusionist. Right after her high praises, she pulled both hands from her dress and made an intersection with her arms, into the shape of a cross. Fall! With her soft command, the sky began raining innumerable cruciform swords. Although they appeared smaller than the shields, all 4 points of the sword were extremely sharp. With nowhere to hide from the attack, I held up the piercer and braced myself in deflecting any falling swords. At the speed they were dropping, however, it seemed this would be a difficult task to follow through. Jiao's yelled out suddenly, "Freeze!" Hiss! Bang, bang, bang! At the sound of her shout, layers of water vapor solidified rapidly over our heads. Still, it was apparent that the intensity of the cruciform sword's fall was powerful, as layer after layer of frozen vapor shattered upon impact. A violent storm was whirling in Jiao's eyes. As her black hair whipped behind her, it was obvious that she was exhausting an extensive amount of MF just to protect us. The frozen layers of vapor above Niezun were splintering as well. He retained an arm around Jiepa as his lips pulled into a smirk, slowly bringing his free-gloved hand to his slightly pale lips, then pressed them around the tip of fabric around his middle finger. Before he was done with his delicate movement, the surface of the water around us suddenly swelled into huge waves. Countless waves lashed themselves towards the sky, smashing the remaining barriers into smithereens along with the cruciform swords. Relentlessly, the waves rushed, and in a blink of an eye the swords were all thrusted out of sight. Li Wen bit her lips lightly at the scene before her, face tinted with restrained anger. Guan Ye, it seems that I won't be able to win this battle without escaping your illusion first. She shut her eyes abruptly, then exclaimed again, shatter. The myriad of cruciform swords appeared once again from all directions, but instead of attacking us, they formed a ring and tore away at full speed towards the far corners of our surrounding. Let's see how expansive an illusion you're capable of constructing. I refuse to believe I won't be able to destroy it. Right as she finished speaking, the swords seemed to collide with the edge, emitting a continuous cacophony of banging. All of a sudden, a devilish laughter rang out from the skies. Actually, the rumor isn't all that accurate. Saying I'm on equal footing with the #1 illusionist in Southern District isn't all that true, but what about it? Ha! Why don't you witness it for yourself? In the distance, the tumbling sound of endless tsunamis seemed to roll in from the edge of the shattered illusion. I couldn't see them clearly, and neither did I understand what was happening. In the midst of the air turbulence and waves, I was only focused on staying steady on this rock. On the other hand, Niazun's gaze seemed to hold a gleam of strange anticipation. He stopped clapping the glove between his lips and had instead grabbed the unstable jipa with both hands. Li Wen's expression shifted upon hearing the distant roaring. Are you able to manipulate elements of nature now? Without bounds? That's not possible. My cruciform swords collided with the edge of your illusion earlier. But, Ihia. Even if I'm not powerful enough to attack an illusionist, aren't you underestimating me a little too much, Guan Ye? Li Wen murmured under her breath, raising both arms up high at the same time. The action heralded the arrival of an endless number of giant cruciform swords from the bottom of the sea. Their emergence caused the surface to shake once more, and I swayed along with the momentum. Just like before, we weren't the target of those giant swords. Instead, they soared upwards towards the gray sky. In the midst of my swaying, I could see Niezun lifting a hand, still wearing his black glove. He was gazing intently at one of the swords not far behind me, shooting towards the sky like all the others. He reached a hand towards the sword with an open palm and suddenly curled his fingers into a tight grip. I looked back in haste. The sword had changed direction with Niezun's gesture and rushed towards him instead. Witnessing the scene, shock swept across Li Wen's eyes. Attracted to Niezun's unknown magnetism, the giant sword whistled as it whizzed past me. Right before it reached Niezun, he jerked his hands in another direction and an even more inconceivable thing happened. It was as though his hand could stretch limitlessly to wield the giant sword as the weapon began altering its direction on his whim. This time it flew in a spiral, like the darts in movies, and it rushed towards Li Wen. Such a minor trick. Li Wen scoffed. Lifting her right hand, the slender sword appeared again. She drew a cross in front of her chest vigorously and her shield materialized once more. The cruciform sword charged decisively towards it. My mind was filled with trivially irrelevant thoughts. Was this a contest between the strongest sword and the strongest shield? Which would win? However, reality soon hit when the sword collided against the shield. It swiftly rebounded back at Niezun. Still, he looked as composed as ever. From the corner of my eyes, I caught a glint of wicked slyness flashing across his. With an effortless flick of his wrist, he deflected the sword just as it was about to graze him. It was then that I suddenly realized Jiao S had snuck up behind Li Wen without my knowledge. She raised the sword high above her head, and in that instant, it grew tenfold in size and into the image of a large sword. Jiao S hacked towards the back of Li Wen's head with immense strength, seemingly without hesitation. By the time Li Wen tore her eyes from Niezun and reacted to Jiao S' attack, the sword was already by the top of her head. My face twitched. What was deal about bringing a gun loaded with those mental inhibitor bullets when we first arrived, then? These people. Once they have activated their split symbol, they gained the ability to manipulate the elements of nature. What use would a gun be towards them? Just as Jiao's sword was about to strike Li Wen's forehead, something hit me. Li Wen's a soul splitter. Does that mean she possesses the same powers as us? Could she activate her split symbol? Did she have a splitting key? I didn't see one when she revealed her symbol to us. Did that mean her powers were not activated? If that's the case, then it means all her current strength was in spite of an unsplit symbol. I shuddered, but there was no need to ponder any further. Jiao's sword had relentlessly split Li Wen into half. Pooh! Fresh blood splattered. Jiao did not hold back, nor did she hesitate. From head to toe, she sliced Li Wen into clean halves, and the once beautiful Li Wen was not even remotely as charming anymore. Her eyes were now in separate bodies while fresh blood spouted from each side. The seemingly endless sprays of blood stained the rocks and ocean, before the droplets were soon swallowed by the sea, gone without a trace. That was a truly gruesome style of fighting, Jiao. I felt sick in just thinking about it. That's definitely not the style for me. Of course, Li Wen would definitely heal. Which was why, when both parts of her body collapsed against the rock, Jiao called out, "Jiapa." Jiapa stood not too far away alongside Niezun, and he seemed to understand Jiao's intention. He lifted both hands calmly and faced the slowly healing body of Li Wen with a gesture that signified stop. He whispered a soft, "Seal." Just like that, the two halves of Li Wen's body stopped moving midway through healing. My vision was suddenly overwhelmed by the gruesome sight of her body. Her lower body had completely healed and was covered in fresh blood, but anything above her waist had stopped its recovery and remained a huge crack. Li Wen's face was likewise split into two. With her torso teetering on her lower body, it made her exceptionally horrifying to look at. Yet Li Wen's lips, which had not managed to reconnect, were still able to move. Her eyes seemed to move with them. You really are belittling me." I couldn't tell if the tugging at her lips was a smile. With her split into halves, there was simply no way of telling if she was smiling or crying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60. Volume 1. 60 The Worst Battle. The split lip that was decorated with dried blood twitched, began singing a sharp tune. The bizarre sound seemed to have a sort of melody to it, but the unusually piercing tune became increasingly intense, spreading through the air. I couldn't help covering my ears at the sound. As I brought my hands to my ears, I saw Jiapa growing unstable. Judging by the change in expression, his enchantment doesn't seem to be holding up either. A loud thump sounded. While it wasn't clear exactly what had shattered, Li Wen's body was beginning to heal again. Li Wen, now fully healed, was still drenched in fresh blood. The ruthlessness of scarlet-red bloodstains, stark against her tender and affectionate gaze, was contrasting but alluring in its own way, exuding an almost blinding charm. The smile she wore was a mix of both cruelty and warmth as she slowly got to her feet. Jiao, who had landed behind her, made haste to retreat back to her own piece of rock, clearly sensing the danger in our current situation. Li Wen straightened up with a smile, then continued with the piercing tune. The strange melodies seemed to be infused with MF, causing a stabbing pain to spread from my eardrum all the way to the heart. Jiapa was the first to cover his ears and crouch. The storm brewed in Jiao's eyes and her brows were knitted together. Niezun, on the other hand, was bent at his waist supporting Jiapa but maintained his gaze on me. The horrifying tune was intensifying. My heart felt like there was a needle stabbing at it relentlessly. Between my eardrum and my heart, it was as though a piece of rope was tugging hard. Following the melody's growing ferocity, the rope was likewise getting tighter, threatening to snap at any moment. I gritted my teeth. The tune was too much to bear and I was slowly reaching my limits. With both hands, I cupped them tightly around my ears. Li Wen remained at the same spot, her smile still tender yet merciless, when suddenly she widened her mouth and began singing even louder. Ah! I couldn't help crying out at the profound shot through the heart. The gnawing pain made me hunch over. The last image engraved in my mind was of Niezun and Jiao, both crouched over in agony, neither of whom was able to endure this strange melody. I attempted to step forward, but even the slightest movement seemed to tear my heart into shreds. Quickly realizing that covering my ears did nothing to stop the piercing tune's effect, I let my hands fall from my ears and tried going for my bow again. The moment I shifted my hands, I felt the prickling, sharp pain in my ears. Poo-oo. Poo-oo. Both my inner ears seemed to have erupted in fresh blood. My head was buzzing and even my sight started to blur. The sharp tune was still getting stronger and I finally reached my breaking point. Falling to my knees, a mouthful of fresh blood escaped my lips and I struggled to look towards Nyezun. He had both hands wrapped around Jiepa's ears and seemed to be exhausting his MF in order to protect the other man from harm. Perhaps that was why, even when Jiepa looked miserable, he wasn't bleeding from any of the 7 openings in his head. It was a relief to see Jiepa, who no longer could heal like us, almost unscathed. T/N, 7 openings include 2 for the eyes, 2 for the ears, 2 for the nostrils and 1 for the mouth. Nyezun wasn't as lucky, both his eyes and ears were spilling with blood but he was still unruffled, as though the liquid oozing out of his eyes wasn't actually blood but mere eye drops. He was looking at me and as my eyes were continued dripping with blood, it left my vision clouded in bright red. I was beginning to lose sight of his gaze. Turning around, I looked towards Jiaoes who mirrored my position on the ground. It seemed that the melody was prohibiting her from controlling the airflow. In a vicious repetition, her eyes would fog up with mist before it cleared again. Streams of blood slowly flowed from both her mouth and ears as well. The excruciating pain worsened and spread itself all over my head and heart. After a few failed attempts at raising my hand with intention of wiping the blood from my eyes, I gave up and laid semi-paralyzed upon the rock. Li Wen maintained her elegant smile, the corner of her lips covered in blood as she continued singing. E-ah-ci-ai. E-ah-ci-ai. The sky of the illusion seemed to tremble with a rumbling start, and the roaring waves of the ocean seemed to gradually subside into tinier swells. Guan! Guanya, Jiaoes wanted to call out to him but she couldn't contend with the destructive singing. A spurt of blood sprayed from her mouth instead. Li Wen stopped her singing at that, smirking at Jiaoes who was now lying prostrate on another rock. This demonic tune can cut through an illusion and into Guanya's ears. No matter where he's hiding now, he would have issues taking care of himself. Are you still counting on him to save you? Li, ugh. I pressed a hand to my chest and hurled another mouthful of blood. Li Wen, why are you? Li Wei turned her focus to me. Li Shen, I've already told you this. You won't be able to protect any of them. Give Song Lu to me. Bang! Distracted by her conversation with me, Nyezun took advantage of the short period of pause. With his attention focused on the piece of rock beneath Li Wen's feet, he winked his left eye lightly. Even as more blood dribbled from his eye from that small action, he remained quiet and calm. Bang, bang. Li Wen staggered as the rock under her feet promptly exploded into innumerable fragments. She was quick in stabilizing herself. With a touch of her plain shoes, she floated in the air once more and the fragments of rock sank slowly into the sea. While she was caught up in her moment of shock, I lifted my bow and shot 2 arrows towards her eyes without hesitation. When she looked back, the set of double arrows flew from my bow and whizzed into her eyes. Poo tist. Blood squirted from them but she seemed unfazed, the corner of her lips still sported that same smile. Li Shen, you really haven't changed that preference for shooting other people's eyes. When she said this, she reached up to pluck out the arrows. Laying on the ground, Jiaoes whipped her head up and clenched her teeth. The storm in her eyes was back as she stared intently at Li Wen. Tist, dot. The 2 columns of airstream appeared out of nowhere and pushed against the 2 arrows still in Li Wen's eyes, instantly plunging them through her head. Li Wen stumbled backwards in the air, her mouth grew rigid from the pain caused. The shattered sky and calm sea from before started shaking once more. This time from the wrath of Guanya. Boom, boom, boom. A colossal wave arose from behind Li Wen. Li Wen tilted her head as though she sensed the changes to the surface of the sea. She bit her lip, angered. Without a care for the arrows in her eyes, she parted her lips and practically screamed out the tune. With her increased volume, I collapsed against the rock at the very first note of the demonic tune, unable to resist the damage it caused, and began heaving huge mouthfuls of blood. Rumble! Bang, bang, bang! Like the image of towns and markets of an oasis during an earthquake, the illusion began disintegrating with a crashing sound. It was as if we were in a stereoscopic mirror before. As our surroundings became fragmented and the sea gradually disappeared, the scenery of the boundary forest was revealed once again. I continued expelling mouthful after mouthful of blood, glancing up from my position on the ground. Enshrouded among the bloodied rays of light, I reaffirmed that we were back into the forest. Guan Ye was sitting atop a tree not far away, his cascading white hair stained with his own blood. There was a trailing bloodstain by the corner of his lips, his eyes flashing a cold glint of viciousness. He had a hand to his chest and another supporting his weight against the tree trunk. The others were the same as me, spewing blood onto the ground in misery. Nie Zun's hands never left Jiepa, even when Jiepa was likewise puking mouthful of blood. His other features seemed unmarked. Li Wen floated in the air, tossing the 2 arrows she had just yanked from her eyes onto the ground. She looked towards Guan Ye. Your MF is strong enough indeed. Even my demonic tune couldn't make you fall? Guan Ye let out a sardonic laugh. The bloodstain along his lips seemed to be dripping with fresh blood again. MF? No one here has a weak MF, but none of us could have prepared against something we've never seen before. Did you really think you're all that capable? Sprawled on the ground, I grinded my teeth. Why isn't my MF sufficient enough to turn myself invisible? Is it because my split symbol hasn't been activated? Li Wen raised the sleeve to her yellow dress and wiped her mouth gently. Come on, Guan Ye. I'm not capable? I have yet to activate my split symbol, and yet, the demonic tune was already enough to reduce all of you to this state. Do you still think I won't be able to handle the few of you on my own? Guan Ye stiffened at her words. Jiao S scoffed from her position on the ground. If I hadn't promised Si Luo about not using that particular skill, do you really think you could still be standing this obnoxiously in front of us? Li Wen smiled. Jiao S, you still wouldn't be able to deal any real damage to me. Ah, all of you. At that, she whirled around towards Nie Zun, who still had his hands around Jiepa's ears as a precaution. Nie Zun, that ability just now, was that a form of force, a skill controlled by the pupils? There was still a track of blood from when it flowed from his eyes earlier, as with the corner of his lips. When Li Wen called his name, his indifferent eyes swept a fleeting glance at her, but he did not answer. Seeing as Nie Zun bore no intention of responding to her, Li Wen laughed scornfully but did not attempt to force a reply. Instead, she turned gracefully around and the slender sword appeared in her hand again, casting it towards Jiao S. The action came so unexpectedly that even Jiao S had no time to react before she let out a hiss. Just like that, the slender sword was thrusted into Jiao S' back. Jiao S spewed a gush of blood, furrowed her brows and glared. Just as she seemed to move towards tugging the sword from her back, shock filled her eyes. Stop using your MF. Do you really think you won't exhaust your MF once you've activated your split symbol? The layers of protective barriers you cast over them in the illusion used up an extensive amount of natural elements, and now you won't be able to regain your MF for a period of time. You'll need time, but this parting sword of mine will absorb your MF and restrict such behavior. Following her words, as though the stealth enchantment had lost effectiveness, 2 other people appeared from thin air and fell to the ground. They were the still unconscious Song Lu and Huan Qing. Li Wen spared a glance at the 2 who lay motionless on the ground, then smiled. See, your MF isn't even enough to support that airflow dimension of yours anymore. Jiao S clenched her teeth tightly, a deep hatred evident in her eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61. Volume 1. 61. A difficult choice. My own head and heart were beginning to heal while Jiao S was trapped on the ground. Just as I started to get up, the silhouette of a man dashed out from the jungle. Out of nowhere, Ku Fei emerged. His eyes were washed with anger when he stared at me. "Li Shen, you lied to me?" He glanced over at Huan Cheng, then rushed to his side, supporting the unconscious man on himself, and glowered at me once more. "You did have something to do with Lord Huan Cheng and Ms. Mi Fu's disappearance. It was a good thing I followed all of you in secret. I even took a long time searching for you when you disappeared out of the blue." I was just about to speak when Li Wen got there before me, her brows creased. "You've been following them all this while? That means to say, you've been there all along until we disappeared? So you heard everything we spoke about earlier, that?" Ku Fei was stunned at the fact that the beautiful Li Wen was speaking to him, but he quickly gathered himself and responded immediately. "Yeah, but what was the deal about all of that? I can't be bothered about anything else. I just want to know the whereabouts of Ms. Mi Fu. Where have you people taken her?" Li Wen's eyes flashed with an indecipherable delight. My heart sank. Sure enough, Li Wen worked suddenly, fall. In that instant, a cruciform sword fell from the sky and drove towards Ku Fei. At the same time, Li Wen lifted a hand and dug her nails into the pulse of her other wrist. Blood sprayed from the punctured wrist, and as the sword flew past her in midair, she coated it with her blood. No. That's not good. She's planning to send him to his doom. Her fresh blood was enough to let Ku Fei lose his healing abilities. I reacted at once, stumbling to my feet with full intention of rushing forward, but there wasn't enough time. The sword was going to plunge itself into Ku Fei and Huan Qing any second now. All of a sudden, there was a flash of movement and they actually disappeared. With a thump, the sword stabbed straight into the ground instead. I hadn't caught Ku Fei's movement at all. In the midst of my shock, I saw Ku Fei carrying Huan Qing in his arms, having dodged to the other side of the attack. Ku Fei's eyes were filled with rage, but both his arms held onto Huan Qing steadily. Li Wen was obviously bewildered. "How did your speed could actually surpass my cruciform sword? Who are you?" Ku Fei was fuming with anger. "What do you mean, who am I? What's so difficult about dodging that giant sword of yours? I've never met anyone who could run faster than me. And while we're talking about that, are you crazy, woman? I heard the talk about you being a soul splitter, which means you're not associated with Li Shen and the rest, so why in the world did you attack me?" Li Wen stared wide-eyed at the mention of her being a soul splitter. "Because you've heard things you shouldn't." Ku Fei leapt further away from Li Wen with Huan Qing in his arms. "Who cares about all that? I just want to know where Ms. Mi Fu is." I replied hastily, "Ku Fei, listen to me. We weren't the ones who hurt Huan Qing, we brought him along to save him. You didn't see it when we disappeared, but we were the ones who concealed his presence so we could prevent this woman from hurting him. Mi Fu was also taken by them," I declared loudly, pointing to Li Wen. Yet Ku Fei only shook his head furiously. "Stop lying to me. I'm not going to believe any of you. I'm taking Lord Huan Cheng away." He had probably realized there was no way he could go up against us all by himself, and so with his words he fled in haste into the deeper end of the forest. Li Wen swung her sleeves with full intention of chasing after him, but with a wave of his hand Guan Ye obstructed her sight with a puff of fog. Li Wen glared at Guan Ye and halted in her steps, lifted a hand and waved it downwards again. With that movement, the sword she had stuck into Jiao S let out a violent, raucous wail. I twisted my head towards Jiao S and saw the sword in her back glowing in a blinding light. All at once Jiao S' eyes widened, as though she was enduring some form of torment. Just as I was about to rush over, Li Wen spoke up coldly, "Li Shen, one more step and I will leave her in such an overwhelming agony, she'd rather die. My parting sword can absorb MF and forcefully drag it out of her. She's already regaining MF at a slower pace too. With the combination of the two, I suppose, I can completely damage her mental strength at any time. If you dare take another step forward, I will leave her forever wrecked in paralysis. I bit my lips, my enlarged eyes turned to glower at Li Wen, an arrow already locked and aimed at her. Li Wen merely smiled at the bow in my hands. Li Shen, recklessness won't do you any good. Look at your situation now and none of you can resist my demonic tune in this state. Even if you were able to, with just a shift of my hand, Jiao's mental strength will be completely exhausted by my parting sword. I presume you didn't know about this before, but her split symbol is also on her back, and my parting sword is now jabbed right into it, able to completely destroy her MF at my whim. Even if it's not stained with my blood and I'm unable to kill her, she will still remain paralyzed for the rest of time. And you? Are you confident that you'll be able to kill me in the split second before I drop my arm? My lips had already been injured from my biting and was slowly beginning to mend, but I didn't give it the chance. I continued chewing till it split open once more. I honestly had no idea what else I could do to vent this misery in my heart. There was a dull aching along the rim of my eyes. I suppose the damage caused by her demonic tune had yet to be fully recovered, but I couldn't bother with such insignificant pain and attempted to widen my eyes even more to glare at Li Wen. Li Wen had already lifted her arms slightly, a gentle smile on her face. Look at the people around you. Following her words, I looked towards Niazun, who remained by Jiapa's side, both hands protecting him and prepared to shield the man from any attack that might threaten him. On the other side, Guan Nia sat atop the tree, the blood along his lips had yet dried, and with his almond eyes, he stared intently at Li Wen's back. None of you here are confident that you'll be able to subdue me before I drop my arm, right? Li Wen chuckled. Jiao gasped, obviously using all her might to keep from crying out in pain. The split symbol is the most important part of our body in the split zone. It is where our mental strength converged. To have your split symbol pinned down by such a MF weapon. I can't imagine the kind of pain she must be going through. I could hear wheezing from Jiao, who was still lying on the ground. Her hoarse voice traveled from behind me. No. Don't bother about me. I clenched my teeth. Li Wen's smile became even gentler. Li Shen, there's really no need for us to be like this. I never had the intention of injuring any of you, so why are you even doing this? All I wanted was to take Song Lu away. I promise, as long as you allow me to take Song Lu away without a hitch, I will not hurt Jiao. I took a look at the unconscious Song Lu. Her wavy hair had slightly covered her pale face and her eyes were still a little sunken. She was lying quietly on the ground, unaffected by the unrest and bloodbath around her. Song Lu, if you are dreaming, then, is the world within that dreamland more peaceful than it is here? Tears streamed from my eyes. Ah! With the slight lowering of Li Wen's arm, Jiao was finally unable to restrain herself as a strangled cry escaped. Her voice was hoarse and shrill. How I wished I could just rush towards Li Wen and tear her into shreds, yet, for Jiao's sake, I mustn't move a single step. I spoke through gritted teeth. Li Wen, it seems the time we spent together was too short. If I had known that you were such a character, I would have cheered and applauded back when Jiao was tearing you apart in front of everyone. There was a fleeting look of dejection in Li Wen's eyes, but it was gone soon enough and she fitted her smile again. Think whatever you want. If you can't bear to let Song Lu return as an experiment subject, then you'll have to pay the price. If you can't bear to hurt Jiao, then you'll lose Song Lu. Li Shen, this is the split zone. What right do you have to be a commander if you can't grasp this simple logic? Seeing you like this, don't you think Li Cheng would be bitterly disappointed? Jiao, who had been panting behind me, shouted in her gruff voice, don't you dare bring up Li Cheng. But what followed after was a horrible shriek of pain. Li Wen's smile turned cold. I don't have much time to talk through it all with you. If you continue on like this, then the choice you make today will be nothing but a mere drop in the ocean. One day, you're going to lose everyone you care about. Li Shen, make a choice. Allow me to take Song Lu away or let me disable Jiao. Li Wen seemed to have run out of patience, presenting me with an ultimatum. All of a sudden, from afar, Guan Ye's voice rang out, "Li Shen, Jiaos is still my district commander. If you allow for her to be paralyzed, then don't blame me, Guan Ye, for disregarding all the rapport we've built up over the past few days." Nie Zun spoke coolly before I could breathe a word. "Guan Ye, trust her." Listening to Nie Zun, Guan Ye swept his gaze coldly over me but said no more. My lips have already been ruined by my chewing and even my gums were beginning to bleed. I knew it was impossible for us to stop Li Wen before the drop of her arm, so I could only make a choice between the two. Raging tears streamed from my eyes. I truly am sick of myself for being such a crybaby, but when I looked to Song Lu in her sleep, my heart felt like it was being pulled and wrung. I could still hear the ceaseless pants of Jiaos. Even though she could hardly talk anymore, she still managed to force a speech in a low voice. Guan Ye, I want Yu to help Li Shen kill her. Don't bother about me." On the tree opposite us, Guan Ye squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bear hearing those words from her. Li Wen moved her hand slightly but Jiaos didn't scream this time round. It was as though she could no longer muster any cries, although I could hear her increasing labored breathing. I didn't dare to turn back, didn't dare to take a look at her. My falling tears merged with the blood on my face. The streaks of tears on my face seemed to dry instantly with the gust of a chilly wind, taking with it the last trace of warmth. Song Lu, I shut both my eyes, refusing to let the tears that had welled up escape once more. Just take her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62. Volume 1. 62. We'll get her back. Li Wen smiled tenderly, her bloodied face was shaking a little with laughter, her eyes curved into a coquettish arc. "You made the right choice, Li Shen." She stretched her arms out and directed across towards Song Lu. Following the simple action, a shield appeared on the ground above her body. Li Wen waved her hand, using MF to place Song Lu's body on the shield, and with another eccentric gesture, the cross began glowing. In the midst of the glow, Song Lu's sleeping form slowly faded away with the shield, right in front of my eyes. I didn't cry. I just watched in silence at the spot where Song Lu had vanished. When Song Lu wakes up to find that we are no longer by her side, when she realizes she's back in that horrifying place, how terrified and helpless would she feel? Would she cry? Would she think that I have abandoned her? Song Lu, please promise that you'll hate me, else I won't be able to forgive myself. Only solemn silence filled me, watching helplessly as she disappeared until the sound of Li Wen's voice rang in my ears. "You should go back to Western District. Trouble might not have found you so quickly if you hadn't come to the Southern District. You really should never have been here, Ashen." My eyes were still frozen on the spot where Song Lu had vanished. After a long pause, my lips curved into a callous smile and I finally lifted my eyes towards Li Wen. "Thank you for your warning. I will definitely be returning to the Western District, but I will also be coming back here." I turned and walked to Jiaos, reached out my hand and pulled the parting sword from her spine. It wasn't the handle that I held onto, but the blade. Li Wen didn't stop me. A sharp pain shot through the palm of my hand, but I didn't care. Clenching the blade tightly, I yanked and Jiaos gasped. With the removal of the parting sword, it wasn't long till she recovered her mobility, then tried getting up. I threw the parting sword back to Li Wen with my bloodied hand. The sword vanished with a mere shift of her eyes. With an outstretched arm I helped Jiaos up. Her body still had a slight tremor to it, but the hole in her back was already beginning to mend. As I supported her weight, I spoke in a soft voice to Li Wen. "Li Wen, you should go. It doesn't matter if what you said was true, or if you did this for our own good. The sisterhood between you and I ends today." The words were spoken softly, without a hint of force. I helped Jiaos into a sitting position so she could lean on me while waiting for her injuries to fully heal. She had exhausted too much MF, and so her rate of recovery was compromised. I had not once spared Li Wen a glance when I spoke, and neither had she responded. Jiaos looked over at me, her face stained with blood. Her spiritless, wide eyes were observing me quietly, and she was still panting a little. Only after I had settled her in a comfortable position did I look towards Li Wen. Li Wen was still floating in the same spot, but her eyes held a hint of sorrow as she watched me. I smiled at her, and my eyes swept over her yellow and now blood-stained dress. Li Wen, you've always been so perfect. Those bloodstains don't suit you at all, just as I'm not suitable to be your friend. Perhaps that was why you left us, or why you left Li Qing. A glimmer of sorrow fleeted across Li Wen's eyes. I kept smiling, continuing in a soft voice, "Stop gazing at me with such despondent eyes. My heart used to ache for you whenever you looked like that. But now, seeing them just makes me nauseous." Another gust of wind blew and the hem of her dress swept up with it. My voice was calm but detached, no longer agitated like it was before. "Just go. From this day on, I will regard you as an adversary when we meet." Unexpectedly, Li Wen laughed with tears welling up in her eyes. The sight made me feel as though she had laughed to the point of tears. "Ah Shun. Is this about Song Lu? I know you feel miserable about this, but you'll understand one day. You'll truly lose her if you insist on keeping her by your side. One has to go through pain at some point. Her tribulation is her fate, you can't blame yourself for it." I laughed weakly. From the moment Yuji showed up right up to today when you appeared in such a manner, I finally understood something. You both truly are my sisters, both of you had taken pity on me, knew that I was a monster, so you were willing to turn yourselves into one to accompany me. How could Song Lu be the reason I'm treating you this way? There was a pause. Before I continued, "I'm only retaliating because this was how you chose to treat me. As you said, this is the split zone. Because, this is the split zone." Maybe words spoken in that soft voice was to emphasize this fact, or maybe it was because I have given up all hope. In any case, I no longer wish to speak any further. Just go, Li Wen. Let's hope we never meet again. Li Wen finally stopped responding, her eyes shone with indecipherable forlorn. With a turn, she floated away. I lowered my head and helped Jiao to her feet once she was gone. "Can you stand?" Jiao's uniform was drenched with blood, but she stood up successfully. Her wide eyes turned to me slightly. "Li Xin, thank you." I didn't breathe a word, nor did I respond. Guan Ye descended from the tree as Niezun helped Jiapa up. Jiapa let out a few coughs before heading towards us. "Are you both hurt?" "I'm fine. Are you all right?" "It'll be difficult to manage you getting injured." Calmly, Jiapa laughed. "I'm all right." Niezun was protecting me with his MF all this while. "I'm basically unscathed." At this admission, his usually composed gaze was laced with guilt. "I'm sorry, Ms. Ashen. I wasn't able to protect Ms. Song Lu." I brought up a hand immediately, gesturing for him to stop going on about it. "You should go check on Jiao, see if her injury is serious." Seeing the state I was in, he kept quiet and headed towards Jiao. I lifted my head towards Niezun, who was standing in front of me. The fine bangs that curtained his forehead fluttered in the wind. Even under the gray sky you could still clearly see his starry eyes, quiet, indifferent and calm. I can't explain it, but seeing his calm demeanor even after such a bitter defeat brought about an uncontrollable stream of tears flowing down my cheeks. I smiled and reached out to caress his cheek, but halted when my bloodied hand was a mere centimeter away from his face. I parted my lips slowly. "If my other self is just like you. If she's able to treat everything with such composure. Can you return her to me? Just let her come back to me. I really wish I could be just like the two of you." To my surprise, Niezun's eyes betrayed an obscured hint of grief. I doubted what I thought I saw, but I grinned anyway and allowed the tears to flow to the corner of my mouth, bitterness and slight saltiness spreading across the tip of my tongue. I finally cupped my hand against his cheek. I had wanted to hurt him further with my words, wanted to mock his indifference. I was jealous of him. I was jealous of the fact that he could remain this unconcerned regardless of the situation. I am evil, I am hurting now, and because of that I wanted him to be as heartbroken as I am. But I wasn't able to say another word, for he had wrapped both arms around me and engulfed me in a hug, resting my head against his shoulder. There wasn't much warmth to the hug. Instead, it carried an air of desolation. His shoulders didn't seem too dependable either. He was strong, but the body under that black shirt was still slender. He didn't use much strength, just held me gently against him and said in my ears, "She's right here." "You? Can you feel it?" I was taken aback by his sudden action and those words, to the point where my tears stopped abruptly. I was stumped by the change in tone, and for a split second I forgot the heavy blow of Son Lu's newfound captivity, the bitterness of reality. I didn't know how much time had passed before Jiapa cleared his throat from beside us. Ms. Shin. Jiao S isn't badly injured and her MF has recovered. Her body's recuperation rate is pretty strong, even I'm surprised. I fell back to reality with a crash. Regaining my composure, I frantically loosened myself from Nyezun's grip. His eyes seemed to glint with glee. For some reason, my face felt a little warm and I immediately turned my back towards Nyezun. Scratching a part of my head that didn't even itch, I answered Jiapa with an awkward laugh. Is that right? That's good to hear indeed. Jiao S sported a small smile. My regeneration has always been strong, even before this life. Then, she looked down at her own body, seemingly lost in a daze of her own thoughts. I thought back to the day when she was bleeding out in that room, thought of her mentioning someone hurting her true body back in the real world, and my brows furrowed. I walked over to her, seeking answers to countless questions, but was met with a soft tilt of Jiao's head, silently assuring me that all was fine. And so, eventually, I stayed silent and kept my questions to myself. Guan Nia shook his white hair and came to my side, the corners of his lips still stained scarlet red. His almond eyes were coy. Li Shun. You better not have a dalliance with my pet. He's mine. Had he stopped there it would have been fine, but oh no, on mine. He turned and shot Nyezun an alluring look. I can't even be bothered with him. Nyezun chuckled. It'll be turning dark soon. Best cross the forest before it does and head back to the eastern district. Jiao S nodded. Let's go. The group of us continued stalwartly towards the boundary lines. I know I don't have the luxury of time to be hurting, but I couldn't help myself turning back once more before we left, my eyes fixated at the place where we just battled upon. When we arrived in this district, I would never have believed any of this could have happened. We failed to save Laurel, we have no idea whether Yu Liang is still alive, and now Son Lu has been taken away to be an experiment subject. Adding insult to injury, Jiapa lost his ability to heal and even the Western District has fallen into the hands of the enemy. And me. I just keep losing. From losing Gaoqi, my motivation, then finally losing my sanity and arriving at split zone number 13. I keep losing. I began to wonder, if Gao Qingji looked identical to Gao Qi, then was fate toying with me on purpose? He pointed to me and said, I don't care about anything or anyone, including you. A mirthless smile tugged at my lips. I am truly useless. I can't protect anyone around me, just as Li Wen said, I can't even protect myself. I came to the split zone, have lived here since, but, for what purpose? Jiao seemed to notice I was deep in thought, and came back to my side. Li Shen, let's go, her hoarse voice brought me back to the present. We'll return again, and when we do we will take back everything we've lost. I twisted my head to look at her. It was a long while before I could muster up a smile. Yeah, I finally said. We will take back everything. With that, the two of us hastily caught up with the three people ahead of us, and continued towards the boundary lines. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Volume 1. 63 How cute are the Spider-Men? The battle within Guan Nie's illusion had raged for an unexpectedly long time. By the time we crossed the endless boundary forest of the southern district and into the eastern district, the skies had grown dark. Even though it wasn't the western district we had returned to, I still felt a sense of ease wash over me the moment we crossed the border. Lifting her fingers to her lips, Jiao S blew a resounding whistle. All of a sudden, we were surrounded by 10 silhouettes of people who leapt down from the trees. But the 10 of them. But there was no telling each individual's gender, for they were all wearing matching Spider-Man outfits, complete with the mask. Seeing the 10 of them in front of us, I felt a strong urge to say something teasing. However, as my grief had yet to dwindle, I chose to repress that urge. Commander, you're back. Lord Tao Lai instructed us to lead the entire Rank E troop and stand guard in the boundary forest around the clock, awaiting your return. The Spider-Man at the forefront of the group said. T/N, the honorific variation of you was used throughout their address to Jiao S. 1 Spider-Man. 2, 3, 4 Spider-Men. My mind was still fixated on their choice of costume. Whoever said the people in the Eastern District were vicious and horrifying? Look at how adorable they are. Look at how cute the Spider-Men are. Jiao S gave a slight wave, her voice back to its usual hoarse and deep tone. What happened while I was gone? The same Spider-Man answered immediately. After you left, there was an incident where more than 100 residents died, without rhyme or reason. It wasn't the doing of a splitting key either. With you still absent from our district, our entire team of Rank C members was very concerned. We suggested that Lord Muli lead us and strike our way into the southern district, but the 3 lords had instead commanded Lord Tao Lai and Lord Muli to protect the eastern residents from level 27 and above from harm. They also commanded the 10 of us in Rank C to lead Rank E into the boundary forest and take turns guarding the boundary lines. Half of the Rank F team were also sent to stand guard at the Western District's boundary lines. Jiao S nodded. How did the other residents react to the massacre? You weren't back, so the other residents didn't probe much either. Everyone trusted that you would give them a proper explanation. They have simply been waiting for your return. Jiao S contemplated for a moment before she spoke. Get Tao Lai and Muli to meet me. We'll be heading to the dorms at the academy first to clean up. It's too far away to rush from here to the residence block. And tell them to hurry up, make use of the time we'll need to pass through the marketplace before the academy, and appear before me by the time we're done washing up. Spider-Man nodded. Yes, Commander. He turned towards the other 9 Spider-Men and made a gesture. At this, one of them stepped out and received their leader's instruction. Go look for a phone and contact Lord Tao Lai. The rest of you will continue guarding the boundary forest with me. Whoosh, whoosh. The 9 silhouettes promptly returned to their position atop the trees, with the other running at full speed ahead. When I lifted my head, the view still within my range of visibility, but despite this, I was surprised to note that I could not spot even a single one of them in concealment. I was secretly impressed by Jiao S' methodical way of governing. I didn't have long to dwell on it, however, before she turned to us and said, the marketplace is right around the corner, we'll still need to work a little more and strive to reach the academy in 10 hours. I'll arrange accommodation there so you can rest. The group of us nodded, with the exception of Guan Nie, who stepped away from us. He yawned lazily. Since we're back at Eastern District, then I'm relieved of my duty to protect you. Send someone to the 29th floor if you need me, I still have matters I need to attend to. After dropping that on her, he turned to Nie Zun with a coquettish smile and his coy eyes. My pet, I hope we'll meet again. With that, he swung the sleeve to his long garment and disappeared right before our eyes without a hint of sentimentality. This rank A personnel of yours seem to do as he pleases, I told Jiao S. Jiao S rigid-faced on a small smile. He has always been this way, nobody knows what he's thinking. Besides, his condition for coming over to the Eastern District was that we leave him be unless absolutely necessary. Even when we do need him to handle matters, we can't restrict his freedom once it's done. Where was he from? The Southern District? Since the Western District didn't have Guan Ye in their organization during Li Qing's time, I grew curious. Zhao's eyes shone of something indecipherable. He didn't belong to any district before us, one of the exceptions permitted by Mr. Blonde. When I heard about his extraordinary skills, I specifically sent someone to search for him. They eventually located him in the Southern District. In convincing him to come over to Eastern District and render his services to me, we made an agreement. Come on, let's walk and talk. We have to get to the academy as soon as possible. We can even clean ourselves up there. Zhao gestured for us to make haste with a wave of her hand. Rightly so, otherwise it would take us more than 10 hours to get through the marketplace to the academy. We made a mad dash the whole way, and I began to feel exhaustion creep up on me. While I do love running about wildly in the dead of night, the stimulation to both my body and mind over the past few days had pushed me to my limits. Furthermore, my split symbol is still unsealed, and hence blocked from my full potential. Every time I exert my MF, I lose some of them in the process. While they do get replenished overnight, somehow it seemed as though my mental strength wasn't able to withstand it for much longer. In order to distract myself from my own fatigue, I started up a conversation with Zhao S. Looking at her now, she's no longer as terrifying as I once thought her to be. Hey, Zhao S. If Guan Ye is as you described, that is, a freeman who has never followed anybody's orders, then what kind of deal did you strike to convince him to help you? Zhao S. was quiet for a moment before she eventually decided to answer my question. I agreed to make Si Luo leave Gaoqin Jui. Wait, what? What did she mean by make Si Luo leave Gaoqin Jui? Guan Ye had always been submissive, and I've always thought there was something strange about the way he treated Gaoqin Jui, yet at the same time, it also seemed as though he was jealous of Gaoqin Jui's loyalty to Si Luo. Then, how do you make sense of Zhao's words? Unless. Could it be that Gaoqin Ju is gay too? Is Si Luo his partner? Was Guan Ye jealous? In the split zone, my very own senior Gao Qi is actually gay? I played the entire theatrics of their possible love triangle over in my head. Zhao S. looked sideways at me, perplexed. What's with that weird look on your face? A little awkwardly, I hastily replied, oh, no, it's nothing. I just didn't understand. Si Luo and Gaoqin Jui, are they that? Watching my wild gestures as I spoke, Zhao S. frowned. What do you mean by that? Aya, you know. Gay. The Si Luo you adore is gay? Zhao S. looked at me incredulously. It's no wonder you got diagnosed with mind-splitting disorder. I choked at that. Hey, now just wait a minute, who in the split zone wasn't diagnosed with some sort of mental disorder, huh? Why are you discriminating against my mind-splitting disorder? In resignation, she continued. They're not in that sort of relationship, but I don't know how Guan Ye feels towards Gaoqin Jui. In any case, it doesn't matter. I promised him. I suddenly remembered another matter and swiftly changed subject. Oh yeah, I meant to say, what's the secret to the split zone you wanted to tell me? Zhao's eyes darkened. Have you ever seen a legitimate soul splitter? I shook my head. No, I've only heard about them. Didn't they say Mifu's a soul splitter, though? And then there's Li Wen, she said she's one too. Zhao sighed, sure, but we only have their word for it. We've never actually seen it with our own eyes. We've never seen someone return to the real world by inserting their splitting key into their soul splitter. I've seen a soul splitter once, but they looked identical to their counterpart. Huh? What does this mean? Zhao shrugged and shook her head. I don't understand it either. Regardless, I have seen someone who inserted their key into their soul splitter's symbol and the two of them looked exactly alike. I suspect the split zone has been concealing soul splitters, and that they are our doppelgangers. Still, Li Cheng and Li Wen have the same symbols, but they look different, though it's possible one of them has been using their MF to disguise themselves. I furrowed my brows. Why do you think so? Just because you've seen it once doesn't mean that it's true of everyone. Zhao S let out another sigh. I don't know why either. Still, I have a strong feeling I'm right. Besides, wasn't there another Niezun who was causing trouble? Jia Pa chimed in at this point. That might have been part of Yuji's conspiracy. Niezun told me about the night Yuji came to Sao Discord, spoke about the powers in Niezun's hands. We suspect that was Yuji's ability. Maybe she was the one who masqueraded as Niezun in front of Yu Liang and Song Lu. Surprised, I sought clarification. Do you mean Yuji has the ability to replicate other people's skills? But that doesn't necessarily mean she can pretend to be another person convincingly. Although, was that why she could manipulate the airflow too? It wouldn't be that difficult a feat for her to masquerade as Niezun either. After all, she had known both Song Lu and Yu Liang for a long time now. Jia Pa nodded. That's our theory. Zhao S had an epiphany then. Even if that's the case, how was she able to replicate their abilities? Did she activate her split symbol too? I shook my head, uncertain. I have no idea where her split symbol is hidden. I reckon it's on the lower half of her body. She always had a serpent tail for that part, so I couldn't see anything. Jia Pa turned to Zhao S and asked, Ms. Zhao S, who is the person you saw with their corresponding soul splitter? In her eyes there was a flicker of heaviness, a shield concealing her own emotions. I really can't tell you that. Jia Pa pushed up his glasses in a gesture of silent understanding. Is this the secret about the split zone? I continued probing. With another exhale, she breathed out the words, I'm afraid many speculations I had in the past were proven wrong. Our situation evolved too much, too quickly. It was too unexpected, and we can't even get in contact with Mr. Blonde right now. Actually, haven't you been in the split zone for almost 4 years now? Did you never research about the soul splitters? There was a quick flash of embarrassment to Zhao S at that. Well, for the past 3 years, I've always been researching about Siluo. It was only when these stranger things began happening that I considered leaving the split zone. My mouth twitched. How unexpected it was that this bizarre woman was actually a hopeless romantic, that she had never once thought of leaving the split zone. Instead, she was enchanted by the most gorgeous man in the entire split zone, as labeled by rumors. Still, I wonder what happened between them. Why did she agree not to step foot inside the southern district for 3 years? As I sped on, I twisted my head to look at Zhao S. She looked as though she was deep in thought as well, her eyes glazed over. Her gaze was locked straight ahead, yet at the same time seemed to see nothing at all. I wondered, but ultimately chose not to ask about it. Niezun, who had been quiet all this while, spoke up. Don't forget to ask Muli about the scent of those poisonous insects. The man from our district had a similar scent, the very person who collapsed with his entire back gnawed by those insects. Zhao S hummed in acknowledgement. I'll handle it. Are those bugs the same as the ones we saw in the southern district? Niezun shook his head. No, they're different. Still, the split zone isn't supposed to have creatures like that. I suspect they're related. Zhao S conceded with a dip of her head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64. Volume 1. 64 to return is another form of beginning. By the time Niezun and I were done washing up at the dormitory arranged by Zhao S, it was already 10 hours into the night. As per Zhao S' instruction, we made our way to the stone table near the entrance to the academy. When Niezun, Jia Pa and I arrived, Talai the muscle man and Muli the bandage man were already there, reporting back to Zhao S. long time no see, Bandage Man. I've always had the inkling Bandage Man did not have a particularly favorable impression of me, but it didn't stop me from being intrigued by his appearance, all wrapped up in bandages. I stepped forward and casually pulled at one of the loose strips around his head. Bandage Man glared, and while he didn't say a word, his indignant expression still amused me. Jiaos glanced towards Muli and said, I asked him about it. The reason why you could smell the bugs on Muli was because he had been bitten by them. What? Muli's expression had a trace of embarrassment, but with the quick shift of Jiao's eyes, he complied and began unraveling the bandages on his arm. As he unwound, I was momentarily stunned by the sight. His left arm was densely packed with a sort of white and squirming entity. It was the same silkworm pupa-esque bugs that gnawed on the back of the man who had fallen from the building. However, there was a key difference: the bugs were not feeding on Muli's flesh. Rather, they seemed to be settled in him, compactly mounted within his flesh without moving. His entire arm looked fake, as though paved with white cobblestones. For someone with trypophobia like me, the image was simply too disturbing to look at. Ugh! I turned to support myself against Niazun, spewing out mouthful after mouthful of stomach acid. Sorry about that, little bandage. Panting while still holding on to Niazun, I looked apologetically towards Muli. I didn't mean to turn my back on you, but my trypophobia is pretty serious. The usually hot-tempered Muli was actually calm. It's all right. Even I'm disgusted by the sight, let alone you. In that moment, I was flooded with compassion. What happened? Muli's eyes were downcast for a moment. It was a long time ago, and part of the reason why I've always wrapped myself in bandages. Half a year ago, I took a trip down to the Western District. While I was in the Boundary Forest, I met a masked man who attacked me out of the blue. I didn't feel much at that time, but the part of my arm where he took a swipe started growing these things once I got back. While it was disgusting, they didn't seem to be causing me any harm, nor did they feel alive, so I've always chosen to ignore it. But Jiapa pushed up his glasses. If you don't mind, Mr. Muli, may I extract one of those worms and conduct a study on them? Jiao spoke up. Muli, Jiapa's a well-known doctor and informant, you can trust him with this, let him handle it. Also, Shin, I have faith in Muli's loyalty. Since Jiao declared her stance on the matter, I motioned for Jiapa to proceed. Jiapa took out a pocket knife and a glass bottle from his bag. Even as Jiapa carved against his skin, Muli was unfazed. He didn't even furrow his brows but kept his eyes on me instead. I apologize for the misunderstanding from before, but I hope you can understand. I will never risk anything that may harm the Eastern District. I am loyal to our commander beyond a shadow of a doubt, but... He was fired up when he spoke those words, his eyes staring wild and wide, as if there was a large glass ball bound within that wrapped-up mummy. I nodded fervently. I know. Calm down. Tao Lai the muscle man, with his immense stature, emerged with his sunglasses on. Ms. Li Xin, our commander had more or less briefed us on what happened. During the period you were all away, our people had been guarding by the Boundary Forest, and we have unfortunate news to share. According to my subordinate's report, Western District had similarly suffered more than 100 casualties not that long ago. Among them, there were 7 in the ranks of floor manager. The serpent woman who once served her duties under you seemed to be spreading a rumor that you have abandoned the district, causing a revolt. Mr. Blonde had yet made his appearance during this time either, so residents in Western District are growing resentful. The situation has been hostile. To be honest, I had long prepared myself for numerous possible scenarios in Western District. Despite that, I was still stuck in disbelief. Tao Lai continued, since you and our commander had left for the Southern District, which isn't accessible to just anyone, you may not be aware of the events that occurred. There had been casualties in our district as well, but the S-clan was distinct in its rank hierarchy, and so everything remained orderly. We've been able to suppress the incident about these freak deaths while awaiting for our commander's return. Your district wasn't as lucky, however. They're without a commander now, and though you've always trusted that serpent woman, she has turned against you as well. As a result, the situation at Western District has been chaotic. I hope you're mentally prepared to face this before heading back. While I knew he hadn't said them with malice, his words still reaffirmed my incompetence as a commander. Apart from the old system initiated by Li Qing and Yu Ji, there was seemingly no other protection in place. A heavy feeling of guilt and remorse weighed on my heart. Even though I had never expressed much concern over the life or death of others, it was impossible to assert that this didn't affect me, impossible to pretend I didn't care. Jiao S seemed to detect my sentiments and indicated for Tao Lai to stop. In turn, she attempted to console me. It'll be fine. Although the brief update about Western District's situation didn't sound too optimistic, there's still a silver lining. I have been amassing strength over the years, and we will definitely lend a helping hand as and when you require assistance. You don't have to worry too much about it. The residents in Western District are just lost without a mainstay. Once you're back, I'm sure those matters will be resolved eventually. I nodded dejectedly. All of a sudden, Jia Pa exclaimed. This thing. We followed his voice and took a look. Jia Pa had extracted the soft, white bug and placed it into a glass bottle. Observing it up close, the bug had 2 holes that looked just like eyes. What's truly peculiar was the hollowness in Mu Li's arm. There wasn't a drop of blood from the gaping hole where the worm was extracted. Instead, there was a white, sticky fluid. It seemed to flow white within the blood vessels of his arm, taking the place of blood. Jia Pa looked grim. Mr. Muli, I have a bad feeling about this worm, so I hope we can stay in contact. With regard to any changes to your arm, I hope you'll be able to convey them to me in detail. If it is as you said, then it's not reproducing too quickly. Perhaps one in several days. However, it had already covered your entire arm. Even if you haven't yet felt much of its effects, I suspect the damage it can cause will be unprecedented. I understand, Muli nodded. I will keep in touch. It seems I'll have to keep bothering you with this. Jia Pa smiled warmly. It's not a big deal. Oh, that's right, how did those residents from your district die? Jiao S sighed. They all had their hearts torn out. I figured they must have been contaminated with the blood that stopped them from healing. I can think of no other reason from which they could die, or for their hearts to vanish. Nie Zun frowned. From the information we've gathered so far, only Son Lu and Li Wen had such a blood composition. Could it be Li Wen's doing? Jiao S shook her head. I can't be sure. Even though I abhor her, and the blood of those in the Southern District are indeed on her hands, I can't say with certainty that this was her doing. From what she had mentioned, I think the deaths within our districts were a warning from the conspirators to Li Shin and I. They wanted us to leave the Southern District. That's right, I conceded. This was just a warning. They are much stronger than us, hiding in wait. If they truly wanted to attack us, I'm afraid things wouldn't have ended this simply. Jiao S tilted her neck and fixed her gaze on me. And so, before they find success in their scheme, we must be fully prepared for the dawn of doom, find out every detail we can. I'll send my people with you when you return to the Western District. You and I have to form an alliance. Otherwise, we'll just be pawns in their game. My gaze drifted in the direction of the Western District, but it was too far in the distance for me to see it. I'll need to restructure my S-clan. You should go back and settle things in the Western District, then we'll head back to the Southern District together. Jiao S continued. Jia Pa echoed her sentiments. And upon my return, I can give Ms. Ushin some of the forces I've collected. As I turned back, I was stunned by those gazes of theirs which held nothing but utter confidence in me. Jiao S, you said before that you had no idea why Li Qing and Mr. Blonde would choose me as Western District's commander. Yet you're being so supportive of me now. Is it because you figured out why? If you did, could you let me know? Because I'm still in the dark. Why did they choose me? Why have they placed so much trust in me? You've seen it with your own eyes. I'm really good for nothing. Zhao S seemed to have understood. Her hollow eyes watched me quietly, but her rigid face held a small smile to them. On a night like this, it didn't look all that unusual anymore. Jia, she said, you won't have to keep in contact with Muli. I'm going to send both Muli and Tao Lai to the Western District with you. Don't underestimate them, they'll be able to protect all of you. Tao Lai seemed ever so compliant with Zhao's commands regardless of the instruction. With his huge stature, he seemed dependable with a hint of sternness, but in front of Zhao, he is her loyal servant, never overstepping his boundaries. Muli, on the other hand, seemed caught in a dilemma, but the Eastern District. Zhao waved her hand, brushing off his concerns. I'll keep Feng, Hua, Lei with me at all times. You don't have to worry about me. T/N, Feng, Hua, Lei are directly translated into wind, fire and lightning respectively. Since they are names in this case, I left them as is to avoid confusion. Tao Lai was unperturbed when he addressed Muli. That's right, the three lords will be able to protect the commander. There's nothing for us to worry about. Besides, Guan Ye is back too. The three lords? Feng, Hua, Lei? Are those the three-person with big bamboo hats who once followed Zhao wherever she went? What commanding names they have. Niezun chuckled. In any case, thank you for everything. Zhao smiled. It's an honor in itself to have the one and only Niezun voice his gratitude. You should rest here for the night, and leave only when day breaks tomorrow. I looked up at the pitch-dark sky and couldn't help the mixture of feelings in my heart. Western District, I'm back. It has only been less than a month, but could I still live comfortably in Western District, where I had always perceived as peaceful and calm? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64.1 Special Chapters 1. The Boy with No Palm Prints, Part 1. Niezun's POV. Niezun, why do you like wearing gloves so much? Come, have a drink. Feng Yan walked over with a few of his friends in tow, tossing me a can of beer. I caught it with a swift swipe. Lowering my gaze to the black gloves I'd started wearing in recent years, I laughed and pulled open the tab, gulping it down with a single draft. Feng Yan quirked an eyebrow at my lack of response, but did not probe any further. After 3 continuous cans of beer, he got up to dispose of them one by one and asked, "Where are you going after this? Why don't we head off together?" I flashed a smile that did not reach my eyes. It's okay, thanks, I'll pass. I have something on, so I'm going to have to head off first. After saying that, I hopped up, walked over to the rubbish bin and threw away the can of half-finished beer along with my empty can from earlier. I could hear the hushed whispers of his friends from behind me. Why do you even care about him, Feng Yan? Look at how he wears those gloves all year round. I've heard he keeps his distance from others, has no friends and even visits a private psych clinic all the time. Feng Yan replied in an equally quiet voice, "Stop spouting nonsense. I think he's pretty alright." Oh? Am I pretty alright? I lifted my gaze towards the sky above me and glanced down again to check the time on my phone. There's still half an hour to go before my doctor arrives. What should I do before then? Oh. As expected, I'm going to relive those memories again, aren't I? I dropped my head and let out a bitter laugh, but I couldn't stop the memories from flooding into my mind. It was 3 months after my 13th birthday, and Mom was packing up in preparation for us to move again, the 5th time since celebrating my birthday. Mom, why are we moving again? I watched her. She turned around and returned my gaze tenderly. Her eyes held a glimmer of an undecipherable emotion. The strands of hair by her ears fell messily as she reached out and patted my head. Be good, Zuner. It's nothing, we're just moving because you're due to start middle school soon. I blinked. In that case, I don't want to be separated from Shinner. I still want to share a room with her. My mom's smile was as gentle as the softest spring breeze when she nodded. Sure. Zuner, you're 13 now, how are you still so clingy? Shinner ran over when I made my request and crouched down beside me, giving my head a few pats as she teased. You can sleep in the same room as me, but only if you don't wet the bed. My face flushed red, pouting as I retorted, I don't wet my bed. Mom, Shinner is bullying me. Thump. Ow. Shinner, you hit me. I held my head with my hands and glanced up at her pitifully. It didn't actually hurt much, but Shinner just swung her high ponytail and rubbed my head dotingly anyway. Who told you to stop calling me Jia? If you won't even call your blood sister that, then you're pretty much asking for a beating, aren't you? I muttered under my breath, why must I call you Jia when you're only 5 years older? Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. That monster in your family. Return my husband to me. There was another rush of knocking at the door, followed by a woman's cry. I recognized the voice. It was our neighbor, Zhang Ahai's voice. She was usually so kind, but why was she this fierce today? Just as Mom walked up to open the door, Shinner subconsciously pulled me behind her. Looking up, her back was all I could see. At 13, though, my height was average. When I saw Zhang Ahai, the expression on her face was distorted. Her hair was in a mess, her eyes were swollen, it looked like she had been weeping for a long time. The moment the door was cracked open, she rushed in and pushed my mum aside, her eyes darted around in search for something before finally locking onto me. The moment she saw me, her gaze turned vicious. I was taken aback. You demon child! Return my husband to me! Freak! You're a freak! Zhang Ahai charged towards me as she spoke and grabbed my collar. Shinner pushed her aside with all her might when she realized what was happening. What are you doing? Let go of my brother. I was scared stiff. I could see my mom walking over with an imploring look, her eyes welling up with tears. Zhang Jie, this has nothing to do with Zuner. We'll be moving away today. I've heard about Li Deji and I understand that you're upset, but you can't blame Zuner for it. When Zhang Ahai heard her words, she flung me aside and I dropped to the ground with a thump. Amidst the chaos, Shinner rushed towards me and engulfed me in a hug. Piak. Zhang Ahai slapped my mum. Stop pretending. I've heard it all. This child doesn't have any palm prints on his left hand. He's destined to curse whoever he touches, anyone who comes into contact with his hand will die. My husband gave him a piece of candy, then got into accident the very next day. He's still in the hospital as we speak. Who am I to blame but this demon child? I won't allow you to bully my mum. I struggled against Shinner and shoved her aside. Hurrying towards Zhang Ahai with outstretched arms, I pushed her with full strength. Ah! Thump! Zhang Ahai was already trembling with rage and with my forceful push she staggered backwards. I watched as her feet tripped over a small bench on the floor and the back of her head collided with the corner of our table. Zhang Ahai fell, her swollen eyes rolled over and in that instant she let out a cry. Then, she stopped moving. My eyes widened at the scene before me. Shinner rushed over to me and hugged me with her trembling figure, her eyes were filled with panic while she stared at Zhang Ahai. Mum's hair had become even more disheveled than before. Her eyes were laced with fear but she said nothing. She moved slowly forward and gave Zhang Ahai a few light shakes. Ah! Shinner cried out when she saw blood spilling uncontrollably out from the back of Zhang Ahai's head. I didn't breathe a word. I just stared dumbly at the motionless Zhang Ahai. On the ground. Mum turned back immediately and said to Shinner, quick, call the ambulance. Shinner nodded frantically, then lowered her head towards me. Zuner, don't be scared. Jej's going to make a phone call. Be good and stay here. She squeezed my shoulders, then she wiped the stray tears from her face before rushing out the other room. Mom looked around, clearly clueless where to start. In the end, she wiped both hands on her clothes before walking to my side. She crouched down and met my eyes softly, but firmly. Zuner. Mom was the one who pushed Zhang Ahai, got it? Don't forget that. That's the truth, no matter who asks. Mom held onto my hand securely with both of hers. I couldn't help asking her in a soft whisper, Mom, why is there always someone saying I'm a freak? A look of worry hung on Mom's haggard face, but her hands remained tightly clasped around mine. You are not a freak. They're just superstitious, trying to blame all their misfortunes on you. I dropped my head. But I heard your conversation with Dad on the phone a few days ago. Grandpa said it before he died. Once I turn 13, I'm not allowed to let anyone touch my hand. If I'm not a freak, why can't I let others touch my hand? Mom seemed agitated all of a sudden, her eyes glistened with tears and her grasp on mine tightened. What are you talking about? You heard it wrong, Zuner. Look at me, hasn't Mom been holding your hand all this time? It's only because you have weak immunity, that's why Mom is afraid you might come into contact with germs and bacteria. But I turned my head slightly towards the unconscious Zhang Ahai. How many times has it been? How many times has someone fallen in front of me? Watching the ghastly sight on the floor, I didn't feel much fear for the scarlet, fresh blood. I couldn't explain it either, it was like I couldn't comprehend the true meaning behind all the blood that had spilled. Alright, be good, Zuner. Someone from the hospital will be here to save Zhang Ahai soon. Go back to the room and get Xin or Jia to accompany you. Mom will take care of everything, alright? I nodded and Mom seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. She pulled my hand along and guided me back into the room. Shinner had just finished her phone call when she saw Mom steer me into the room. She got up promptly and held onto my other hand. Shinner, stay in the room with Zuner. Don't come out of the room even when the people arrive. I will accompany the paramedics to the hospital and I'll give you both a call if anything happens. Mom said to Shinner. Shinner nodded, her high ponytail bobbing with it, and her eyes no longer held the look of trepidation they did before. She was composed. Don't worry, Mom. I'll stay home and take good care of Zuner. Mom nodded, then promptly shut the door to the bedroom. As I watched the room door close, my head fell forward once more. Don't be afraid, Zuner. Mom and I are still here. Shinner squatted, her pair of wide, bright eyes gleaming as she looked at me. Shinner. Am I really a monster? Like the monsters that Ultraman fight against in those animations? Would I evolve one day too? I pursed my lips, thinking back to the several times we had moved in the past few months. There was always someone who would come to the door, calling me a monster. It's so upsetting. Shinner giggled. Her eyes were always full of optimism and shone with the radiancy of the sun. Zuner is not a monster, and he wouldn't evolve either. Come on, I'll cuddle you into an afternoon nap. Shinner tugged me along towards the bed. Just like that, I forgot about my troubles and followed Shinner happily. Oh. I'm already 13, but Shinner still wants to cuddle me to sleep. The words slipped from my lips. Thump. Ow. Shinner, you hit me again. Ring. Ring. When the phone rang, I was still in the midst of my slumber. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I could see Shinner through the blur, the phone in hand with fear written all over her face. Shinner, what happened? Rolling over, I jumped down from the bed. Shinner was stunned for a long while before she eventually slammed the phone down and took my hand. Quick, Zuner, we need to go. Dad's here to pick us up. Really? Dad? I exclaimed. My dad was working in another city and hadn't returned home for a long time. Hence, without second thought, without even realizing that Shinner hadn't taken any of our belongings with us, I sprinted with her out of our home. Shinner locked the door in haste, then pulled me down the stairs. Shinner, slow down. But, where's Dad? My home was on the 7th floor and there wasn't any elevator. By the time we reached the bottom of the steps, I was already beginning to pant. Shinner didn't turn back, she just pulled me along out of the apartment building. It was only when we were outside that I realized the skies had already darkened. I tilted my head towards the pitch-black sky but couldn't find the moon. Stop. That's the kid. That's him. Quick, grab him. From behind us, there was an uproar. I twisted my head around while gasping for air. To my surprise, I saw the mayor of our town along with a few others running out of an alleyway, and it looked like they were heading right towards us. Shinner, that's Mayor Shoo Shoo. Stop talking, Zuner. Hurry, run. Follow me. Shinner seemed on edge, she actually turned around and shouted at me. I was shocked, not understanding why we had to run. The night was too dark for much visibility. I looked back to see Mayor Shoo Shoo's face and could hardly see his eyes. It was all I could do to sprint as fast as possible with Shinner, who brought me out of the neighborhood and into the streets of town. Shinner, I'm so tired. I was gasping for air. Shinner was panting as well when we rounded the corner. She looked around our surrounding. Stop there. Behind the corner of the street came the voice of Mayor Shoo Shoo and his companions who were about to catch up. Shinner was panicking, but after she turned around and took a quick look, her high ponytail swung again and she said to me, Zuner, go towards the road junction and turn right there. After that, just run along the next street. Dad will pick you up but he might not be there yet, so just run as hard as you can. The road is straight, you'll definitely meet him at some point. Listen to me, no matter what happens, don't look back. Just keep running, you understand? I was suddenly hit with an intense wave of terror. Still, I had always listened to Shinner since I was young, and hearing her speaking this firmly, I dared only to nod. Quick, run! Shinner pushed me forward and without thinking much about anything else, I ran. From behind me, I could hear Shinner, Zuner, you're the most obedient, right? You must not look back or else Shinner Jijia will ignore you from now on. I wanted to cry but I had no idea why. I just kept running with all my might. Shinner had always stayed true to her words. Last year, she said that she would make me a slingshot, and she did. When I finally reached the straight road, all I could see was darkness. There wasn't many streetlights in this town. I was so exhausted. I stopped. It was dark behind me and just ahead, in the midst of the darkness, there was a chugging noise. I rubbed my eyes, and saw a motorcyclist zooming in my direction. Wow, a motorcycle. Could it be Dad? Dad. Even though I hadn't seen the motorcyclist's face, even though there was no way I could recognize my dad right away after 2 years of not seeing each other, I still waved my arms happily and watched as the motorcycle got nearer. Bang! I widened my eyes in shock, in disbelief at what happened right in front of my eyes. He was not far away from me when the motorcyclist suddenly swerved. The motorcycle veered right into a sidewalk along the edge of the road. Bang! It all happened so fast, the sudden swerve, and I watched as the man on the motorcycle flew out of his seat. My hands flew up to cover my mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64.2 Special Chapters. To the Boy with No Palm Prints, Part 2. Nyezun's POV. What are you thinking about, Nyezun? Suddenly, I sensed someone waving their hand in front of my eyes. I was abruptly yanked out of reminiscing about my 13-year-old self, and right in front of me stood my psychiatrist. Jia Pa was still wearing his Chinese tunic suit that didn't belong to this century, complete with his antique, huge framed glasses with a flat head of neatly combed hair. I laughed teasingly. Dr. Jia, it's no wonder you can't get a girlfriend when you're always dressed like this. Jia smiled with a hint of embarrassment. Stop ridiculing me, Nyazun. How have you been? Are you still having the same dream? I returned his smile weakly. I don't think that can be fixed. Jia pushed up the heavy frame settled on the bridge of his nose and said to me seriously, you have to believe. Nye Xian entrusted you to me, so I will definitely find a way to treat you. Actually, Dr. Jia, I don't really care if I can be treated. During that year when I turned 13, out of everyone who came in contact with my hand, 3 died and another 2 were critically injured. From then on, I was labeled as a freak. My grandpa was diagnosed with dementia when he passed, but they said that his seemingly nonsensical last words, spouted moments before his death, came from a momentary recovery of consciousness. Those words, "Don't let anyone touch Nyazun's hand once he turns 13, appeared to have came true. That year, my dad, who had been working away from home, rushed back to see me after hearing the rumors. On his journey back, his motorcycle inexplicably malfunctioned, making him crash. They blamed me for his death too, that I had cursed him. After that, we moved back and forth, completely cut off from the townspeople and suffering contemptuous looks wherever we went. In that little town, we tolerated the hardships for 5 years before I turned 18. However, on that year of my 18th birthday, when my mom had finally saved enough for our family to leave the ancient town for good, she suffered an abrupt heart attack and died as well. As a result, another rumor broke out. I turned 18, but it wasn't an adult that I had become. Instead, I turned into a fully developed monster. From that year onwards, I've always worn my black gloves, never letting anyone touch my hand. Except for Nye Xian. Nye Xian has always said to me, Zuner, you're not a monster, they're all just superstitious. Don't believe their absurd rambles. They're the crazy ones. I hold your hand all the time, but am I still alive and well? Dealing with the early death of your parents is traumatizing enough for a young kid. What right do they have to make it worse by pinning it on you? Nye Xian has always been this way, ever the optimist since she was young. She gets flustered from time to time, and sometimes cries in devastation over the stray cats and dogs which have died along the roadside. She always wore her hair in a high ponytail, with her smile as pretty as a flower. I stopped calling her Jia Jia as I grew older and no longer called her Xianer either. I just call her Xian. Let's head back to the clinic. We'll try hypnotherapy today, he said as he smoothed the slight curl at the hem of his shirt. I shrugged casually. Sure. Jiepa's private psychological clinic is right along the street in the corner of the city. The black sign outside spelled these simple words, Jia Private Psychological Clinic. Am I the only customer your clinic has? I teased. Jiepa pushed up his glasses with a small smile. I'm a freelance floater in dire straits and you're my patient, so let's not make fun of each other like that. I blinked. Dr. Jia, I wasn't making fun of you. In fact, it kind of feels like I have my own personal doctor. You know, just like how the rich have their own personal doctors and chauffeurs? Jiepa placed his backpack on a stool in the clinic. You are as flippant as always. Your sister trusted me with you, so you should open your mind to me, Nyazun. I blinked again. Dr. Jia, I've always been open with you. However, I don't really feel like receiving treatment today. Let's go buy you some new clothes. Jiepa chuckled and shot me a glance. Why are you just like your sister? Why do you both like worrying about other people's basic necessities? I whistled softly at that. Dr. Jia, do you have to wear such a tender look when you talk about Xian? If you really like her, then all the more reason you should change out of those clothes. Come on, do you still not trust me, her own brother, for fashion? Let's go, let's go. Jiepa's face tinted red at my words as I pushed him towards the door. Your sister said you're reclusive and not much of a conversationalist. On the contrary, I think you've always had too much to say. The corner of my lips tugged into a smile. That depends on who I'm talking to. Pulling Jiapa into the marketplace, I chose a Western-style suit for him and exchanged his glasses for a more stylish pair. Interlacing my fingers contemplatively, I gave Jiapa a once-over. He looked stiff. It was apparent that this was the first time he had ever been in such apparels. What's missing? I looked over him once more as I paced around. Then, with a snap of my fingers, I exclaimed, "That's right. It's your hairstyle. Come on, let's go." Jiapa looked slightly terrified by the suggestion. There's no need for that, surely. There's no need to change my hairstyle, Nyazun. I smiled, but forcefully tugged Jiapa along and into a salon along the street nonetheless. Trim his hair here, and here. Keep his fringe this long. Make him look like a gentleman. I motioned around for the hairdresser and they nodded with a smile, clear that it wouldn't be an issue. Jiapa's face betrayed a hint of fear, as though he wanted to raise an objection. I flashed a mischievous grin. "Dr. Jia, would you believe me if I told you that my sister would see you in a totally different light if you go through with this, And so, whatever objections teetered at the tip of his tongue remained in his throat, then retreated into the pit of his stomach. I remained calm and composed as I walked about the shop, ultimately settling in the corner of the salon with a magazine. I yawned and flipped open the magazine before covering my face with it, dozing off without a care. When I woke up, as anticipated, Jiapa looked refreshingly different. Watching the uneasy Jiapa, I nodded in satisfaction. Jia the handsome. Jiapa flushed a shade of scarlet red. Whoa, what a good-looking gentleman. Quick, take a look at him. At that moment, two girls who just entered the shop started pointing at Jiapa and whispered to each other. If at all possible, Jiapa's face got even redder. I took a careful look at him again. Yup, his suit, glasses, and hairstyle were all befitting. The guy in black sitting in the corner is really good-looking too. But it's not even that cold this time of the year. Why is he wearing gloves? My gaze fell to the black gloves on my hands and I smiled drily. Jiapa seemed to have overheard their conversation. Adjusting his glasses once more, he said to me, "Let's go, Nyazun. Come back to the clinic with me, we still have work to do." Understanding by his words that there was no way I could pause my treatment, I shrugged. Okay. Just as Jiapa slung his inseparable, large backpack over his shoulders and we prepared to step out of the shop, another girl entered. This might be the first time in my life that a girl attracted my attention. She had a head of jet black hair which covered her shoulders, and she wore a cropped red jacket and a pair of red pants. A pair of pointed shoes, also red, covered her feet. She was thin, so much so that her chin was sharp, and wouldn't have been regarded as typically beautiful, yet, I couldn't help staring at her. Her eyes. Her eyes were indifferent and lonely, as if nothing could ever grab their attention. She didn't spare a glance as she walked past me. It wasn't just me either, she didn't seem to look at anyone. She merely spoke to the hairdresser in a voice that even I, a man with usually keen senses, could barely hear. "Can you dye my hair red?" I didn't hear the hairdresser's answer, only the voices of those two girls who had praised Jiapa's appearance earlier. What is she doing here? I thought we would never have to see her again after high school. How are we this unlucky? The other girl wasn't bothered to be subtle either. In a loud voice, she responded, "Yeah. That weirdo is crazy. What bad luck to run into her even after graduation. Come on, we should hurry up and leave. Let's not come here for our haircut from now on." Hand in hand, the two girls hurried out of the shop. Jiapa stopped in his tracks at the scene. Probably due to his occupation as a psychiatrist, he's particularly sensitive towards those with mental illnesses, and the current situation intrigued him. I glanced back at the girl in question. She didn't seem to have the slightest change in expression. Instead, she parted her lips and spoke in a slightly louder voice to the stunned hairdresser. "Can you dye my hair red?" The hairdresser appeared to have been replaying the words of those two girls over in their head. Their nod seemed slightly dumbstruck. The girl in red saw the bobbing of the hairdresser's head and walked straight to an empty chair in front of a mirror and took a seat. From the beginning to the very end, she had never spared a glance towards Jiepa and I. Even as she sat in front of the mirror, she never showed any inkling of curiosity in her eyes. She was just calm and indifferent, her eyes radiating an unfeeling flatness. Is she a weirdo? Recalling the opinion of those two girls, I felt better for some reason. Should I really feel this contented watching others get treated like this? I'm indeed a demon. With a smile, I finally lost interest. After a quick glimpse at my hands, I turned back towards Jiepa and started towards the door. Let's go, Dr. Jie. Oh, yeah, alright. Jiepa did a double take before hastily catching up to my steps. Nyezun, let's not bother with hypnotherapy today. Usually you're only able to recall events related to that dream anyway. I'll repeat myself once more, you must know that the death of your parents and your neighbors were not caused by you, or whatever curse they think you have. The words from your grandfather were also gibberish caused by his delirious state. You must be very clear with yourself that the rumors surrounding the lack of prints on your left hand is just a superstition, there is nothing scientific about it. It's only when Jiepa talks about my illness that he is clear and reasoned. I yawned as I walked with him towards the clinic. Nyezun, don't just ignore my words like you always do. I know you feel guilt and remorse over the deaths of those people, but they were just coincidences that morphed into beliefs thanks to their superstitions. You might not have believed it at first, but these people were unrelenting in making you feel guilty, conditioning you to believe that you're a monster. And, somewhere in your mind, it seemed to remind you of it. Such subconsciousness will eventually turn something completely baseless into a solid fact in your head. I exhaled into vile laughter. Don't make it sound so serious, Dr. Jie. I've never thought myself as a monster. I lifted the hand done in black, and looked at it from front to back as I pondered. I'm just a defect who's lacking a palm print. Jiepa stopped in his step and looked resolutely at me. Being without a palm print doesn't explain anything, it's simply a physical flaw, don't turn it into a flaw in your character. Nyezun, you're whole. You have your sister and I, and we'll be with you always. You'll be with me, always. I chuckled and looked up at the sky. Always. In this world, could such words really be trusted? Let's go and continue with your treatment, I smiled gently at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64.3 Special Chapters 3. The Boy with No Palm Prints, Part 3. Nyezun's POV. There wasn't an ounce in my body that felt like moving after I let Jiepa treat me with his medication, and so I conveniently indulged in my afternoon nap on the couch of his clinic. As for the psychiatrist himself, who didn't have much fame to his name, he was staying up late to peruse various medical texts. DDD. I never bothered changing the ringtone on my phone, so the simple default tune sounded off at the incoming call. Hello, Hello, is this Nyezun, brother of Nyexien? She was on her way back from a business trip when she got involved in an accident, and is currently in XXX hospital. Can you please come down as soon as possible? I let out a cry and scrambled up from the couch. Jiepa, who had been reading another thick medical book, jolted in shock, his glasses almost slipping from his face. I stared straight into his eyes, my voice quivering. Xian got into a car accident. When we got to the hospital, the light to the emergency room was glaringly lit. I leaned against the wall along the hallway and watched Jiepa with anxious, red-rimmed eyes opposite me, rubbing his hands together. Lowering my head and I tugged at the black glove on my left hand, staring at the empty canvas without palm prints. Ehe, I'm a freak indeed. Even my most beloved Xian has been hurt because of me. Xian. You know that I won't cry, because I promised you that I would be the most resilient Zuner. But you can't leave me. As I looked at this hand of mine, I felt a sudden urge to laugh. Lifting the hand, steadily and without fluster, I smashed it repeatedly against the hospital wall. Thump, thump, thump. Fresh blood had already started dribbling down, but I still had no desire to stop. Jiapa walked over to me, his eyes alarmed and bewildered. "Nyezun, don't worry. It'll be fine. Xian will be fine, this is not your fault." "Not my fault." Heave. Just as I was about to lift my hand again, I heard hurried and cluttered footsteps, followed by screams that bounced off the walls from behind me. Hurry up and get him to the emergency room. Oh God, let's leave here quickly, she's crazy. Doctor, doctor. Hurry up and send our senior into the emergency room. Get that freak away from our senior. I didn't have much interest in the chaos within the hospital, but my interest was piqued at the word freak. Without realizing, I had stopped smashing my hand against the wall and turned around instead. Even I was taken aback by the sight that greeted me. Along the hallway there were several people, around university age, surrounding a hastily moving emergency bed which was heading in our direction. On that bed lay a guy, although with blood drenched across his face and body, I couldn't get a good look at him. Fresh blood dripped onto the floor, forming a trail as the bed moved forward, leaving a vivid and glaring streak upon the mirror-like hospital floor. Soon, the emergency bed, escorted by the group of students, rolled past me and into the other room. Trailing behind them, a girl stopped in the middle of the corridor. She did not follow them in, but instead was staring at the bloodstains on the floor. She was the girl I had just met that afternoon. The girl in red, at the salon. Her hair was now a fresh shade of scarlet red. It seems that she had dyed it eventually, whether in the salon or by herself, but it was her face that struck me, decorated by splatters of blood which extended from her collar to her smooth, exposed shoulder. She was still wearing the same red clothes, though I couldn't tell if they were coated in crimson blood too. However, she was standing not far from me, and I could almost smell the sanguinary scent on her. I gave her a once-over, from her hands which were sticky with blood, steady and without tremble, to her eyes. It was at the moment that I saw her eyes that I was stunned. For a moment, I began to doubt myself, was this really the girl I saw that afternoon? Her eyes did not hold the same indifference and reclusive stillness. Instead, they were unusually bright with a touch of taunting playfulness. Her occasional glance had a hint of charm, and alongside the blood, an alluring smile hung at the corner of her lips. I was caught in a trance, the difference was just too great. As though she had noticed my gaze, she shot me an indolent yet captivating look. The tinge of flirtation seemed to come naturally to her. Looking at me, she started to speak, her voice soft yet enthralling. "Why do you keep staring at me? Are you afraid of me?" On the contrary, I thought she was fascinating. A smile tugged at my own lips, and I stuffed both hands into the pockets of my jeans. As I approached her, I locked my gaze on her blood-splattered face. "Why should I be afraid of you?" She tilted her head and a beautiful smile escaped her. There was a glint in her eyes, and her tongue poked out to lightly lick the spots of blood on her lips. With each movement, her red hair cascaded down the side of her shoulders. "You're an interesting person," she hummed. "What a pity though, I'll have to return this body to her soon. We may never meet each other again." I gleamed with interest as I fixed my eyes on her own bright pair. It was been a while since I last saw such beautiful eyes. Eyes filled with life, just like Xian's, void of hopelessness and despair. There was always hint of despair to anyone's eyes, the extent of which flickering from time to time. Yet, the eyes I was looking into right now didn't seem to know or comprehend despair, they simply looked like they could kill at will. "Who is she?" I laughed. Lazily, she lifted a finger, still dripping with blood, and lightly covered her mouth as she chuckled. The gesture, along with the scarlet blood that covered her entire being, was bizarrely alluring. It was impossible for me to look away. "Ah," she said simply. "She lives in me." She pointed to her heart. "She doesn't know how to protect herself." "And me?" I lend her a helping hand whenever I reach my limit, when I can't bear to see her like this any longer. But she doesn't understand my good intentions. Along the hallway, another wave of footsteps echoed noisily. She seemed to have sensed them too and looked up to check her surroundings. Then, out of the blue, she removed a ring from her finger. With her blood-clad hands, I hadn't noticed the unique, black skeleton ring on her index finger. The blood on her hand stained the ring as she plucked it from her finger slowly. She reached out swiftly, tugging my left hand from my pocket. I was dumbfounded by the sudden action, and stood there motionless as she busied herself. A tender yet unfeeling smile slipped from her lips, her lashes fluttering as she stared at my now equally bloodied hand before spreading my palm open wide. And that was how that bloodied hand of mine, lacking in palm prints, was exposed to her. I didn't object. She glanced up at me, her glistening eyes meeting mine. Her name is Li Shun. If you have the chance to meet her one day, will you stay by her side on my behalf? I stayed silent for a moment before speaking up softly. Why should I agree to that? She laughed suddenly, and I felt it could make the world tremble with its beauty. Because I know that you're just like her. I could smell it on both of you, that scent called loneliness. Without a care for my bewilderment, she slipped the ring on my little finger. As if predestined, the ring fit my little finger like a glove, clutching tightly to it, covered with fresh blood. She stroked my face with the same bloodied hand then, her eyes still as enchanting. You must always stay with her. Even if she turns into a monster. She didn't seem to be finished her sentence when several policemen came running up from behind her. At the same, the few university students who had been with the injured boy shouted from behind me, "That's her. Quick, arrest her, she was the one who stabbed our senior." Before I could respond, she released my hand and took 2 steps back, looking at me with a dazzling smile on her face. Then, it was as though her soul left her body in an instant. Her entire being fell backwards to the ground stiffly and she fainted. Right then, the policemen and students surrounded her. One of the policemen took a look at her and the other stated, "She didn't fake it, she has genuinely passed out. I'm afraid we'll have to hand her over to the doctors for examination first. What has she got to lose consciousness over? She wasn't even injured. She's a murderer." One of the university girls with bloodshot eyes said, glaring at the girl in red. The scene changed hurriedly. They sent her into an emergency room, leaving the ground stained with blood, and then me, still rooted dumbly to the spot. I didn't notice Jiapa beside me until he spoke, his brows furrowed. "That girl's a little strange. From what I observed earlier, I believe she lost her sanity." Just as I parted my lips to respond, a nurse rushed out from the emergency room and hurried to our side. "You're family members of the patient, Nia Xian, right? She's critically injured and we're about to get the director to conduct her surgery. However, the chances are slim. We aren't sure she can be saved. We strongly suggest that you see her one last time before we proceed with the surgery." Without even waiting for her to finish, I scrambled into the emergency room. Jiapa sped in after me as well. The moment I arrived at the operating table, all I could see was Xian's pale face. She was wearing a respirator and, as though she sensed my presence, her eyes began to open slowly. Those sallow eyes still had their usual radiance to them, mesmerizing as always. Her voice was weak, tinged with agony, as she said to Jiapa, "Jiap. Pa. I'm leaving Zuner, in your care. He's not a monster." Jiapa kneeled beside her. I just stood there frozen. "The doctor was rushing us. Hurry on out once you're done." "We'll do our best." Then right away, he and the nurses began preparing themselves for the complex operation. I couldn't tell if I cried, but I no longer felt any warmth. I just stood at my spot, watching Xian on the operating table. Xian looked at me tenderly, then glanced back at Jiapa. Her voice had become so weak that I could barely hear her. "Jiapa. You look really nice today." Jiapa finally wailed in exasperation. The psychiatrist who had been so unlucky since his graduation, unaccomplished in his career, was also one I had never seen cry over the many years I've known him, despite the many tribulations he had faced. Yet now, he was weeping too much to even speak. Finally, I could not bear it anymore. I could feel darkness creeping up on me. I didn't struggle in the moment. I watched as the infinite darkness fetched me into its world. I wasn't scared in the least, I welcomed it with open arms. There was only a thought in my mind as I fell back at. Dad, Mom, I'm finally coming back to you, right? Just let me fall. I've always been the one who deserved death. Right. Like a never-ending black hole, I fell endlessly. I didn't know how long it had been, but just as I was about to shut my eyes, I heard the voice of a man. My eyes snapped open. Looking ahead, all around me was empty and in the distance stood bleached white walls. It seemed like heaven, but at the same time, felt more like hell. A blond man with blue eyes approached me. He was carrying a goblet filled with an unknown scarlet-red liquid and his handsome, mixed-blood face donned a mysterious smile. Nyezun, welcome to Split Zone number 13. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64.4. Special Chapters. 4 Killer Doll. Jiao SPOV. My name is Li Jiao. I am 18 years old, but I still have no idea how to brush my own hair. Why? Because she takes care of everything for me. Who is she? My sister, Li Ching. She's as beautiful as her name. And her heart? Her heart's even more beautiful. Still, there's always poison in beautiful things. The more beautiful they are, the more poisonous they get. She's 5 years older than me and had always been regarded as a gifted child. At the age of 3 she understood the basic mathematical concepts of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, then attended primary school when she was 5. She skipped 3 grades after that, and graduated when she was just 7. My sister was extremely gifted and my parents couldn't be more proud. Being my parents' pride and joy, her condition for repayment was that she get whatever she wanted, and my parents did not hesitate in doing so. Anything could become a toy in her hands. Including me. I didn't know before that my existence on this earth was such a huge threat to my sister. In the eyes of our parents and relatives, she was a unique and talented girl. As such, the preferential treatment that once belonged to her, and her alone, was threatened when I came along. Being the intelligent girl that she was, despite her young age, she knew very clearly that the presence of a younger sister was a mistake, one that should have never existed. Even to this day, years down the road, I suppose I can understand how she must have felt when I think back on it. How terrified she must have been. When relatives congratulated my family, they claimed that having a daughter was a blessing, but it was supremely fortunate to have 2 of them. The family was abuzz with anticipation as to whether their second daughter would be as clever as the first, or perhaps even exceed her talented older sister. How flustered and helpless must she have felt? After all, she was only 5. My sheer existence was like to someone took away her favorite candy. And when I turned 5 myself, it seemed to her like the candy had finally been eaten by another. I was never the genius others had expected me to be, and our family never had another talented girl. I was your average child with a slightly weaker constitution, occasionally showing a little more wit than my peers, but those events were short-lived and spontaneous. Unexpectedly, my parents doted on me as much as they did my sister. For the sake of filial piety, I shouldn't criticize my parents. In reality, though, if we're being honest, my parents treated me better than her. Isn't there a saying like that? When parents have more than one child, they tend to coddle the youngest most of all? Or, in relative terms, the weakest. That child might not be smart, or sensible, or even obedient, but it was exactly this weakness of theirs that gained the favor of their parents. That seemed to be the case with me. My parents cared for me in every way possible, even to the extent of neglecting my gifted sister at times. My parents were gentle and mild-mannered people, so it wasn't an abusive neglect. On the contrary, they still pampered my sister and treated her well. Even so, she was adamant in her belief that they would have treated her better if I had never existed. If it wasn't for me, they would have praised her intelligence more, and she would have gotten whatever she wanted with less effort. It's plain that even if the family background is decent, if your children's desires multiply with each new sibling, it'll obviously be far more difficult to get what you wanted. For someone as smart as my sister, how could she not have figured this out? It was precisely because she was smart that she hadn't thrown a tantrum over her stolen candy like the other kids would have. Even though that was the epitome of normal child behavior. My sister wasn't a kid though, she never was. She possessed intelligence beyond her age, and hence chose to use her own method of dealing with the disaster which had descended from skies, me. From the moment I turned 3, she started buying dolls for me. By the time I was 5, I already owned a great number of them and began to foster fond memories. When I was 10, she was 15. As with many child geniuses, the period when their intelligence drastically surpassed their peers was when they were young. At 15, my sister was no longer as many steps ahead as when she was 5. Skipping grades when she was younger led to a weaker foundation in the subjects she went on to study, and as a result, while she was outstanding in high school, she was far from gifted. Still, her love for me was unwavering, and she continued buying those dolls for me. Being that young, I felt nothing other than pure delight at receiving them, to be treated with each new doll. More frequently than not, she loved grooming me into a doll. As a kid, she could dress me up cutely, like a pretty little puppet, and no one would pay any mind. My parents were overjoyed that my sister loved me so much and treated me with so much kindness. I had thought so too. Many memories from my childhood had already faded, but my sister's soft yet bewitching voice was deeply engraved in my mind. Jiaoer has to be doll. She has to be Jiajia's favorite doll, right? Look at how lovely dolls are. If you are willing to be a doll, Jiajia will buy you a lot of pretty clothes too, and I'll brush your beautiful hair. Do you want that? At that time, I didn't know better. I jumped for joy and answered, yeah. I want to be a doll, Jiajia. I want to be the prettiest doll. And she answered with an incomparably gentle voice, alright, then Jiaoer will be Jiajia's doll forever. Forever, okay. I didn't know at that time how this promise of being her doll forever was but a seed that would eventually grow into a demon. I could still remember that year she helped me into a puffy skirt she just bought. She looked at me, and with her slender, fair hands, she stroked my face. It was as though she was touching her favorite toy when she said, Jiaoer, do you know what's a SD doll? I giggled. I do. They are those pretty dolls with big eyes. You're the most beautiful SD doll in Jiajia's heart. Do you want to be a SD doll from now on? Jiajia will name you Jiao. How does that sound? There wasn't a hint of hesitance when I agreed. All I thought of at the time was how lovely SD dolls looked, but I had forgotten about everything else that others have mentioned, how, in spite of their cute appearances, their eyes were always lifeless and strange. Which was why, up until I turned 18, supposed to be the most beautiful time in a girl's life, I had instead been molded into the perfect doll by my sister. Like a doll that was years in the making, the end goal wasn't the attention of others, but a completion of a meticulously plotted scheme. She started brainwashing me when I was young, and so I eventually became the doll she created. I didn't smile much, because every time I did she would tell me that SD dolls don't smile. I was used to being expressionless, because she told me that dolls didn't need expressions. The greed towards dolls started since I was around 10, the continuous pleading with my sister to get me a new one, coupled with her brainwashing, caused my family to distance themselves. For a daughter, I was simply too unusual. This estrangement continued until I was 18. Occasionally, from the worried glances in my parents' eyes, I could tell that they loved me and they still cared for me. Except I was only a doll, crafted by my sister, who did not understand the concept of gratitude. Or any other emotion, for that matter. In fact, right up to this very day, when I had been so cruelly oppressed by her doll complex. I couldn't claim that it was entirely her fault because I had been willing. Even when she instructed me in the ways of porcelain born of her selfish desires, my life was still shaped by my own choices. If I hadn't been entranced by the beautiful dolls, then I would not have developed such greed for them, and none of this would have happened. Accustomed to being expressionless, I had no friends, even our relatives would say I looked numb. My eyes were spiritless, without a glimmer of gratitude or emotion. Everyone had thought it was such a pity I didn't look like my sister, a pity I wasn't that sensible, gentle, intelligent girl that everyone loved. Everyone pitied me, just because I wasn't like my sister. Yet, nobody ever asked the question that was buried deep in my heart. I am my own person, why did I have to be just like my sister? One day, my sister finally divulged her scheme to me. She said that her plan had been to shape me into an eccentric, reclusive monster that nobody loves. While she didn't quite achieve the results she anticipated, she still succeeded. I really did become a monster. The amount of times I had been criticized and reprimanded for having an expression because dolls did not have any in turn transformed me into a truly expressionless person as time went by. Nothing scarier than someone without an expression, and all of things, that is who I have become. Contrarily, my sister grew to love me even more, for I was the end result of all her efforts. As a finished product, any treatment I could enjoy could only come from her, my owner. I had no expression, no relationships, no friends. I only had Jia. As for my sister, after more than a decade mounting a counter, she emerged triumphant as my parents' favorite daughter. No one could take away a shred of glory or love from her. She's the only one. Only that day, when she finally revealed her devil-like mindset to me, did I finally realize. She didn't want to provide for me, instead, all she wanted was to take everything away. Just like she said, it was only a matter of time before dolls get abandoned. Who told you to become a doll? As a doll, the moment she took away everything and chose to abandon me was the first time I felt the behavioral reflex of a human. Revenge. The knife in my hands plunged into her body so many times, until finally, it became the piece of evidence that sent me into a mental institute. Li Jiao, delusional patient with deep paranoia, always thought of herself as an immaculate SD doll, to be forever loved by her owner. Mental illness brought me a new place. Not a prison, no, but as for what it truly was, I have no idea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65.